like she used to. And the clock on the wall has been stuck at 3 for days and days. She thinks that happiness is a map that sits on her doorway. But outside, it stopped raining. And she says, baby, well, it's 3 a.m., I must be lonely. And when she says, baby, yeah, well, I can't help but be scared of it all. Sometimes the rain's gonna wash away, I believe this. When it's 3 a.m., I must be lonely. Well, heaven, she says, baby, well, I can't help but be scared of it all. Sometimes.
I wish that I could fly into the sky so very high, just like a dragonfly. I'd fly above the trees, over the seas, in all degrees, to anywhere I please. Oh, I want to get away. I want to fly away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to get away. I want to fly away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's go and see the stars, the Milky Way, or even Mars, where it could just be ours. Let's fade into the sun, let your spirit fly, we'll be our one, just for a little fun. Oh, oh, oh yeah! I want to get away, I want to fly away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to get away, I want to fly away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to get away. I want to fly away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. I want to get away. I want to fly away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I gotta get away. I want to 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 get away. Yeah. I want to get away. I want to fly away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I gotta get away. I want to 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 get away. Yeah. I want to get away. I want to fly away. Yeah, 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 yeah,
Hey, Matt. Yeah, Tim. Hey,
It's all twisted, wrong and beat. Uncomfortable on 3 feet deep.
Sharon looked so bad before.
I did once before, but this is pretty bad.
Yeah, what do you think she got up to last night? Sharon! I love
I was flying on the bench, sliding in the park across the street. Later, that leap. My sticky paws were in the making straws out of big fat slurpy treats. An incredible 8-foot heat. Now the funny glare of pain me tearing, staring under heat. Involved in unusual feet. And I'm not only
Good morning, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to New York. Those of you in the room, welcome. Those of you virtually. I'm Jason Kelly. I'm the chief correspondent for Bloomberg Originals. Also, as you were just tortured into watching, host a couple of shows here at Bloomberg, The Deal, and Power Players. We are so excited to have you here in New York. What a week to be here. I know a lot of you, myself included, the guests I'm about to talk to in a minute, we're at the Open across the course of the week. The tennis has been amazing. But what you're going to see today really takes it, I think, I dare say, the proof will be in the pudding, to the next level. We're going to start and end the day talking about gold medals. We're going to talk to some owners of major sports teams. We're going to talk to a commissioner. We're going to talk about pro wrestling. We're going to talk about fast cars and lots of stuff in between. And we'll also have some Hall of Famers spread throughout. We're really excited that you're here. So I have a few announcements before we get started. First, definitely want to thank our presenting sponsor. That's Invesco QQQ. Really should get the name of the sponsor right. Invesco QQQ. And our media partner, the Tennis Channel. Obviously, they're very busy this week as well. All right, so take out your phones. We want them silent for the sessions. Everybody knows that. But before you do that, we want you to scan a few QR codes. So you can see that that's how you engage with us. We invite you to connect with us on all the major social media platforms. Post your pictures, engage in the conversation. The hashtag is PowerPlayers. You can get perspectives that help you continue the conversation as attendees today at PowerPlayers. This is the big news. As attendees today, you get a complimentary 3-month subscription to Bloomberg News. Scan the QR code on the screen. Take advantage of that. You can see lots of great sports stories. One story that we're especially excited about that's on the Bloomberg today is a profile that I worked on with my colleague Randall Williams, who you'll see later, and Julie Fine, our Texas bureau chief, all about the Hunt family. They are busy working on a three-peat and dealing with some new Wall Street money coming in to the NFL, and they've got this one fan that they're especially excited about who keeps showing up at games and boosting the viewership there. So we also want you to be a part of the discussions that are taking place on stage. So we're gonna have some polls, and also you'll be able to send in some questions. So send in questions here, and then let's get to some polling. We're gonna try something out live. All right, back to tennis. Who do you think is going to win the men's US Open? It's going to be Jannik Sinner, Jack Draper, or are we going to see an American? We are guaranteed to have an American at least in the final, but can one of these guys actually take it through? Taylor Fritz or Frances Tiafoe? All eyes are obviously going to be there. Wow, all right. Big Foe has got some big fans in this room. Jannik Sinner, poor Jack Draper. Too bad for him. I do think this is a little bit of a flex. I was talking to John Isner last night at the Open, and he is, by the way, for tennis fans, he's quite tall. But one of the things that folks were talking about out at Arthur Ashe last night is how Taylor Fritz does have that height advantage. So that's just physics, which is far beyond the comprehension of a simple journalist. So anyway, with that all taken care of, we are going to move on to our first conversation. It's a big one. It's one that I've really been looking forward to. We're talking about not one, but 2 gold medals that this guy helped deliver. Grant Hill, he is the managing director of USA Basketball, co-owner of the Atlanta Hawks, a star basketball player. Come on out, Grant. Come right over here. Great to see you.
Great to see you as well.
All right. Well, this is an amazing way to start off the day. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
That was a big deal to deliver those 2 gold medals for the men's and the women's basketball teams. You've talked a lot about sort of what that means. We're at Bloomberg. What does it mean for the business of basketball to win those 2 gold medals, for the U.S. to take it home?
Well, it was an incredible experience, first and foremost. And for the game of basketball, although at times it was a bit nerve-wracking and maybe a little closer than we would have liked, I thought overall it was fantastic for basketball. You had a great Team USA team with some legends on the team, some icons, LeBron James, Stephen Curry, Kevin Durant, guys who had been faces of the league for the last decade plus. Really getting tested, having to come through and do some real incredible things at the end of games. But then you had teams, international teams, Serbia, which they were so good and so worthy of winning and played a perfect game in our semifinal game. But the way they competed and how fearless they were in that game. And then the host country, France, with a young Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
And how they kind of put it together that last week and really tested our team. And then the women's team as well, and as dominant as they've been through the years on the international stage, but they too got tested.
Yeah.
And so I just thought overall for the game of basketball across the globe, it was wonderful for the game and helped promoting just the beauty of it, the competition, the excellence. Teams were worthy of winning, and unfortunately, one team wins.
Yeah.
And thankfully, it was us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because really, we don't have to dwell on this, but it was gold or bust. I mean, your job is not easy.
Yes, and we were.
You were very aware of that.
Very much aware. Look, you saw the Serbian team, and you saw a lot of the athletes competing on the Olympic stage where they win a gold medal, a silver medal, or a bronze. And it's a celebratory moment. It's a moment, of achievement. Serbia, they lost to us, they won the bronze medal, and they're like celebrating on the medal stand. It was a beautiful thing. For us, it was gold or bust.
Yeah.
And you really felt that. You felt that pressure, particularly in the medal rounds. And it was unlike any pressure I've ever experienced. Steve Kerr, who was our head coach, and Steve Kerr has had a pretty illustrious career, 5 NBA finals as a player with Chicago and San Antonio. He's coached in 6 NBA finals, having won 4 with the Golden State Warriors. And he even acknowledged there was no pressure like that pressure.
Wow.
And so we just kept saying, we got 5 days and 3 games. Like, let's just get through it. Let's coach to win. Let's play to win. But it was incredible. It was rewarding, and it was hard.
Yeah.
And to be able to embrace the hard, I think on the other side of that was incredibly fulfilling.
So it's got to be a moment, as a very savvy business person and investor, you have to look at this as a huge opportunity, not just for USA basketball, for global basketball as well. You're a co-owner of the Atlanta Hawks. You're deeply involved in the game. You're an investor in NBA Africa. What's the business case, or how strong is the business case for global basketball at this point, especially given some of the talent that's emerging? But how does this play out on the money side?
That's a great point. First of all, the impact of the Olympics in basketball, 2 things. One, the '84 Olympics, when here in Los Angeles, coached by Bob Knight, Michael Jordan was about to enter the NBA. That inspired me. Like, watching that, being engrossed in the whole Olympics, Carl Lewis, Mary Lou Retton, but watching that team, like, I thought that I want to do that. I was 11 years old. I dabbled in a number of sports, and like a lot of kids, I had that dream, but it inspired me. Then fast forward, '92, the Dream Team.
Yep.
And really kind of inspired the entire world. And the game now, the success of that team and the success of David Stern and Adam Silver and countless others, like, it's a global game. 30% of the NBA now are foreign-born players. Our most recent MVPs have all been international players. I can go all over the world, and thankfully I've had the opportunity to do that, and people identify me with the game of basketball. And 25 years ago, that might not have been the case. And so you talk about NBA Africa and sort of that new opportunity there, and the investment in the growth of the game. It's just staggering to me. And so to have this world stage where everybody is watching the Olympics, and basketball is one of those signature events, along with track and field and women's gymnastics and others. And then to have, LeBron James. I don't know if there was another athlete, with all due respect to the number of great athletes who were all there from all over the world, but I don't know if there's anyone that was as popular or as famous or as celebrated as a LeBron James. And so all of that focus on them, it will have an impact, much like the '84 team did to my generation, and I think much like the Dream Team in '92 did. And so it continues to move the needle. You see the new media rights deal that was just agreed upon between the NBA and some of the old and new media partners. The business of basketball is in a great place, and I believe that our Olympic experience, our success, will play and continue to play a big role in that.
And so how do you take advantage of that? As someone who is, tasked with growing the game, obviously through USA Basketball, but also in other events, what are the business decisions that you take on to sort of match this moment, or candidly, exploit this moment for commercial gain, essentially, or popularity?
Yeah, I mean, sort of taking the athlete's mindset. You look to improve when things are good.
Right.
You don't, naturally when you lose, you look in the mirror, you self-reflect, but when things are good, that's the time where you say, okay, how can we be better? How can we continue this? And, one of the areas is how can we evolve our grassroots development in basketball in the U.S.? We've spread the game all over the globe, but I think we've taken our eye off of what we're doing here in the States. And so there's an opportunity there, not just in terms of the monetary benefit, but also just in terms of, development and continuing to position ourselves to be gold medalists on the international stage. We can have some players who are American-born domestic players continue to be the faces of the league in years to come. I think we have to just continue to work on developing talent. And that's one of the real, I think, opportunities that we have here in the States. But I mean, the popularity, it's funny, when I was preparing for the NBA draft, this was back in 1994, as my children say, the last millennium. And I went out to visit with Nike. And I, eventually signed with the Italian shoe company, Fila. But I remember having an audience with Phil Knight. And Phil Knight was talking about Asia at that time and was talking about this idea of an untapped market. And it was so foreign to me. And he even said, we'll have you at the Great Wall of China via satellite for the NBA draft. And everybody at the meeting table was like, that's a great idea. And just, and I'm thinking, I want to be at the draft. Like, I want to shake Commissioner Stern's hand. Yeah. But the vision that he had, the vision that David Stern had, the vision that others had to really now plant that flag and grow the game, and now kind of approaching soccer in terms of its presence and its reach all over the world. But we can't rest on our laurels. We have to continue to work the game, grow the game, promote the game, celebrate the brilliance and greatness of players all over the world. And whether you're in ownership, whether you're an investor, whether you're in television, I think collectively we all play a role in doing that. And so it's an exciting opportunity and also an exciting responsibility that we all have as caretakers.
Well, and to your point, when you think about that global growth, you think about the global players who are coming in, whether it's Wembanyama, whether it's Joker, all these players, Joel Embiid, obviously, a lot of MVPs that you alluded to, Giannis being another one, of course. What does that do for you're an owner, and we're going to talk about your ownership across sports in a minute, across other leagues. What does it do for the business of basketball here in the U.S. that you do have this global focus? I mean, is that part of what's driving valuations higher? Like, how does that contribute to the growth of the game financially?
Yeah, I mean, I think it all plays a role. Global media rights are certainly huge, are certainly a big part of our current revenue model, but also, potential revenue model moving forward. But yeah, I mean, I think it merchandise, just the social media engagement, all of that plays a role in its growth, its success. But look, ultimately, it's the product. It's the product on the floor. And it's the brilliance, it's the excellence of players today. There's this unhealthy discourse that I don't like about our current game. And it's sort of, who's the GOAT?
Yeah.
Is it LeBron? Is it Jordan? And to a bigger point, is it today's generation versus the 90s or the 80s? And I feel like we're the only sport that gets into this debate. Football, they don't talk about, you don't put down Joe Montana to elevate Tom Brady. You celebrate all the greats. And that's something, and I don't necessarily know it's the players doing that or the league doing it. I think it's just the noise.
Sometimes it's the players doing it.
Okay, well sometimes,
I mean, just based on social media, I'm just
but also sometimes it's the older players.
Yeah.
And so that's the one area that I don't like. Like, to me, we should just be celebrating the game. And quite honestly, what these players are doing today, the skill level, the development, it's better. And it should be better. And if it's not better, then we did a bad job as guys who came through. Like, we inspire the next generation. And so as great as the Stephen Currys are, and as Kevin Durant and LeBron James, and truly some of the greats to have ever played, there are kids right now who've been watching them, who've been inspired, and I believe will emerge. It always happens in every sport, in every era. And so we have to just continue to celebrate the excellence that exists. Sorry for emoting about that, but that's an area that I don't like that discourse.
Yeah, that's interesting. I want to shift. Well, actually, let me ask this audience, since we're talking about the NBA. I'm going to pivot a second and ask this audience question. Curious to get Grant's thoughts on the power of the NBA player. On the one hand, NBA has turned into a 12-month sport with July free agency. On the other hand, players are moving teams like never before. How does that evolve, and is it good or bad? Very good question. Whoever asked that question, good question.
Yeah, it's changed a bunch. When I grew up, star players, Larry Bird, his entire career, Boston Celtics, Magic Johnson, Lakers, Isaiah Thomas, the Pistons, Jordan, I guess until the end. But, that was, look, we have to all be able to adapt and adjust and adapt and adjust to the times. And I think what the league has done successfully is recognizing, okay, players are shifting, players are moving, players are exercising their right to free agency. Well, let's embrace it. Let's embrace it, and it's become a thing now. It's interesting. The NBA season ends in mid-June when the NBA finals conclude. But for the next month or 4 to 6 weeks, we still dominate the news cycle. Because, okay, the NBA, it ends, the season ends, then all of a sudden you have the draft. And so we're consumed with the excitement around the draft. The draft ends. Now we have free agency. And so now it's where are these guys going, and we cover that, and it's excitement, not just here, domestically, but internationally. And then we have Summer League. Like, Summer League has become a thing. That's covered, that's watched. Players go to support their teams. It's a thing. It wasn't a thing back in the mid-'90s. No one cared about Summer League. And so we're just, the promoting and the celebrating of the sport is wonderful. And I always say the NBA, it's a global marketing and public relations firm disguised as a league. And I say that facetiously. But why they're so successful at promoting that brand and promoting its players. I haven't been an elite player since, as my children would say, the last century. But people still know and recognize that because of the machine that the NBA is. We all benefit as a result of that, and we will continue as we go forward.
All right, let's talk a little bit about you as a business person and an investor. And I read your book when it came out a couple years ago, and clearly, like, you grew up in a household with very successful parents who put you on a path to thinking about business from a very early age, and you have embraced that in a big way going on. You have ownership stakes in the NBA, Major League Baseball. We're going to talk with some of your fellow owners a little bit later on in the Baltimore Orioles, and in National Women's Soccer League, and in MLS. You and your wife are invested in soccer as well. I want to talk about each of those a little bit, and especially the NWSL, because we're going to hear from the commissioner and one of the star players just after this. But what's the business case for you for investing in teams?
It's a great question. First of all, I've been retired since 2013, and I think any athlete, it is an adjustment period and a transition period, and we're all trying to sort of figure it out. I'm still trying to figure that out. And so I've dabbled in all sorts of things, including private equity, which is interesting because everyone in private equity is like, what are you doing? We all want to be in sports, but no,
and by the way, they are.
They are, and thankfully so. I was a fan. I grew up a fan. I watched the greatness of the NFL, NBA, college sports. It inspired me. It gave me a sense of purpose, direction. And I'm old enough, I guess, to see how this thing has played out and how the growth and evolution of sport. We talked about the Olympics, and I'm a big fan, as I said, of the Olympic movement. as a history major, I'm showing off my major now, but the ancient Greeks would halt wars in the years of the Olympic Games. And they understood then, like, the power of sport and how it resonates, it inspires, it entertains. And so fast forward to present day, like that's just magnified, and it's part of who we are. It's a part of our global community. And so I just, to me, yes, I didn't put enough money in with the Atlanta Hawks. You know, I didn't invest enough in any of these deals. You only have but so much bandwidth, and I'm not in private equity. But to me, I just feel the growth trajectory, the relationship. I've lived it. I continue to live it. I see it. The passion, the excitement. When I go to sporting events now in State Farm Arena in Atlanta, I'm just amazed that all these people from different ethnicities, different walks of life, different political affiliations, you know, the one thing that can bring people together is sport.
Yeah.
And it almost shows the very best of who we are. And we all are there cheering our team on, rooting our team on, the excitement, the elation from a win, the frustration, sometimes depression from a loss. I mean, all of those emotions and those feelings, but feeling that collectively is powerful. And seeing that on the global stage.
Right.
How many times do you bring, you know, delegations from all over the world? There's a set of rules, and you go out and compete, and we respect and honor whoever wins. You know, like that doesn't happen.
Right.
You know, and so there's a beauty of sports that's why we're all here.
Right.
And that's not changing. And I think that as we, you know, so immersed in technology and artificial intelligence, things I know nothing about, I think the one constant is going to be sports and the role that it plays in our society. And so, you know, I wouldn't change that. I don't. That's more philosophical, but I just believe the business is strong, and I'm grateful and appreciative to have these opportunities as an investor.
Well, and especially because you've been able to get in, candidly, at some like pretty good moments. You know, the Hawks, you look back on it, really good deal. You were early in MLS, early in NWSL. I mean, have you been surprised at we're going to talk a lot today about sort of new money and institutional capital and valuations. How surprised are you, or are you, at how valuations have risen across the board?
I'm pleasantly surprised. Yeah, I mean, I think it, you know, it's interesting. Our television viewing habits have changed. And I remember my wife, who is here somewhere in the building, but we would, you know, back in the mid-2000s, we would always have an argument about what we were watching as we were falling asleep at night. And I wanted to watch, you know, SportsCenter, and she wanted to watch King of Queens. And so we watched King of Queens, and or Law and Order.
Yeah.
And so what would happen is, and she's gonna laugh at me wherever to me it is, but we'd watch Law and Order, and then she'd fall asleep 10 minutes in, and now I'm hooked. You know, you're hooked the first 10 minutes. And so now when we both have our own iPad and we're watching, so you know we've changed how we consume content. But the one thing that hasn't changed is watching sports in real time. We're not watching it, you know, recording or what have you, unless you're obsessed like me and you want to rewatch the game multiple times. And there's such a hunger and a thirst and a desire for that. And so, you know, that's not changing. And as the world has changed and will continue to change, sports is there, and it's gonna be, and I'm sure there's experts who can explain that in greater detail, but so for me to have tentacles and connectivity to all of these sports, and you know, managing director at USA Basketball, and you know, to obviously have, you know, the Atlanta Hawks and work in television, like this sort of cross section of sports business and leadership. are things that the sort of the sandbox that I enjoy playing in. But that it's a responsibility that we all play in promoting and continuing to grow this business collectively.
And do you guys consider, and we've got an audience question, new investments in sports? We've got a specific question about whether, maybe the W someday comes into the Hill investment portfolio, the WNBA.
Yeah, well, I mean, full disclosure, I tried to look into buying the Dream back in 2017, and that didn't quite work out. But, I think the WNBA is obviously at an inflection point. And I think, look, the Caitlin Clark effect has been incredible. And I think she will continue and to help this league on this incredible trajectory. But it was happening even before that, and there was incredible momentum. People look at the NBA, and this is maybe an unfair comparison, but you go back to the 1983 salary cap, and there's a great book called The Cap, and it chronicles the relationship dynamics between Larry Fleischer, who was the first head of the NBA Players Association, and David Stern, who was then the commissioner, and how the league was struggling in '83.
Yeah.
The league was on the verge of teams folding in 1983. And that was 36 years into the league. And so I think it takes some time for, leagues to mature, leagues to sort of get ingrained into sort of our rhythm and our psyche as spectators. And I think that was happening with the W. And then all of a sudden, Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, you have Paige Beckers, and
Right.
you have Juju Watkins, the new television deal, the ratings, it's happening now.
Yeah.
And so I wish I could go back to 2017. But no, I mean, look, I would love it. My daughters are athletes. I have a women's or a girls' AAU basketball program in Central Florida. So I'm a big believer in women's sports, and I think women's sports have probably the most opportunity as we continue to support and celebrate these incredible lady athletes.
Most commercial opportunity, you think?
I just think the most upside.
Yeah.
I really do. I think maybe long term, but long term, yes. The NWSL, I'm excited for the next panel. Forget about me, but to hear about where we are as a league and where we're heading.
Yeah.
And it's just an exciting time for women's sports, I think, overall.
Clearly, this guy works in television because, he's teasing to the next segment. I mean, it's so impressive. You make my job so easy. All right, so in the last minute we have, give me a minute. What's next for you? What's on your to-do list for the balance of the year, business-wise? I mean, you just won a couple gold medals, but let's move on, Grant.
Yeah. No. I mean, I think settling in, getting back to some level of normalcy, which is not normal. I'm pulled in a number of different directions. I'm a bit of a busybody. I like to stay active. I'm working on trying to have better balance, and so that's But no, I mean,
I can almost feel Tamia's skepticism right now.
She's over there like, yeah, right.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, I mean, I also serve on some corporate boards. I am fascinated with this idea of leadership. And to me, the role of managing director is a bit of a thankless job because everyone expects you to win, and the pressure to win is enormous. But it was an opportunity to use the totality of my experiences in a leadership role. And I feel like I learned a lot, I grew a lot. I also didn't get any sleep, so I'm still decompressing from that. But no, the season's about to start. I'm excited about that, jumping into televisions. There's some new opportunities. My father used to tell me, a whale doesn't get harpooned until it spouts. So you got to stay tuned and find out.
All right. Grant Hill, thank you so much. Thank you,
All
everyone.
right, thank you.
Ooh, these are cozy. Do you like how I gave myself the intro there? It's a little trick I like to play. So, Jessica, we have to start off with this news. Magic Johnson now is an investor in the NWSL in the Washington
I think
Spirit.
it deserves a round of applause.
That deserves a round of applause.
That was announced this morning that Magic Johnson has joined Michelle Kang as an investor in the Washington Spirit, following an incredible list of investors, celebrities, athletes, and business people who are investing in the NWSL.
Yeah, Midge, first impressions of having someone like him in this status of the athlete investor, really. He like really started this off, being in the league.
Yeah, it's not my club, so I can't really run my business.
In the context of the discussion that we just had, Grant Hill is an investor in Orlando as well, and he's incredible. And we actually can't talk about news without mentioning that Bob Iger and Willow Bay were announced today as the new control owners of Angel City.
For a record-breaking valuation of $250 million.
Correct.
Which we will get into later, but that's, you know, that just is, this is why we're here, right? To talk about this incredible time for women's soccer and these record-breaking numbers that we keep seeing. So I want to start off by talking about the collective bargaining agreement that has now, you know, broke the news in the last couple of weeks. Can you hit some highlights for us, Jessica, on maybe for some people who haven't heard how historic this has been?
Yeah, I think there's really, I think, 3 reasons that this is historic. I'll save what has gotten the headlines for last. I think the first piece that's historic, and maybe it's just me because I'm a labor lawyer, and I've negotiated collective bargaining agreements my entire career in professional sports and outside of professional sports, is that it's quite unique to have a relationship with your players association where you can decide proactively to come to the table and negotiate an extension, what was when we started 3 years before the expiration. It really is a signal and should be a signal to the marketplace, sponsors, media partners, and investors that we have the kind of partnership where we can really imagine the future of this league together. By the way, we disagree on plenty of things, but we can at least have the discussion to say, is there a world that we can build together that will make this wholesale different than the history of women's sports has been? And that's what we did last summer. We actually sent a letter to the union and said, we invite you to the table to have a confidential discussion about what could be. Let's reimagine the future. And if it doesn't work out, we can both decide to walk away and wait till the CBA is expiring, like most professional sports leagues do, to re-engage in a negotiation. So that's the first piece. The second piece is that really from our owner's perspective, and I feel incredibly fortunate to be leading the league, although I come from men's sports and we can take from the men's sports leagues what has worked historically, we also can be innovative and think differently about what the future holds for our sport, taking into account the unique interests and goals and objectives and challenges that female athletes have, and decide what does not work for us, what does not serve us. And we decided in this instance, and this sort of leads to the third piece, which is that we decided, and it really is a big deal since, again, I come from my entire career working on behalf of leagues and management in sports, in the fact that we decided to eliminate the draft and have all players who, when they are out of contract, be free agents and have the power to decide where they play. And that is really a fundamental difference from a North American league perspective, but it is not different from how the rest of the world operates. And that's really the recognition by our ownership group that we compete in a global labor market for talent, and we want to remove the self-imposed obstacles that would stand in the way of us attracting the best players in the world. We have a vision that our board has endorsed and really empowered me to effectuate and manifest to be the best league in the world, and you need to have the best players to be the best league in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen a lot of that now. Obviously, the Olympics had the most NWSL players ever. Midge, you know, I know this was really important for the players to get to this place of being on the same level with free agency and signing of the global standard for football and soccer. You know, you have this new show coming out called The Offseason, which we're getting into later. I'm so excited to talk about it. You know, it's this mix between Vanderpump Rules and like sports documentary. It's going to be amazing. But in that show, you really talk about these moments, these real moments that happen to athletes, being traded, how it affects you. Can you break us down for that a little bit? What it feels like to be on that side?
It doesn't feel good. No, so this is the trailer actually for the off season. That's me, upset, sad. One of the moments that don't feel so great.
Yeah.
But we had a player who got traded in the house during the off season, and it gave this lens to what it's actually truly like to be a professional athlete behind the scenes, not on the field, when you take away all of the normal typical cameras that we have on us when we step on the field when we're training, and you actually pull back and you say, okay, what is it like in 2024 to be a professional female athlete? And we have people dealing with contract negotiations. I myself was deciding whether or not I was going to go to a new team or I was going to wait to enter free agency. Turns out they're all going to get it, so it's great. But there I am, very upset about it. But it's hard, it's difficult. These are things that are part of the industry, the business of sport, and that's a reality that you have to accept no matter what. You're still gonna have contract negotiations, you're still gonna get traded, you may not like your coach, things like that are gonna happen. But I think the transition and the steps that the league has taken to mitigate some of the unnecessary issues and challenges with being a professional athlete, I think that's huge, and it's a big win for us players as well.
Yeah, when you reflect on that moment, how empowering it's going to be having a say of where you go, if you go, how empowering is that to take back that control, do you think?
I don't know if I can express how important it is. And I say this not just from a player perspective, but as someone who has watched the culture of women's sports be extremely paternalistic to women and control their movements in ways that have not been appropriate in any industry or business. So I think that this is really monumental, not just in the business of it, but in the culture that we have in the United States for women in sport, in business, and society.
Yeah, that's really powerful. And yes,
Yeah,
clap it up. Yeah, give it up. It's really powerful the way you phrase that. And Jessica, you had mentioned it. You come from men's sports. You spent a lot of time at the NHL. Has anyone ever reached out to you after this news broke? I mean, obviously, like Midge had alluded to, the draft is really a revenue generator for some leagues. I mean, and NFL's not abolishing the draft, right? It's a huge moneymaker for them. But someone like the NHL or the MLB or some other teams, some other leagues, could you imagine this expanding into other parts of American sports?
I think there's a few things that made our decision more obvious that may or may not be relevant to the unique challenges of any individual sport. And I do think this is like a very specific analysis that has to take into account the culture of the game more broadly, but also like your unique challenges for your players. So the short answer is I don't know. There's really two things that for us were meaningfully different. The first is that if you look at the NFL or the NBA and you balance the trade-offs and the opportunities that it creates, those leagues have historically benefited from someone else investing in your player development pathway. They are able to put the wrapper on top of the draft that someone else is funding and celebrate all these players who become stars during their years of college. And so coming into the draft, everybody's like, who those players are, because there is an entire monetization and marketing engine behind the NCAA for men's football and men's basketball. We don't have that in soccer. So in the risk-reward analysis of those obstacles that we imposed on ourselves, possibly in some sports for good reason, it makes the weighing of the pros and cons a lot easier because our players come from everywhere. And it's a whole other topic of conversation why the college system doesn't actually serve us the way it needs to. And certainly, it's fair to say, regardless of what you think of the player pathway in the NCAA for women's soccer, no one knows who those players are because there isn't a big monetization or marketing engine behind them. So that made it unique. I think it's also true to say, and if you look at the history of women's soccer, I often say when you close your eyes and think of greatness in this room as Americans who love sports and soccer, you would think of women first. And that is such a unique first mover advantage for us as we think about the growth of women's sports. It is also true that the rest of the world has woken up to soccer, women's soccer in particular, and we have competitors globally. And that requires a different level of innovation and thoughtfulness around the mechanisms by which we will be in a position to attract the top talent. And so we had to look in the mirror and ask ourselves some really tough questions about that again, I think make our decision make sense for us. And I think the third piece, which Midge alluded to, is that I do think for women it is different. It's this idea that, we've grown up, and certainly I have, not through the same lens as an athlete, but grown up in a world where this is a society and a contract that was built for men. Our league, business environments, candidly, like even as a mom with a kid in school, when they're scheduling parent-teacher conferences, it was all built for men, or with the idea that a woman could pick up the pieces during the day because we don't work. And we have to disrupt that if we want for our sport to be able to be the actual best league in the world, not the best women's league, not the best soccer league, but literally the best league in the world. And we think we can actually do that. We just have to think a little bit differently about how we get there.
Yeah, absolutely. Midge, when you're talking about this system and how to grow stars, beyond the U.S. Women's National Team, that's a lot of what your show does, right? You're taking NWSL stars that aren't on the U.S. Women's National Team, other than yourself, that you really wanted to showcase their stories. I mean, that says a lot. Why did you pick them specifically, and what else can we do to make sure that people know these players who are stars in this league that aren't on the U.S. national team?
Yeah, I'll answer that backwards. I think what we can do is reform the way industry approaches women's sports. And I think that the CBA is a big example of that, because the biggest problem is that everything has been extremely derivative of men's sports. It's been extremely derivative of the European model and what they do with clubs there. I mean, I'm in New York, New Jersey, and people call my jersey a kit. And I'm like, it's a jersey. This is the U.S. Yeah. So I think just like reframing and reshaping the way and the lens in which we view female athletes as its own original product and content machine would go a long way. And then in terms of just, do you mean like selecting the actual players who are in the house?
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming some of them are your friends, some of them...
Yeah, most of them are my friends.
Yeah.
I have played for a couple of clubs in the league, and so I've had the pleasure of just meeting a lot of women who play in this league, and it is honestly... It's unreal how many stars we have that people just don't know about. And I say stars in the sense where they're not just elite, high-level athletes who perform on the field extremely well week in and week out, but they have these stories that if anyone heard them, you would be in awe. And you would be so curious and bought into knowing what happens next in that story. Also, their personalities are just like, they just sell. And I'm just like, these brands, they don't see them. They don't see how authentically their stories, their brands, their personalities relate to different products, and how it would be so easy to sell anything through the smorgasbord, for lack of a better word, of women that you have here. So, I mean, some of them I knew a lot better than others. Some of them, they're like, hey, invite her, she's good. And then, like in the case of Maria Sanchez, I just thought she was so good. And I was like, I really want to train with her. And so I think you'll see on the show that it really is an authentic way that we're all united, in the sense where it's like, it's 2 weeks before preseason. That is a really, really critical time in your off season, because you're about to enter this time where you're going to be evaluated, and they're going to decide whether or not you're going to be a starter. You're going to be a non-starter. What's your position on the team? You have to come in no matter what kind of year you had before, and you have to prove yourself again. So everyone is super, super focused, but at the same time, it's this time of the year where you're like, this is my last hurrah. We're in Miami. Let's have a little fun, girls, before it's time to go back into the season. So it's really, really cool to see these elite athletes go on the field, truly try to just destroy each other and be so focused, so hyper intensive, and then let loose in the house. And then you go into the actual season and you see them competing against each other, and there's so much context and narrative that's put on every play. I had one of the editors call me because two of the women got into a fight in the house. You'll see if you watch.
You guys gotta watch the show. I've never been so hyped off a trailer before, I swear.
Yeah, I brought my team won the NWSL championship last year, and my club was gracious enough, and the league was gracious enough to let me bring it to the house, and that obviously upset a lot of people.
The trophy, you mean?
The trophy, yeah. I put it on a pedestal in the front.
Made by Tiffany.
Made by Tiffany, and it caused a lot of problems, but Episode 5.
Gotta let them know.
But when there was a tackle that happened during the season, and all the producers and the crew, they said, we know exactly why that tackle happened. They were able to contextualize things that were happening on the field, and that's something that really hasn't been done before in women's sports, to put this outside narrative on something that's happening in the field. And I'm just so excited to support the league through this different type of media activation.
Yeah, I'm beyond excited. I know when we talked before, I played soccer in college, and it took me right back to that place, right back to preseason. Obviously, not a lot of people have that experience, so it's almost giving people this look into what it's like, to compete with your friends. I mean, on a college team, you're competing together. Like, you want to be friends. My best friend is the other goalkeeper that was on my team.
Yeah.
But, only one of us got to play, So I just love the idea of showing that. I know when you talked to Jason and Alex on the deal, you had mentioned that when you started shopping this around, that people wanted to make it something that it wasn't. They wanted to make it about female friendship and whatever, and you wanted to show that, no, these are very intense women going to play a very intense sport, best in the world, right? Why was it so intentional for you to find a partner that understood, but you ended up producing yourself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't find that partner. Oh my gosh, that process was so laborious and frustrating, because when we've been talking about the lens in which women are viewed and expectations and their roles in society, and I was in disbelief that in the year 2024 I could present you high-level athletes who I have players who were in the Olympics, who were at the World Cup, and you look at me and you stare at me in my eye and you tell me that the reason they're in the house needs to be friendship. It's not because they're just elite competitors and trying to win a championship. I was truly in disbelief. It was extremely disheartening, and it was just further evidence that we still are viewing the women's sports industry, the model, as this different kind of subsidiary of men's sports, and that the role it has in the sports landscape is nowhere close to how they view the men's. And so I remember my investor is Alexis Ohanian, and I said to him, I'm not going to produce it if you take one of these networks. I'm out. I will not put my friends and subject them to any storylines that are not authentic to what it's actually like to be a female athlete. And he was like, I don't know why you're getting all crazy. I'm not gonna. He was like, I know, I agree. And so we self-produced, and it was the most amazing process. I learned so much about other players that I had no idea about, their stories and storylines, and I was like, they're bigger stories than I could have even fathomed.
Absolutely. Do we have a premiere date?
We do, and so it's so funny. I told Vanessa on the call, I was like, we can announce the premiere date, and then I went back to Twitter, and they were like, please don't do that yet.
Come on,
so
Twitter.
I can't tell you, but I can tell it's coming soon. It's coming within the next 50 days.
Count that down, everyone.
Count down.
Do the math. Jessica, I know this was produced completely separate from the NWSL, but when we're talking about storytelling there and how important that is for women's sports in general, what are your thoughts on that and how it can propel the league forward?
Yeah, it's a huge priority for us. We know that original content has served to catalyze the incredible growth of fandom, to both attract new fans as well as to move fans along on the journey to become less casual and more avid, and that's the way we're going to grow our business. Fortunately, we have these incredible media partners in CBS, Amazon, ION, and ESPN, and many of them are doing a ton of original content right now. I'll just give an example. On Scripps ION, they do an incredible focus feature story between every match on Saturday night. So they do a doubleheader every single Saturday, and between they select a deep dive story, and they're incredible. I totally agree with Midge. The stories are absolutely incredible. These women are so inspirational and relatable, and just listen to her. She's the way that they are, the sophistication with which they approach their careers on and off the pitch, how much they know, some of which is because they've had to educate themselves. And I hope we can hold on to the incredibleness of the culture of these athletes when this league is $1 billion valuation, because I do believe that a lot of what has driven the initiative and self-starter ways that these players tell stories and have their own social, and they're just like scrappy because they had to be. And it is serving us well, and I hope we can hold on to some of that as we continue to grow, because it is the unique value proposition we offer the marketplace that makes us differentiated from the men's sports. And yeah, we've just scratched the surface on the stories that we're going to tell. We have some exciting news, but we're not breaking it today. But
Nobody wants to break news.
We are
on the
working
stage.
on
I'm
some
confused.
very exciting original content that the league is developing that will be in market, and it's going to really help people to really, pick up the hood, understand more about our game, our players, our storylines off the pitch, but as importantly on the pitch. I often juxtapose the challenges between men's sports and women's sports because I lived NFL, NBA, NHL world, and we were always trying to tell stories about who they are as people because all anybody wanted to talk about was the highlights. In women's sports, I find that everyone wants to talk about like friendships and like, oh, she's a mom. And all that's like really great, and I understand the point, I do, but I want them to be as excited to talk about literally like the rivalries, the stories about the player and how incredible she is. And by the way, cover the fact that these athletes are not diving and like they get tackled and they get right up and start running. And like you bring any group of people who are men's soccer fans from Europe who are like avid soccer fans at the core and heart of the technical respect for the game, and they come and watch an NWSL game and they're like, that's the best soccer I've ever seen. And so you just have to like really get over these biases that are just unfortunately like deep rooted about like, yeah, these women are incredible and they are the best soccer players in the world.
I swear, I mean, I love soccer, but I can't watch men's soccer because of how much they just fall. And I can't even deal with it, and women are way tougher, and it's just obviously proven. Jessica, when you're talking about, you talk about your broadcast partners there, one of the reasons why the CBA was negotiated early, and I'm sure there was a myriad of reasons, but one of the reasons was because you wanted to get ahead of the media deal expiring to negotiate the next one without the CBA weighing over the head of. Why was that important for you to do for the league?
Yeah, it's the thing that people only worry about when it's a problem, but thankfully it's my job to worry about when it's not a problem. And one of the main catalysts, in addition to all the other circumstantial reasons about the global growth of the game, last year when we invited the union to the table, was knowing that we needed to achieve a long-term CBA, knowing that women's sports and women's soccer in particular were at this transformational moment, and we need to take away every single reason, in addition on the player side, but also on the business side, for anyone to question whether we have the durability and the commercial viability to invest the kind of resources that are necessary to take this league to the next level. We intentionally signed our new media deals. This is the first year of a 4-year deal, 2024, that will run through 2027. And we did it short because we decided to bet on ourselves. Our CBA would have otherwise expired in 2026. I didn't like that proximity. I wanted to be able to go to market, which we're already planning for, and thinking about how we can stepwise change the investment that we can get into this league so that we can have better broadcasts, have better referees, pay our players more. Our new CBA has revenue sharing. We're providing, I think, unprecedented on a global scale, resources and tools and support for our players' unique needs, including the moms in our league, including the players who are in need of support around mental health, including particular focus on medical treatment that is for women specifically. And in order to do all those things, as we say, once we made the decision that we're going to treat this like a business and not a charity, we got to grow our revenues. And we want this to be something that we can look back on in 50 years and know that it is here and still growing and healthy and viable. And that is the commitment that I think everybody in our ecosystem is really holding hands and recognizing. And so when we go to market in 2027 or for the expiration in 2027, they will know that we have a deal through 2030. And that should give everyone a lot of comfort about the long-term viability and stability of the league.
It's going to be great. I can't wait for it. I could literally sit here and talk to you guys all day, but our time is out. Thank you guys so much, Jessica and Midge, for being here with us.
Director and Executive Chairman at Aries Management Corporation and Principal Owner and Chairman of the Atlanta Hawks. For a conversation with Bloomberg's Jason Kelly.
All right, I'm back. Hello again. I mean, it's funny because I love the fact that we were talking to Grant and now we're talking to you because obviously you guys are business partners, you know each other well, but you sort of come at it from a different perspective. I don't think you were on the Duke national championship team.
Well, I might have been, but I wasn't getting playing time. No, I don't think we came. I think we had different paths to the NBA.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's fair to say. But you did end up in the NBA and have been, you know, a very successful owner in the league. You came in at a time when people were like, yeah, NBA, like pretty good investment. Now it's probably one of the hottest investments going. As you look at the landscape, let's just start with sort of what sports are worth right now. What do you think? I mean, it feels like trees seem to be growing to the sky.
Well, I think it's a much larger asset class than most of the marketplace, most of the financial marketplace gives it credit for, if you will. But one of the points Grant didn't make, and sometimes everyone comes at valuations differently. When we looked at buying the Hawks and did in fact buy the Hawks together, Grant, I think, was even more bullish and actually wanted to put up more money into what this asset was and could be. And I was still at that time very much focused on the fact that it was losing money on an operating basis. I was trying to counsel Grant, I think, to his great misfortune, to put up less money because losing, businesses that lose money have much more risk than you might appreciate. He had a view of where this industry and business was going. He was actually more right than wrong.
Yeah.
And he's never really held me up on that, and probably should. The truth of the matter is, many of these, as Grant actually mentioned, a lot of these businesses and industries, and certainly leagues and teams, have gone through this massive evolution. And at the end of the day, it takes a long time for leagues and franchises to make money, to show the valuation that the market is now seeing. And yes, your point earlier, this is an asset class, we at Aries would argue, I don't know, $2.5, $3 trillion asset class. Wow. And people take a step back and say, well, what are you even saying? If you think about the NFL, there's 32 franchises. Average franchise is maybe $5 or $6 billion. So 150, 160 billion, 180 billion of value in just franchises. And each of those franchises has all sorts of ancillary businesses, from stadiums to real estate developments, technology-related businesses, retail and food and beverage-related businesses. So when people say, what is the size of this industry? I would argue, at least, most folks looking at it are woefully underestimating the value of this sports world globally.
Yeah.
So when people take a step back and say, wow, this is a really meaningful asset class, and frankly, it's an asset class that's not just for rich people.
Yeah.
It's an asset class for investors trying to, now, investors that hopefully do real work and understand the difference. Some leagues are really nascent, really early in their journey, if you will. And some leagues are really comfortably seeing each of their franchises make meaningful cash flow. So there is analysis required, but the size and scope and excitement of this industry is a little bit greater than most folks might have anticipated.
Yeah, and there's so much to unpack in what you just said, but before we get too far from valuations, I want to put a poll up, if we can, because we want to ask the audience what they think about, I think, U.S. sports teams' valuations. So this is sort of a Goldilocks question. Are they too low, just right, too high, or sky high and ridiculous? I might wait to see what the audience says before I ask you if they agree. But we've shown up on the screen here. I mean, these are, it's not quite, to use the tired old term, hockey stick, but it's pretty close when you look at NBA valuations. Your friends in Los Angeles, Willow Bay and Bob Iger just bought the NWSL team, as was mentioned. out there, Angel City, for $250 million valuation. That's real money for women's soccer. All right, so here's what the audience says. Just Right takes it with 39% and growing, 40%. Too high, sky high and ridiculous, and they're not too low. So it seems like the audience is agreeing with you. How does this play out in the near and midterm, and how do you as an investor think about it?
Well, firstly, it's so hard, at least in my mind, to answer a question like that because each of the leagues and each of the franchises have enormous differences in what they're doing. Those teams that really have a global, or the ability to have a global following, those leagues and those sports that actually incorporate or expect to incorporate sports betting, and therefore increasing the obsession of young people into their sport, have advantages. Those that have really huge amounts of cachet and stars that can attract global media rights. These are things that distinguish, I think, the long-term winners versus there may not be as many losers as people might argue, but there'll be some.
Yeah.
There'll be some that aren't extraordinary and that aren't global and phenomenally valuable sports and sports franchises. So I kind of go by sport.
Yeah.
And yes, I do believe at the end of the day, global media rights is something that that you have to aspire to.
Yeah.
And yes, I'm being a little partial to the NBA, but there are so many additional ancillary values that come from a global following.
Right. Right.
So to me, sports are not a single entity.
Sure.
And one of the things we would argue is understanding the benefits and detriments of not just the sport, but of the market that they play in.
Yes.
And of the league that they operate in. And I don't want to disparage a certain city versus another, but if you're the 30th largest metro in America
right.
versus the first, second, or third, or even the top 10, dramatic difference. So again, that too is awfully relevant, not just the league and the sport.
Well, and it's interesting. So let's talk about that in a little more depth because, as you know, and maybe some of the folks here know, I'm from Atlanta. So we've spent a lot of time talking about Atlanta sports, the Atlanta experience, and everything that's going on there. It's a fascinating economy, as you know, as well as anyone, although it feels like it's something you learned very quickly once you became the owner of the team. You have now embarked on a very ambitious project in downtown Atlanta, trying to do something that anyone who's paid attention to the history of Atlanta has been one of the most intractable problems, which is revitalizing downtown. Talk to us about what you're doing, because I believe we love size and scope and superlatives here at Bloomberg. It's the biggest or one of the biggest projects of its kind in the country right now.
Well, again, I've now owned the Atlanta Hawks for 10 years, and downtown Atlanta, well, let's start with the positives, which is Metro Atlanta is booming.
Yeah.
And 6 or 6.2 million or 6.4 million of population, enormous economy, the capital of the southeastern United States. So everything is extraordinarily positive when you talk about Metro Atlanta. And for whatever reasons, and there's a whole bunch, but downtown Atlanta hasn't really developed in the way an extraordinary metropolis like Atlanta should have. And one of the reasons is there happens to be 50 acres in the middle of it that literally is subterranean, underground with railroad tracks, and has been so difficult to develop. So over the past 10 years, literally since the time we bought the team, we knew that really to transform the area and to really build something where people want to come 2 hours before, stay 2 hours later, you had to develop downtown.
Before and after a game.
Before and after a game, yeah. I'm sorry. So at the end of the day, we weren't absolutely committed to the fact that we had to do what we are doing. It's called Centennial Yards. We're building at least 6 million square feet. It'll be 1 million square feet of retail, 4,000, 5,000 apartments, 500,000 square foot entertainment district. It really is going to transform downtown Atlanta. And don't forget, when we just bought the team, the Atlanta Braves had just moved out to Cobb County,
Right.
which, for those that don't know, a suburb of Atlanta. They did a beautiful job developing the Battery, and credit to the Atlanta Braves organization. But it didn't help downtown Atlanta, and it left a hole, as you will. So we were determined to really stay in downtown Atlanta, refurbish the State Farm Arena, and really develop downtown and hopefully transform the city of Atlanta.
And ultimately, it's good for business. I mean, it's good for your business.
No question.
As the Hawks, right?
No question. And again, when we talk about the size of the sports media world, there isn't a meaningful sports franchise that I know of. And I must have gotten at least 30 calls from different team owners just about what are we doing in downtown Atlanta. Because virtually everyone wants to take advantage of this phenomenon of live, work, and play.
Right.
In a downtown environment. But the idea of creating life around your arena, because many times arenas and stadiums are built in less than ideal locations because the land is cheaper.
Right.
So you have a situation where that community has not developed in the way it should. So we think we're changing that. We're not there yet, but I'll tell you this, we have enormous momentum, and I do believe that downtown Atlanta is going to be transformed. And I do believe it'll be better for our business, but much more importantly, and I do mean this, much more importantly, it's going to transform the Metro Atlanta region.
Well, and you have seen, other teams do this in some form or fashion. Obviously the Deer District in Milwaukee Lake has helped that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not quite as ambitious as what you're doing. You see it happen. What's the downside? What's the risk? Is the risk just the risk that comes with a massive real estate development?
The risk that most people didn't want to appreciate. The risk is losing all your money.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, I think that's a risk that all of us, at least that invested in this development, chose to take. And again, the Battery was an example. The Atlanta Braves developed an incredible development right attached to their stadium. That's both office, that's retail office. Fantastic development. But this is a bit larger. I would say that the 4,000 apartments and bringing real life to downtown Atlanta is something that I think the community is looking forward to. And I do think is the rising tide lifting all boats is a fairly good analogy here. It's going to help downtown, and we're excited. And with a little bit of luck, we'll do okay on the investment. As I promised Granton to me as well, that I thought it would do well. They're big investors with us, so we do think it's going to do pretty well. But more importantly, we do think it's going to change the way people perceive downtown Atlanta.
And so one of the things that's involved in both what you're talking about and this, massive total addressable market for sports globally is more money coming to this. There has been a massive movement of institutional capital into sports that we have seen. Most recently, last week, the NFL, being sort of the last major league in the United States to allow institutional capital in on a very, specific basis. How important was that move, and how important is institutional capital broadly coming in? And I'm asking this of someone who, helped build the modern, alternative investment world.
Well, I'm wearing so many hats on this answer, I'm not sure. But at Ares, as the chairman of Ares, we are huge believers in the investing, lending to sports franchises, to leagues, to development. So it's an important business for us. And we have, I think we recognize somewhat early that this is a massive asset class and bigger than, as I said earlier, bigger than most folks probably appreciate. But the NFL, let's not kid ourselves. What is it someone said? If you own a day of the week, you're a pretty important sports league. And the NFL is extraordinary in everything they have done. The success speaks for itself. And the NFL being the last, but certainly embracing institutional capital, it just acknowledges the obvious. The valuations, the complexity of some of these businesses, of how they are growing ancillary businesses, it just makes it a better business to have institutional capital and folks hopefully that are somewhat expert in investing, whether in debt instruments or preferred stock instruments or pure common, but understanding minority investment capabilities with expertise to make them better businesses.
Right.
Maybe not better businesses in the core, what's on the field, but quite possibly better businesses and what's off the field, or what's across in a development or ancillary activity. So it's something that the NFL, I think, recognized under the commercial. I guess the Aries being one of the 3 or 4 that they've accepted is I think, a great testament what we've been trying to do.
Yeah. I mean, and I guess, and I am asking you to wear various hats on this answer, but I'll push you a little further, which is this notion of, you went in to the Hawks as a private citizen, someone who had obviously been very successful in the, private capital world. It is a different thing for an individual or a family to come in and say, okay, we're going to invest in this. And an institutional fund who is investing, as they would tell you, as you would tell this audience, on behalf of firefighters and teachers and public pensions, et cetera, college endowments, that's a massive endorsement, it feels like, in the potential growth of the sports world. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, again, each was, when I bought the Atlanta Hawks, I thought it was an interesting asset that was losing money that could be run better. And I learned a whole lot over the last 10 years, no question. But I thought it was a decent personal investment, hedge against inflation, if you will, something that would at least hold its value. But over the 10 years, I must say, what I did recognize is not just that the asset class is much bigger, but that most of the teams and leagues need help to be run better. Most of these companies, believe it or not, most of these franchises were small family companies. And as the valuations have grown so dramatically, they need more professional expertise. And they've been getting it. And you're seeing a professionalization, if that's the right word, of how these leagues and teams are run. And again, under the category, if a team was worth $500 or $600 million 10 years ago, but $5 or $6 billion today, as you can appreciate, it has to be run differently.
Right.
And I think you're seeing all of that happen in the last 10 years, and I think you're absolutely going to continue to see that over the next 10 years. And bringing institutional capital. I'm not saying it always makes a team run better or a league run better, but it can offer insights, it can offer best practices, it can offer experiences that we've had with other teams and other leagues that certain franchises or commissioners or league investors could say, wow, I could benefit from that.
I mean, it's interesting, too, as you think about, the broadening of ownership, not just from institutions, but, as people get into sort of less mature leagues, the NWSL, being a good example of that, but, lots of other things going on. I would imagine people come to you for your advice on, like, not just how do I invest, but, once I'm an owner, what do I do? What do you tell them?
Well, again, it's kind of like parenting. There's a whole lot of ways to win championships, and we haven't won one since I've owned. So the fact that maybe I shouldn't be giving the advice, but there is all about winning a championship, and there's all about running your business better.
Right.
I actually think we've been a little bit better at the latter, but we're similarly focused, I promise, on the former. But listen. One of the things I do say, and it does come back to what I mentioned earlier about when we first looked at the Hawks, when you're used to looking at assets and businesses based on multiples of cash flow and expected cash flow growth, the sports world quite often can be a complicated analysis for people. And I do try to argue in certain leagues, certain franchises, you do have to utilize almost that infrastructure type mentality where this should be a long-lived, relatively low-risk investment in the right league, in the right market, with the right franchise. I believe that emphatically. All right. In other leagues that are much, much more young in their life cycle, it's a whole different game, and it's very much a venture-like investment, and you should approach it that way. Right. So again, I try not to use that single brushstroke, but in certain businesses, certain leagues, certain franchises, this is a infrastructure-like investment, and your rate of return should be lower. Because I think the safety of the asset is pretty extraordinary in many cases.
So as we wrap up, Grant did a really nice job of describing sort of what's happening in the global game of basketball. Obviously, he has a role in that. You also have a role in that as an owner of an NBA franchise, as someone who, has drafted international players just recently. What happens next with the global growth of the NBA? What does it look like to really sort of level up in that regard?
Oh, I think, again, following Grant is not the ideal move here either, I might add, but basketball is a global sport, and what the NBA is doing and what the league office is so talented at doing is that international PR. And not just USA basketball, which is a huge part of what's going on in the sport, not just the NBA, but you're going to see extraordinary things, I really believe, happen in NBA China, in NBA Europe, in what will be a European basketball league at some point, in NBA Africa. You have all of this global growth and interest. And I think, again, to Grant's earlier point, it's driven by the excitement that's on the court in the NBA.
Yeah.
And these 30 franchises need to have superstars and extraordinary play, which they do, to grow the sport globally. I think they're doing just that. I'm not saying it's the only sport doing it, but it's one of the, I think on one hand, you could count what sports have true, genuine global opportunities because of the excitement it has created in its home. And I'd say the NBA is one of them.
Tony, really good to spend some time with you. Thank you so much.
Really good.
Thank you,
Thanks so much.
How did Jeff Bezos realize you could sell anything on the internet?
The web was growing at something like 2,300% a year. Anything growing that fast is gonna be big.
Why did Bill Gates create Control-Alt-Delete?
Kind of become the poster child of, hey, couldn't you have made this stuff a little simpler?
And what inspired Diane von Furstenberg to create the wrap dress?
The wrap dress created me.
On the David Rubenstein Show, I uncover the untold stories of the world's most successful leaders. Right here on Bloomberg.
Please welcome to the stage Cal Ripken Jr., Baseball Hall of Famer and founder and partner at Ripken Baseball, for a conversation with David Rubenstein, co-founder and co-chairman of the Carlyle Group and owner of the Baltimore Orioles.
Well, I'm pleased to be here today with the legendary baseball player, Cal Ripken. Thank you very much for joining us, Cal.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
So it was said in baseball that the unbreakable record was Lou Gehrig's record of playing in 2,130 games consecutively. Nobody thought that could ever be broken. You broke it. You played in 2,632 games consecutively over 17 years. Why did you do that? I mean, did you ever think of maybe taking a day off would be a good thing, or?
So you're not going to ask me what my secret was, right?
Well, I'll get to that.
I don't know if I have one. I mean, I love the game a lot. Your everyday player was defined in those years as playing every game. And it was an honor to be thought of and counted on each and every day by your teammates. So I had my dad, who was also a coach, when I first came in, probably for the first 11 or 12 years of my career. And I think the real reason that I played is that I couldn't come into a ballpark and say you have turf toe, where you stubbed your toe and say, okay, I might need to miss a game or two. I couldn't face my dad, let alone the manager of the team.
Well, I've been, working for many years, and I have not done 17 years consecutively going in every day. You have a headache someday, you don't feel good. You never had a headache, no cold, nothing happened?
Yes. All of those things happen.
You played through it.
You learn to play through different things, and you find out really quickly that I can still compete. I still can play, even though I might be less than 100%. The hottest I ever got, I hit a double in, I think it was Seattle. Hit a line drive off the wall, came right to the left fielder. I'm running around first base trying to stretch it into a double. You see the throw coming in, it's going to be a little to the inside, so I slide to that side and grab the bag. And my elbow came this way. I mean, it hyperextended. And so I got up and it was hurting. I was thinking, damn, that's serious. So I finished playing in the field, didn't bother me in the field. But when I came up to bat the next time, I started to swing the bat, and it really hurt just to swing it easy in the on-deck circle. And I winced in pain, and the trainer came running out and says, you know, what's wrong? And I go, I heard it 2 innings ago. Let me give it a try. So I went up to home plate, and I'm thinking, let me test it out. He throws a breaking ball in the dirt. I chase it in the dirt and wince again. It really hurt bad. The trainer comes running out and says, you sure you're all right? Manager left me in the game. And so then I concentrate a little bit harder. The next pitch comes in. I hit a line drive, one hopper at the second baseman. And I realized as I was running to first, when you swing and miss, it hurts like hell. When you make contact, it doesn't hurt at all. So I started focusing on shortening my swing, making sure I got a good pitch to hit, and I got hotter than I'd been. Home runs, doubles, you know, all that kind of stuff.
I wish I'd known that when I was in Little League, because I missed a lot of the balls. But well, let me ask you, do you get tired of people saying to you, you did this record, 2,632 games, and they don't talk about the 19 times you're an All-Star, the most valuable player, World Series. Do you get tired of people just asking about the streak? And what about all the other things you did, or you don't mind people talking about the streak?
I don't mind at all. I mean, you were who you were. You know, now you look back and all you have is your memories of who you play. Some people would think that it was offensive, that you were a really good shortstop or you were a good offensive player. But I think people do kind of get obsessed with the streak, but it's all part of who you were.
So I played the Little League All-Star shortstop, and when I was 8 and 9, and I didn't know whether I was going to get to the major leagues or not. When did you realize you were going to be better than someone like me? Did you realize that you were a little leaguer? When you were a little leaguer, did you really realize you were going to be really good enough to play in the major leagues?
Well, I was trying to think of all the 8-year-olds that were all-stars that didn't play when they were 9. Let me see. I knew pretty quickly. I grew up in and around baseball. My dad was the manager of the minor leagues for the Orioles in the first 14 years of my life. So I went to work with my dad, you know, as early as 8 or 9. He put me in a uniform. I was the bat boy. I shagged in the outfield. I had a chance to ask all the players, you know, how they caught the fly ball, how they swung the bat. So I had all these teachers in front of me, but I had the skill, you know, that was pretty obvious early on.
Okay, so you played in high school. I assume you did very well in high school?
Yes.
Okay, so you get drafted by the Orioles, and at what point when you're in the minor leagues, all the players played in the minor leagues for a while, did you realize you weren't just going to be an average player, you were really going to be a super player, or did you not realize that in the beginning?
No, I was 17. I was a second-round draft pick by the Orioles. I turned 18 at the end of the summer, and so it was my birthday's August 24th, so I was playing a couple of months before my 18th birthday. And when I first went away to play pro ball, you were a pretty big fish in a small pond in high school. You thought you were pretty good. And then you go, and all of a sudden you're part of a team, and you look around, and no longer you're not the big fish anymore. There was one shortstop by the name of Bob Bonner that came out of Texas A&M. He was like a 6th-round pick for us that year. And I was taking ground balls and doing stuff with him, and he clearly was light years ahead of me. He had a better arm. He could field the ball better. He was quicker on the transfer. And I kept looking at him going, I'm never going to play. You know, this guy's too good. I'm not that good. And they moved him immediately to AA, so which opened up the spot for me. And then I got my feet on the ground. I started playing pretty well and started to hit a couple home runs in my next year. And then I got to AA, and then I had a breakout season. And in 2 years, I caught Bob Bonner and passed him to the big leagues. So he stayed the same, and I got better.
What year did he get into the Hall of Fame?
I think he's a minister in Africa right now.
So speaking of the Hall of Fame, you were elected with 98.5% of the vote. Have you ever figured out who that person was that didn't vote for you? I mean, who was this person waiting for?
I've hunted all 5 of them down. I think in my particular year, I think Mariano Rivera just went in at 100%, right?
The only one.
Of the vote. And in my particular year, there was a protest vote where 5 people didn't turn in a ballot in that particular year as a protest to the steroid era. But they said, well, and so they counted against you.
So in the steroid era when you played, you obviously saw, I assume, some players you thought probably were juiced up or whatever the expression is. Did anybody ever come to you and say, look, you're really good, but you could be even better if you take some of these drugs? They didn't try that?
No. Looking back on it, you could probably see signs in hindsight that players that might have used. But when you're playing, if you're not in this secret society, you don't know. And I didn't know.
So some players, they were like 180 pounds, and then later they're 250 pounds. You didn't suspect maybe they were doing something unusual?
Yes.
So let's go back to your...
You didn't want me to expand on that, did you?
Oh, okay. Well, let's go back to your youth. You were a good high school player. You played in the minor leagues. Did you ever think about doing anything but play baseball?
I love basketball, and I wished I could have been Grant Hill.
He just told me he wanted to be Cal Ripken, but okay.
Well, maybe we can do it all over again. But I love basketball so much that I built a gym at my house, and I played basketball all winter long. And one of my greatest negotiating victories was they fired my dad as a manager in 1988. And I thought I was going to leave the Orioles and go to some other team. But by the end of the summer, they came to me and said, okay, we're in a rebuilding position. We'd like to build around you. And so they offered me a contract, and we negotiated the money. And then I said, there's two things that I want. I said, one is that I want a no-trade clause, because all the way through that year, there was rumors about me being traded every single day to somebody else. And I kept thinking, hey, I could come to the ballpark, and they could call me in the manager's office and say, okay, Cal, we just made a trade with the Boston Red Sox. You got to go, to there. And you had no choice. And so that made me feel uneasy. So I thought, if I'm going to commit to you, then you'll commit back to me. If we're going to go through this rebuilding process together, then I'll commit to you in the form of a long-term deal, but not so you can trade me to somebody else. So they said, we've never had a no-trade clause in the history of the Orioles. I said, well, that's what it's going to take. And they said, okay, I got it. The second thing I wanted was saying, I want you to put in the contract that if I get hurt playing basketball, that it doesn't affect my contract.
And they agreed to that?
And they looked at me for a minute, because they have in your contract, it's like you can't, no motorcycle racing, no skiing, and then they go, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, to their discretion of what you can do in the off season. And I told them, I said, this is part of my off season training. And I said, and I haven't missed a game, so it works. So, and then they came back and said yes.
Hey, so when your contract, I think your highest compensation level was $6 million a year. $6 million a year. That's a good compensation level in those days for sure. And today, for the average person, that's a great income. But today, there are some players who are making $200, $300, $400 million over a period of years. One $700 million. Do you ever think maybe you should have waited a little bit longer to play in the major leagues? Or do you ever regret the fact that some people are making $700 million and they're not likely to, be as good as you?
So every day I think that, yes. No, it is really interesting is that I had a really good job. I was a baseball player and you got paid for it. And the compensation, I was one of the early ones that broke $1 million a year. And then I got to $2 million a year. And then after towards the end, I was at 6, but then it started going crazy. I look at it, and I remember all the old players that said, I wish that I would have played in that era. But I think the game evolves. The business of it used to be in baseball. I think at least I looked at myself as a sportsman. Maybe the value of the entertainment was in the collective, where you're playing well as a team and you win, and that's cool. Then all of a sudden it seemed to step over to, I think a lot of players might think that they are entertainers now. Right. So it's a little bit more than what you do on the field. It's what maybe your commercials, things you do off the field. I think they see themselves differently.
So,
but the attention and the money is there for all that. Yeah.
Talk about baseball today. Baseball was called the national pastime for a long time, but obviously other sports have taken a lot of attention away from baseball, basketball, and football, for example. Do you still feel that Americans have a certain passion for baseball that is similar to what they had 20, 30, 40 years ago, or do you think it's really changed a lot?
I think there's a deep love for baseball still in the country, and I see it at the Ripken Baseball was a kids business that we developed, experiential when you play tournaments and we teach and those sorts of things. And you can witness it right in front of you, that the kids, 8 to 12-year-olds, feel the same way about baseball that we did. I think what's happened in sports overall is that there's specialization that happens earlier in the sports. And so you're not playing baseball, basketball, and football all that time. You're specializing really early on. So there's a lot less kids, I think, that are playing baseball. But the ones that are playing are actually playing more of it because they play spring, summer, and
Well,
fall.
speaking of that, lots of pitchers these days have elbow problems. They now get surgery called Tommy John surgery, and players have to take a year and a half before they're really going to play again. Why are there so many pitchers who seem to have this problem now? They didn't have as many of those problems when you were playing. Is it because they're playing so young and they're throwing so many different kind of pitches that really hurt the elbow and the arm?
Well, I think some of that is true because Tommy John surgery has come down even to like high school and sometimes kids younger than that. And I think some parents feel like we'll just keep throwing, and if it breaks or whatever else, we can always fix it and you'll come back throwing harder than you did before. I think that's the wrong way to look at it. But I think in the big leagues, with all the analytics that go around, I think pitchers are chasing velocity more, and so there's more training to get your arm stronger, to throw the ball harder, but they're chasing movement. So there's two things that happen. Is you throw a fastball, you get behind the baseball, but then when you try to make it move with the same power, you're torquing your elbow or your wrist right at the end to try to make it move. Right. And then all this pressure goes right here. And I think a lot of chasing speed and chasing movement, the combination of those two is causing it.
Let me ask you about this. When a baseball player is batting, a pitcher is throwing the ball at the home plate 60 feet, 6 inches away, and they can throw it from, let's say, 98 miles an hour, sometimes 100 miles an hour. And it could hit you in the head, and you've got very little time to react. Do you ever worry about when you're up there that somebody's going to try to hit you in the head? And did you get hit a lot? And why don't you just run out and hit the pitcher when you do that? Do you think it's accidental when they hit you, or do you think it's on purpose?
Most of the time it's accidental. Sometimes it's on purpose. The intimidation factor is a real factor. I'm not sure how much now. You know, I've been out of the game 20 years, but they still have fights and people still get hit and all that kind of stuff. When I first came to the big leagues, it seemed like the pitchers were testing me. They'd throw a pitch up and in and knock you down, so you have to clean off your uniform and get up. And if it affected you where you were thinking about being hit and stepping in the bucket, they would win. They would get out. So what you had to do was prove that that's not going to work. So I'd get in and try to really have a better at bat, and then you hit a home run or you hit a double. All of a sudden they look at it and say, okay, we're not doing that anymore. But it is a real factor. Goose Gossage, I'll tell you really quick. You guys all familiar with Goose? Goose Hall of Fame guy, threw 100. In the time when the radar guns were slow, Goose threw harder than anybody in the league, 100+ miles an hour. But he looked mean, you know, and he hit Ron Say in the head in the World Series the year before I got a chance to face him. So when I got the chance to face him, I kept thinking Ron Say got hit in the head, and I didn't keep my heart in the at bat. I was stepping out, and it bothered me so much. I think I got to fix this, and I overheard our teammate making dinner plans with Goose Gossage after the game, and after I was driving home, I saw the place that they were going to go meet, and so I just pulled in, and they invited me to come in. I drank beers with Goose, closed the bar down with Goose after the game, found out that he was a nice guy. And so my next time up to bat, I didn't think about it getting hit anymore. I thought about hitting, and I was 4 for 5 off him the next 5.
So think about this.
That strategy worked.
When a golfer is lining up a putt on a tournament, everybody has to be quiet. Nobody's throwing anything at his head. Why does he need to have so much quiet? But you're not allowed to talk or say anything when you're putting for 5 inches. But if somebody's throwing a ball at your head 100 miles an hour, they can scream and yell. Doesn't it seem that's ass backwards?
Yes. Yes, it is interesting, though. When you play in front of a packed house, it's just noise. You know, it's not, you don't hear the individual things. I mean, here in New York, I think the fans felt that they were part of the game. And so they were trying to get inside your head. They were screaming things out at you, try to play a little mind game with. And if you beat them and you did really well, you know, they'd almost go, Cal, see you tomorrow. You know, it was all part of it. The Boston fans were a little different, is that they were more personal. That if you beat them or whatever else, they'd hold it against you for your whole life.
I remember the old days when you were playing you played for your father for a while. Earl Weaver was your manager for a while. And in those days, when, let's say, a strike call went against, or ball call went against a player, the manager would rush out sometimes and yell. And Now it seems as if the players meekly walk away from the call when it's a strike and they don't like it. They don't ever yell anymore. Why don't they yell at the umpire? And why doesn't the manager come out and yell? And when they do go out and yell, why don't they have to stand right next to the person? You know, they go right back to, they're standing 1 inch away. Why do they do that? They can hear from a foot away. Why do they have to get right close to the person and yell?
So let me ask you, did you like the arguments and stuff like that as part of the entertainment value of the game?
I can't say I liked it, but I sometimes thought when my side was getting screwed by something, I would like them to go out and fight for it. But yeah, I guess most fans didn't like it, right?
It had an entertainment value, but a lot of times the umpires started to become the focus of of the game and all that kind of stuff. Now with they map out everything on the field, so they can tell if the umpire missed the pitch or not. You know, and that's going to come in. And
what do you think about that? Now, if you can challenge a call now, and they go up to New York and they watch it on video and they make a decision there. You think that's good or bad?
I like it, yeah. I mean, because one play could turn the whole outcome of the game, and they have the technology to do it now. And I think what you're going to see in the next couple of years is some form of the robotic strike zone. You know, whether they're testing it in the minor leagues on a challenge system, or like every third game, they just they have something in the ear of the umpire, and the robot or whatever calls the whole game based on when the ball's on the plate. He just tells the guy what to do. And so they're testing those things out. And I think the challenge system might be good, because a key pitch in the 8th inning with the bases loaded, you know, and it's called a ball or a strike, you know, the ball turns it in favor of the team that's got the bases loaded. The strike kind of gets them out of it.
Baseball used to be seen as a slow game. It might take 3 hours, 3.5 hours to finish a game. Baseball, Major League Baseball changed the rules. So do you think that's good to have the games now maybe 2 hours, 20 minutes or something like that? Is that making it better for the fans, or are they saying, I want more baseball and I want the game to last longer?
Well, it's better, and I think what they did is they cut out the dead time. You know, there was a lot of dead time that was happening. They did analysis. At the end of my career, the walk-up music started to become popular. So players, young players, I didn't care what song they played when I walked the home plate, just get up there and hit. But the young players kind of liked it. And they would tell them what to do. And sometimes they'd be in the on-deck circle and they hadn't played the song yet. And so they'd wait and look upstairs like this until they played the song, and then they'd make their entrance to the ballpark. The shot clock, or the pitch clock that they have now, allows the umpire to gives them an enforceable tool to shape the behavior. There was always a rule that the pitcher had to throw it within 20 seconds of each pitch. But that got away from everybody, and now it's shaped the behavior, and I think the game moves the way the game used to move.
Well, when I was watching baseball as a young boy, a player would go up to hit, and he'd take the bat, and he'd put it in his hands, and he'd swing it. Now they have gloves, they have hats they have all kinds of things on their shins, they have all these equipment. Do you think how much better you could have been if you had all that equipment when you were playing? You ever thought about that?
I am jealous of the uniforms are awesome, although there's some controversy about this year's uniforms and materials. But generally speaking, the improvements in the uniforms, the bats, there used to be just one company that was allowed to have the bat contract, and now there's all kinds of choices and all kinds of varieties that you can choose from.
So when you were playing,
gotten better.
When you were playing, it was sometimes said that pitchers might put substances on the baseball, or what was called a spitter, and made the ball do things it wouldn't otherwise do. Did you ever see that, and you ever challenge it, or you didn't see that?
Gaylord Perry was the most famous of all spitballers. He actually wrote a book called Me and the Spitter, and as a kid, I read it. And then a few years later, I ended up coming to the big leagues, and all of a sudden, I'm facing Gaylord Perry. So the first time I face him, ball comes in, it sinks a little bit, and then I hit a ground ball to shortstop. I make another out, and I'm thinking, if that's the spitter, that's nothing special. You know, it just seems like it's just a little bit better sinker. But then I came up with the bases loaded my third time up, and he threw me 3 pitches that dropped about this far and struck me out, you know, whatever else, and then kind of walked off and shook his head at me like, that's the spitter.
Now, in our society, and in societies around the world, professional athletes are idealized. I mean, it's hard to believe this, but they're liked more than politicians, right? So athletes are really well liked and admired and so forth. But then when you finish your career, you have a whole different life. So you retired at what age? 41?
41, yeah.
41. You played 22 years.
21
years in the major leagues, and you retired at an age that, you know, is old for a professional athlete, but young for somebody in private equity or something like that. So when you retired at that age, did you say, what am I going to do the rest of my life? And what did you decide to do for the remaining 10, 20 years of your life? What did you do?
So if you save your money pretty well, then you have choices, and you could decide to learn how to play golf, and like a lot of people do, and kind of retire early.
Are you a golfer?
I play a little bit, but no. I could be pretty good.
I think you should try miniature golf. That's what I do.
So I looked at it as, you kind of get bored. Well, how can you do that? I looked at it as a second chance for a career opportunity. And so you looked, I wanted to learn business, and we bought minor league teams. And so it was a comfortable business model that you can kind of learn business that way. And that was kind of fun. At first it felt like I spotted everybody else 20 years ahead of me. I'm 41, but I seem like I'm 21, in the business world. You come out, and then you learn that a lot of the things you learned along the way in baseball can apply to your work ethic, how you go about doing things, your preparation, and all that kind of stuff. That all applies to what you're doing now.
So I have a grandson who's 4 years old. If he wanted to be a Major League Baseball player, what's the best advice you would give to a young person? He's a little young for advice maybe, but what is a 6 or 8-year-old or 10-year-old who aspires to be a baseball player, what should they do?
Well, I think the worst thing you could do is put too much pressure on your kid. Like if you want it for him as opposed to him wanting it. I think
Your father didn't put pressure on you. He was a professional coach. He didn't.
No, I mean, matter of fact, I could tell you that because my dad was in professional baseball, he only saw 2 of my games between the age of 8 and 18 before I got drafted. Parts of 2 because
But he didn't give you tips or anything, or tell you to do this or that?
No, I mean, he was a great instructor. I witnessed him instructing other people in the minor leagues, so I learned through his instruction, everybody else. But he never stood over me and said, "You got to play baseball."
Now, you're 6'4", and traditionally shortstops were more my height. And when you came along, people didn't want people like me to be shortstops anymore. So, did you change the game of baseball by saying shortstops should be big and better hitters, or is it going back to the old mode of being fast and good baseball stealers but not great hitters?
Well, I mean, a lot of the shortstops, Derek Jeter being one of them, gives me credit for my success at the position as a bigger shortstop that gave them opportunities that maybe otherwise they wouldn't have had. But I kind of think, Derek, you would have carved out your own path. But I did move from third to short. I signed, I was 6'2", 180 when I came out of high school. And then I had a late growth spurt. I almost grew 3 inches, and I put on 5 to 8 pounds a year. And by the time I got to the big leagues, I was almost 6'5", 220. And they had put me at third base, but then Earl Weaver had this vision that I could play shortstop, and we'd be a better team if I went over to shortstop. So he one day just put me there, and my success at the position as a bigger guy, maybe is like. When I'm a basketball fan, I wish I could have been a basketball player, but I remember Magic Johnson changing the thought of a point guard at 6'9". He's 6'9", all of a sudden the advantages he had at his size, I think people started to understand that a bigger guy could play shortstop and second base, and today they're some of the more celebrated positions.
So what is it like on the road when you're a professional baseball player? You play a game for 2.5 hours or so, but you've got to travel, and when do you get so tired and the sleep, the jet lag and all that? How do you just rest and get recuperating when you're a professional baseball player, traveling all that much and having to play at least one game every other day or so?
Yeah, I mean, I remember 162 and 175 days in my first year. So if you just think about it, there's 13 days that are considered off days, and normally there were travel days coming back from the West Coast. But you're playing mostly night, you're traveling after the game, you're sleeping in, and all that kind of stuff. So making sure you get your sleep, making sure you eat at regular times was a routine. I keep thinking, if you want to stop someone from having a consecutive game streak, just play Monday at 6:30, play Tuesday at 7:30, then make a Wednesday 12 o'clock game. If you keep moving the times of the games around, your body wants to get into a routine, into a schedule. And it's hard nowadays with the different times and travel.
When you're a professional baseball player or a former professional baseball player, as famous as you are, people come up and all the time they want autographs, selfies, and they say, I hate to bother you, but can I bother you with a selfie or an autograph request? What do you say? You say, I'm too busy, or you just do it? Or how do you deal with all that? And when you go to a hotel and you're a Major League Baseball player, people have all these little kids are trying to get autographs. How do you deal with all that?
When you get old, they don't do it so much anymore. No, I'm thankful that I still can't believe that I get recognized as readily as I do. And to me, you always keep in mind, and sometimes someone approaching you, they're all nervous and they lose their mind and they say, you know, you're my biggest fan, and I go, I am? But they lose it, but then you have to keep in mind that it's meaningful to them. And so at that moment, you know, by signing your name for a little kid and their eyeballs get all, and they run back to their mom or whatever else and say, look what I got. So you know, you help that happen. So if you remember what happens afterwards, you know, focus on, you know, and you just manage it, you just get through it.
And what was it like the day that you broke the record of Lou Gehrig? There was enormous fan outpouring. Everybody's calling you, you're nationwide TV, and you're running around the stadium and so forth. Was that like the highlight of your life professionally?
I would say there's two moments. I answer that question in two parts. The best feeling I ever had on the baseball field was catching the last out of the World Series 42 years ago. 42 years ago? 41 years ago, 1983, little humpback line drive. When you catch it, this part of the dream of being a baseball player is to win the World Series. And then now, because I caught the last out, I won the World Series. So that's the best feeling. Second best feeling, and probably the best personal moment, was the lap around Camden Yards. I was embarrassed that the game was stopped because the game became official halfway through. And then everybody kept clapping. I kept saying, thank you, thank you. And then Bobby Bonilla and Rafael Palmeiro pushed me out of the line and said, you're going to have to take a lap around here before we'll never get the game started. And I thought it was a silly idea. So I went around, started shaking hands. The celebration went from almost 50,000 down to like one-on-one. And it was kind of cool that way. And by the time I got down to third base, I could care less if the game ever started again.
When you got to 2,632 games, you didn't get injured. You just volunteered to say, I don't want to do it anymore. Why did you decide to not keep going?
I was tired. No. I felt that there was some support that was being gone. We were going through another rebuilding process at that time. You know, when you're not going well, there's fingers pointed all over the place. I just thought it was the right time to reset it. You know, and so I went into the manager's office 5 minutes before the game and he said, this is it, and I came.
So now that you're an owner of the Baltimore Orioles, how do you feel about these high-priced contracts that players are getting? You used to be a player, probably wanted higher-priced contracts. Now you're an owner. How do you look at that differently?
Slightly. I try to think of what are the other intangible values that you can offer a player besides the bottom line dollars, because the bottom line dollars are so big now, or whatever else, that you can make a case you're saying, well, how much? But I mean, it's about ego, and it's about breaking the bank, and it's about agents wanting to continue to make it go up for other people that come through. But if you take, my situation was I wanted to play in one place. I wanted to have control of playing in one place. So I think if we get to a point where we're trying to convince one of our players to stay, you know, you want to try to tell them all the values that are associated with, you know, Derek Jeter playing his whole career in a pinstripe uniform, me playing my whole career in the Orioles, and what's that mean for you in the bigger picture? And hopefully they'll value some of that, but it's going to be a competitive landscape where we're going to have to pay some salaries.
And Baltimore is a smaller city compared to some of the New York teams or Los Angeles. Is that a big problem when you're in a smaller city in Major League Baseball?
I think overall, I never liked the idea because you were a small market team, you couldn't compete. Because I think competition is in your knowledge. You know, you're drafting, you get to draft, you get to sign players, you get to develop players. You know, that's not all free agency that's happening. But if you're a big market team and you make a mistake in judgment on a player, you can throw more money at your mistakes. When you're a smaller market team, you have to be better at your baseball decisions.
Look, we're out of time. I want to thank you for being here, and thank you for what you've done for baseball and for Baltimore over many, many years. And if you had seen me when I was younger, do you think I could have learned how to be a professional baseball player? Is there any chance I could have been given my physique, or do you think it wouldn't have worked?
I think you made the right choice in your career.
All right, thanks very much. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thanks, Cal. Thank you. Good job. All right. So that brings us to the end of the morning. I mean, Cal Ripken, come on. Like, what a guy. He's amazing. Absolutely amazing. And David Rubenstein's good too. So please join us for a networking lunch on the 28th floor, or if you've registered for the Innovation and Investing in College Sports breakout session sponsored by Invesco QQQ, that will be on the 29th floor. Our event staff out there will help you get to where you need to be. The program will start in the afternoon at 1:45 sharp, so please be back. But amazing afternoon, WWE to start, and this guy checking my notes, Steph Curry at the end. So we'll see you this afternoon.
About nothing and everything all at once. I am one of those melodramatic fools, neurotic to the bone, no doubt about it. Sometimes I give myself the creeps. Sometimes my mind plays tricks on me. It all keeps adding up. I think I'm cracking up. Am I just paranoid? Am I just up? I went to a shrink to analyze my dreams. She says it's like a sex that's bringing me down. I went to a whore. He said my life's a bore. So quit my wife and cause it's bringing her down.
Get closer? Oh, okay.
You're fine just there. Just
All
gonna
right.
wait a minute or two so these people can find their seats.
Cool. Hello, and welcome to our lunch breakout, Innovation and Investing in College Sports. My name is Randall Williams. I'm a U.S. sports business reporter here at Bloomberg News, and this session is proudly sponsored by Invesco QQQ. College sports is going through a revolution right now, and we're here to tell you how new investors and new money are changing the game for the better. I'd like to invite Invesco's Ryan McCormick to the stage to officially welcome you all and get us started. Thank you, Ryan, and please enjoy your lunch.
All right. Thanks, Randall, and thanks everybody for attending and for your time. On behalf of Invesco QQQ, we want to welcome you as the presenting sponsors to Bloomberg Power Play and this briefing, which I'm very excited for, not only just because I'm a pretty big sports fan, but you look at the landscape of college sports and it's changed, obviously pretty dramatically here, given the developments over the past couple of years. I think I can't wait to hear from the panelists' perspective on how those changes have impacted college sports today, and maybe more importantly, what those impacts may look like, a number of years down the road in the future. Which leads me to the question, well, then what are you doing here? Invesco QQQ is the presenting sponsor. It's one of the oldest ETFs, one of the largest ETFs in the world, the 5th largest, as a matter of fact. We celebrated our 25th anniversary this year. Beyond that, Invesco QQQ is the official ETF of the NCAA. Anybody is a March Madness fan, either on the men's and women's side, you may notice our brand presence through our commercials every 3 to 4 minutes. It's always nice getting the text messages during those games. By round 2, it's like, enough. We get it. But, I think it's sort of a natural partnership looking at Invesco QQQ and sports, right? So we've become the official ETF of the NCAA. We've really leaned into this partnership and sort of a responsibility around financial literacy. So we've developed a game, How Not to Suck at Money. It's a free online resource. It's geared towards the college athlete to help them kind of take control of their personal finances, but certainly can be used and played by those in high school, those that are out of college, even 30, 40-year-olds. I think there's something that we all could learn. Beyond that, you start to look at Invesco QQQ in general, right? So the fund itself tracks the NASDAQ 100. It's 100 of the largest sort of technologically oriented, very innovative companies that are really changing the face of sports globally. The way that fans consume the games, advanced analytics, recovery from a healthcare perspective of the athletes. A lot of this is being driven by the companies within Invesco QQQ, and these are companies that create products and services that we all use in any given day. So we're thrilled about the partnership with Bloomberg. We're thrilled about the partnership with the NCAA and our sort of blurring of the lines between finance, technology, business, and sports. And with that, again, I'm going to turn it back over to Randall, and really looking forward to this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Now let's dive into our panel discussion. Please join me in welcoming Blake Lawrence, the co-founder and president of Collegiate Operations for Open Doors. Hey, Blake, how are you?
Yeah, that's all right. I'll get there.
And we will have Brittany Whiteside, the vice president of Altius Sports Partners, and myself.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Well, first off, thank you all for being here. Why don't we start by telling our crowd and myself what each of you all do in college sports?
Yeah, so I'm the co-founder of Open Doors, and the college sports ecosystem, the NIL market, we've got it pinned around $1.67 billion will be spent on college athlete and NIL this year. And if you ever wonder how athletes actually get paid, so again, athletes are getting paid in college today. Open Doors is an app that used to manage that compensation. We've processed over $200 million in the last 12 months to college athletes, and we analyze and provide insights back to the industry through that information. We've been around since 2012. I played football at Nebraska and with a guy named Ndamukong Suh, and started to help athletes like that manage their NIL before it was called NIL. And now we're partners with more than 200 schools across the country that use our products, and we're more on the technology side of this industry.
And Brittany?
Yeah, great. I'm Vice President at Altia Sports Partners. We specialize and work with college athletic departments. So we're a group of industry leading experts and advisors that help athletic departments, brands, athletes really navigate the collegiate landscape and work through whether that be what technology they may use to help athletes monetize on their NIL, or just an athletic department as a whole. Think through just strategies, infrastructure to really leverage NIL opportunities as well as generate revenue. In addition to that, we work directly with brands. So educating brands on how to enter the college athletics landscape and really capitalize on national campaigns with athletes.
So I want to start by talking about technology, because I don't think that anyone or the common audience knows exactly how athletes are striking NIL deals. Some of it is through agencies, some of it might be through Open Doors. How are these deals happening, and what's the tech that's involved?
Certainly. In the world of an athlete, there's really 3 C's of the technology. There's competition technology in college sports, so what they're using to study film and learn the playbook. There's communication technology, which is what the schools are using to say, hey, the bus leaves at 6 o'clock, be on time. And then there's the commerce technology. The commerce technology is new. This is where they're actually monetizing their name, image, and likeness. And as it relates to compensation on that side of it, about 80% of all compensation in college athletics comes from what's called collectives. So you guys, anyone ever heard of a collective, been asked to give money to a collective?
Anyone funded one?
Anyone, yeah.
Anyone given any money?
These are donor-funded entities that are basically compensating athletes what is akin to a salary for attending their favorite school and playing their favorite sport. So those payments are all being given to a group who aggregates and then distributes the dollars to athletes based on what they believe is their value and contribution. So from a technology standpoint, organizing and equipping these groups to be able to pay athletes every 2 weeks and track all the activities in which they are doing to earn that compensation, because they cannot be paid simply for breathing or being an athlete. They must be paid for an NIL deal or activity. So technology is used to track the payments, the activities, and ultimately get the athletes their tax documentation at the end of the year so they can file their taxes.
Brittany, I want to ask, what are the good schools who are dominating college sports right now, who are at the forefront of NIL and winning championships and getting these monster deals for people from the age of 18 to 22? What are they doing in comparison to schools who maybe are afraid to embrace some of this but have to?
Yeah. You know, I think we're at a point where most schools are embracing this. Where you're seeing the differences are some schools are really being proactive with their strategy and also their investments into the infrastructure, into the resources for the athletes, and really leveraging the entire ecosystem. So Blake talked about collectives, right? From our standpoint, there's 2 types of NIL. You have the organic NIL, which is probably what you think about when you think about brands connecting with athletes. You see that in the professional leagues, brands serving as ambassadors, social media content posts. And then you have the synthetic, which is your collectives, right? Your collectives are creating this synthetic market that is based off of funds that are pulled together to really help support the school and the competitiveness of the programs. And so when you think about that, you have this market, and you have the schools that are really leveraging the entire ecosystem and being proactive and thinking through where they want to compete, how they want to compete, and then finding the unique opportunities to create advantages in that space. And so it really comes to strategy and investing in infrastructure, whether that's people on campus to leverage opportunities, as well as technology.
One of the things you just said was infrastructure, and anyone who has followed college sports knows is that this industry has been called the Wild Wild West ever since NIL was approved some years ago. Now that we're past that and everyone's having to embrace it, what needs innovation?
Over the next 12 months, everyone in college athletics is going to go through another evolution. So about 4 years ago, everyone found out that name, image, and likeness compensation was coming to college athletics. There's a House versus NCAA settlement, this lawsuit, class action lawsuit that is today. We're hearing more about what will be determined. But this will allow schools to compensate college athletes on a campus up to $22 million a year. They can distribute across the student athletes on campus.
You going back to school?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to get part of that. Yeah, I got a year left of eligibility.
I'm going to play for Colorado. You play for Nebraska again.
I think we'll win that one.
Yeah, I'll join Shedeur Sanders.
Yes. But, Shedeur, he needs some help. Colorado plays Nebraska this weekend, so please cheer for Nebraska. The innovation that's coming to this world is going to be tied to getting more structure. So why the college athletic departments, and Brittany could talk about the conversations they're having, they're excited to have rules. The courts are actually going to govern college athletics compensation for the next 10 years based on the settlement terms of this class action lawsuit. And that will turn it from the wild, wild west to something mild, mild west. It will still be strange, and there will be ways to circumvent the salary cap and whatnot. So the innovation or the preparation for the future is going to come from how do these schools start to operate in a world where they know now they are compensating athletes directly. Right now, there's a lot of plausible deniability. Someone else is paying my athletes, not me. I can't control it. 12 months from now, they will be paying athletes directly. So how do they control that? How do they prepare to operate more in a professional sports model in the college space?
Brittany, let's talk about collectives and how that impacts them. If schools are able to compensate and conferences are able to compensate athletes, what happens to collectives? Are they still going to be doing this? Does this supercharge a potential 18-year-old coming into college?
Yeah. You know, I think that's to be determined in terms of what that looks like. You know, right now, collectives are still a part of the ecosystem and need to be part of, overall strategy in terms of what that looks like inside the cap. So you have the revenue share payments, and then there still will be outside the cap, right? Dollars that will go to the athletes. That is the space collectives will play in. Really until there is some form of enforcement or regulation that may change that. That may make it a little bit tougher for collectives to operate in that space.
So now let's talk about private equity. They have jumped into college sports, maybe the SEC, maybe the Big 12. What impact can this have on college sports, period? Because they're also trying to go into the NFL, the NBA. How does this impact college sports?
In our conversations with athletic directors across Power 4, there's a wide range of how athletic departments make money today and how many of them can actually afford to spend $22 million a year compensating their athletes and be competitive in this new landscape. And for them to find additional resources and access to private equity is something that I think a lot of probably your lower half of Power 4 schools would be looking into to have, additional cash in the coffers to compensate athletes. But it's going to be transformative in terms of the expectations. What's going to sound interesting is that when you hear an athletic director like, well, we've got to start to think like a business. We have to make more money and spend less money. Doesn't that sound wild? I mean, in this room, that sounds like all of us have to do that all day, every day. But in college athletics, there's more and more money coming in. They're nonprofits. They have to spend to get it down to their budget to zero each year. It's going to be a new world when they have to start to think more like a business.
What were they doing before?
Their average Power 4 athletic department has 300 full-time employees, and it's simply because they have the money and can just keep spending it. If they don't spend it, then they have to give it back to the university to contribute different ways. So they just find ways to spend the money. That's why you see grand facilities, coaches getting paid an ungodly amount because they don't have to pay their labor force, if you will, the athletes themselves. That's going to change.
So now, how do these changes impact both of your businesses? I think the companies who are able to start a fluent business from the beginning are reaping the benefits of it. Brittany, Altius, how does this impact you going forward?
Yeah. You know, it's a continuation of where we have been with our schools, right? From the beginning of NIL, we've been a leading advisor in the space and helping them navigate really NIL, the do's and the don'ts. Early on, it was education. Now it's more about how are we going to move forward with a framework that is in place and a strategy and infrastructure for revenue sharing, right? What does that look like? How are our coaches talking about that in the recruiting process? How are we planning for it financially? How are we forecasting how we will handle this as a department? department. So from our perspective, we're really still working with the schools to really help them evolve the business model, right? Think about creative ways to generate revenue now that you have athlete commercial rights as part of it, right? And so it's a continuous evolution of the landscape, and we're alongside our partners as we do that.
You haven't said all of the schools that Altius is partnered with. There's some pretty big schools out there. Can you say some of those?
Yes, we work with nearly half of the Power 5, Michigan, Nebraska. I'll mention that for Blake as well. So when you think about Power 4, Power 5 conferences, we're working with over half of those programs and have individuals on campus. I mentioned Michigan. We have an executive general manager there that is essentially a senior leader on campus that is really helping the institution to navigate this commercial space of athletes and commercial rights. Yeah.
Has there ever been a time better than today to be a college athlete?
It's looking pretty good. I mean, we do these distributions to our partners, these books that include annual earnings expectations for athletes based on sport and position. So if you were a top 10 quarterback in the SEC right now, your average annual compensation is $1,043,252 a year.
I don't think you should have said that, because there's going to be some parents here who are going to come back home to their kids today and be like, listen, things are going to change.
Yeah, start throwing a football.
Things are going to start to change.
That's right. Yeah, so it's a good time, but there's more coming. If you want to talk about pro sports compared to college sports, they're starting off with a 22% of the earned revenue of college athletic departments going to the student athletes that can, right? And the collectively bargained numbers in pro sports is 50%, right? In the European sports ecosystem, 99.9% of all earned revenues for European soccer teams go to player salaries. So we're starting at 22% in college. This number will go up. If you believe that athletes will get paid more in the future than they're getting paid right now, you should keep an eye on this NIL space, because in the college sports ecosystem, the dollars are flowing their way, and it'll just get bigger and bigger.
If I could add to that, being a former athlete, I think now is a great time for a student athlete. If you think about student athletes, they are students, right? They have this experience, this opportunity now to learn about how to build a personal brand, how to negotiate a contract, all of these skill sets that I'm sure many of you use in your current positions. So on campuses, not only do you have opportunity to earn money and maybe have a nice nest egg as you look to start your life, you have the ability to really gain some skill sets that are necessary as you're thinking about what's next for you, whether you're going on to play professionally or going on to be a professional otherwise. And so I think it's a great opportunity for athletes right now to be in this position. And many of them are engaging in it in a responsible way and thinking about creative ways that they can monetize on their NIL and then also plan for the future.
The last thing that I want to ask you all before we open this up for questions to the audience is, what tech do you think could have a positive impact on NIL, and what do you think needs to go away? Is there something like that? And this is a question on the spot, so if you don't know, that's fine.
I think that every student athlete should get set up on Invesco QQQ. Right, Ryan? Okay, that was good. We had to say that. No, but that's true. There is, everyone here probably went to school, okay? And I want you to think back to yourself. You're 18 years old. You get done with class. You go back for the first time in your life. You're living by yourself in college. And you check your bank account. And you have $250,000 in it. Can you imagine what you would do as an 18-year-old first time on your own for $250,000, $100,000? I mean, if you had $250, you're balling, right? That was top notch. Money management will be critical for this generation. We provide, they are 1099. We cannot withhold taxes. We spend education sessions across the country, y'all do it too, explaining what taxes are. The highest earning athletes are coming from football and men's basketball, and sometimes they're coming from a place where they have not had any introduction to the concept of income tax. Some of them have gotten their very first bank account when they get their very first check for $100,000. They haven't had a bank account until they get their first $100,000. Wealth creation is very real. Technology and solutions to help young people manage money are going to be critical. And unlike pro sports, there are 500,000 college athletes, right? Everyone in this room, you could say, hey, I work with this athlete, work with this athlete, whatever it is. But there are now 500,000 new names out there that all need help.
want to open this up to the audience for a couple questions in the back. We're going to get you a microphone.
Apologies, very eager with my hand up there. Other than money management for college athletes, what risks do you foresee off the field for them?
Yeah, risk in terms of for college athletes engaging in this space?
Absolutely.
Yeah. You know, there's always going to be bad actors in the industry, right? When you think about the amounts of money that are flowing to athletes, you can think about the people that are there making decisions on who's surrounding them. So I think that those are some of the pitfalls, right? Athletes really taking a step back, thinking about the individuals that are surrounding them, helping them make these decisions about their money, and even in this day and age where they play, right? The transfer portal is part of that, right? And so taking a step back and having a really good mindset when it comes to those individuals that are surrounding them and helping them make those day-to-day decisions.
Right here.
Good question.
Just from a sports fan perspective, I think the general perception is the NIL is kind of the wild, wild west.
Sure.
That it hasn't really been implemented in an effective manner. And then when you combine that with the transfer portal, you've got players moving without having to sit out a year, plus NIL. I'm just curious, based on your expertise, how do you see this shaking out over time, and what happens with the NCAA as a result of it?
Right now, the House settlement, which is, again, we're talking about a little bit today, you should be looking and Googling NCAA House just to figure out what's going to go happen over the next 12 months. The terms of the settlement are going to try and limit third-party compensation. So in every collective bargaining agreement in pro sports, there's this non-circumvention clauses. Basically, the owners can't circumvent the salary cap by paying through side vehicles. These collectives are basically side vehicles for college sports. They're going to try and have a independent third party determine every payment over $600 to college athletes, whether it is in fact for a bona fide business purpose, and that is to try and create some circumvention rules and governance in college sports. The next part about this is transferring. So right now, there's an injunctive, I think it's the right word, there's a situation going on where basically athletes can transfer, there's no rules, NCAA can't enforce it.
You could transfer, and to put that in perspective, you could go into college in Texas, make $200,000, transfer, go to Georgia, transfer again, and collect money in each opportunity.
Yeah, it's unlimited free agency and no salary cap. So they're trying to create rules. To limit that, it will be really tough to restrict movement without an actual collective bargaining agreement. They're contemplating putting in, sorry, the last piece of this is buyout clauses in college athlete contracts.
Interesting. Mayor?
Could you talk about where any initial flow of institutional capital is headed in terms of investing? I mean, you mentioned the business of serving asset management for people with new wealth. So you could, I guess, fund new businesses or new ventures kind of oriented with that. But both where it's going now and if there are areas that you think are early where there's some potential for, again, institutional capital to be investing in the opportunity here.
I can take this first. I think it really depends on where the conference. So there's different conferences across the Big 12, the SEC, the ACC, the Big 10. All of these conferences have different businesses, some rooted in, some of them make their money majority from football, some from basketball. I think private equity is going to come in sometimes as a title sponsor, sometimes wanting to fund programs. Blake, what do you see?
Yeah, we're all talking to athletic directors all the time, so I'm actually curious what you're seeing.
Yeah, I think that's also part of it, and then I think at a granular level in terms of institutions, like they're going to have to modernize and generate more revenue. So it's like, what are some early opportunities where companies can come alongside them and help them really think outside the box in terms of leveraging revenue generation in this space, right? And so we talked earlier about private equity having interest in this space. Private equity has interest because they see opportunity, right? Grand opportunity in this space, and probably not schools that aren't leveraging all of the opportunities that they have. And so I think just generally, companies focus on revenue generation and what that looks like in college athletics may have opportunity coming.
The mechanism for private equity, most of these things are structured where these are public institutions. Athletic departments are public institutions, so a private investment to a public entity, like that's an issue for a lot of people. So they're forming a new company, right, that sits over here, the athletic department assigns all their revenue streams to the new company. So instead of the media rights going to the school, which is a public institution, it goes to NewCo. That NewCo can take on private equity investment as a private company. And then the athletic department is then asking for money. I'm just saying, I need $100 million this year. So if the NewCo makes $150 million, then they can just keep $50 million over there. Then I can use that for capital projects in the future, versus having that $150 million come in, I had $100 million, then I have to either spend it real quick or give it back to the public institution. So it allows money to sit in college athletics in a private entity that's being drawn from, but it requires the athletic department to assign all the revenue streams to a new company, which they do have a share in that revenue, of course, but the private entity that's funding it is getting the upside of the fact that, again, you saw sports valuations downstairs are growing. The value of every college, if you put a franchise value on every college sports program, it's growing too, but there's no way to extract any capital out of it unless you have private equity set up and a NewCo you're pulling from.
Are those NewCo structures happening right now?
That's, yes, those are the ones that are being contemplated across the country. Is it Florida State that's the that's the furthest along?
Yeah, I don't think any institution has taken the step of creating that yet, but it's definitely something in the landscape that there's been a lot of discussion around that.
All in progress. Looks like we're going to get you a mic.
Thank you. A lot of the nil deals seem to fall around basketball and football, quasi making them professional leagues, and you can call it the minor league for the NFL, WNBA, and the NBA. What happens to every other sport? What happens to lacrosse, soccer, and all of these other sports that historically don't make money for their universities?
Well, traditionally, football and basketball feed into those programs. I think the athletes themselves, naturally, the biggest players, football, basketball, will make more. It doesn't mean that those athletes who are playing other sports won't. I mean, you look at Livy Dunn, for example. She's one of the highest earners across college sports, period. You said she's an exception? She is, but there will be more. It depends on your branding. It depends on how you choose to activate around these things, the people that you put around them as well. She has a great group around her, and she's maximized her earning potential. She's around. But you're right. I do think that over time, there will be a lacrosse superstar. There are already softball superstars. Will we hear about them in the same way that we hear about football and basketball? Probably not. The media deals are different. If you are watching college football right now, we know the stars that we're going to see on Saturday. Shedeur Sanders, Quinn Ewers, I forgot the Nebraska quarterback.
Dylan Raiola. Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes Jr.
Yeah, you remember.
He's walking around like. But yes, I think it depends on a case-by-case basis, but over time, there will be more superstars, and Caitlin Clark is a perfect example of that. Juju Watkins next.
Quick data on this. If you talk about organic NIL or commercial NIL, real NIL, what you think as God intended it, Invesco QQ type of ads, right? These, if you just look at that, women out earn men, and non-revenue sports are getting more deals than revenue sports athletes. Football players and basketball players are sitting back and taking checks from donors. They don't put in the work to actually show up in advertisements and commercials. So if you look at NIL and endorsements as God intended it, or as the NCAA intended it, they're not God. Maybe lower than that. Yeah, the non-revenue sports and women are actually out-earning their peers, which is interesting.
I want to go back to collectives before we take another audience question. Can you all speak to the impact that they've had? There's been so many complaints. I mean, we've heard Nick Saban. He accused Jackson State a couple years ago of buying out Travis Hunter, who's now a Heisman candidate. We've heard Ryan Day speak about how he needed $10 million to keep his roster when, in fact, this year it's $20 million. What are collectives doing to impact college sports besides compensating them, and how are they raising this money?
Yeah, college sports, it differs from professional sports because we have donors and irrational giving, right? Like, donors want to see their programs win, and they will do what they need to support those programs to do so, right? And so when you see a coach come out and say how much he or she may need to recruit and be competitive in the landscape, there's a group of donors that are circling around and figuring out, like, how do we make this happen? We're passionate about our team. We want to see Coach win, right? And so, I think you will continue to see that type of giving. That's what makes college sports college sports.
Right.
You have alumni. You have so many people that are cheering for their programs. Nebraska here, going against Colorado. And so I think you will continue to see donors in this space. I do think it's a challenge. I think we have to think about, is the model sustainable long term, when it comes to collectives. And the demands, and that's why you are seeing, with the pending House settlement, schools will now have the ability to pay athletes directly, right? So looking to kind of shift that landscape a little bit from schools paying athletes directly and less of the collective dollars doing so. And so it'll be very interesting to see what it looks like, but I do think that you will always have donors and supporters that are thinking about how can we get a competitive advantage and how can we help our teams win.
I give one in early 2021 or right as NIL started. TJ, who's here on the phone, hi TJ. TJ works at Open Doors too. We got to join a very interesting call where we're partners with Team USA. We run their NIL platform and endorsement for all the Team USA athletes, and we joined a call where Mr. Phil Knight was interested in leveraging NIL to keep Oregon competitive. And he's
been trying to win a national championship there for a long time. I hope NIL helps.
Yeah, and they had put together a very robust group of former Nike executives to put what is deemed a collective for Oregon athletes, and this is very early on. What an advantage, yeah.
I was going to say, we'll have Deja Kelly, who's at Oregon right now a little later, so she can speak to that. But
and she was at North Carolina.
Right.
And now she's at Oregon. It's interesting. But these groups, the schools that are winning collectives today, they had somebody like that in their community that could start it quick and fund it quick. And those that are behind are simply they didn't have someone like that. And so the winning collectives that are well funded usually have professionals with a lot of capital.
How many of your alma maters have a Phil Knight? Not many.
Not many, yeah.
In the back corner?
Hi. I'm curious as to with the schools beginning to be able to pay athletes directly, with the approval of the House settlement, what the industry insiders are thinking about in terms of the impact of Title IX on that, because Title IX, right, doesn't apply to collectives, but it applies to certain aspects of how schools fund athletics directly, and whether that would apply, whether Title IX would apply to these payments or not, is of great interest.
Yeah. That's a very good question. And institution by institution, each of them have a different approach when it comes to revenue sharing and where they stand in terms of the equitable approach in that, right? And so, there's 2 or 3 ways that schools are thinking about distributing those funds, and part of it may be based on market, right? Like based on, we talked about what football players earn, the average there, right? And so in a market-based approach, majority of the revenues may go to football, men's basketball athletes, right? In an equitable approach, which some leaders across the country have come out and said that they plan to distribute those funds equitably, they would look at it like they have scholarships and other things from a Title IX perspective. It's a very good question. Title IX NIL is being challenged. It's to be determined in what that really looks like. But right now it's an institution by institution approach, and how their general counsels and how their leaderships really stand and feel when it comes to distributing the revenues to the athletes. And I would say the schools vary in their approach that we work with.
Got time for 2 more right here. Go.
Just have a brief question. As a former athlete myself, and my firm has worked with over 200 athletes on a professional level, primarily NFL, NBA. If these kids are like me in college, when I got a $2,500 Pell Grant check, my mother and father couldn't tell me anything. Mm-hmm. And so I work very closely with the NFL Mothers and Fathers Association, NBA Mothers and Fathers Association, and we found that young men that have good parents involved have a better outcome, right? And so a question that I have, and I just recently seen it at a Big 12 school. I'm not sure if the school is still in the Big 12, but a kid got $800,000, and IMG kid, agents calling, they trying to get after him, And so I called his mom. Mom, how are you coming along? You played your first game last week, so on and so forth. Mom said, he doesn't really talk to me anymore. He's got this check. He's got these interesting group of people around him. I don't even know what he's doing. So with all this education flowing from the university down, how can we educate the parents? Because I see things that maybe you all don't see. I'm dealing with the individual. You guys are dealing with the institution. When your mother made $30,000 a year working 2 jobs, and this school just give you $800,000, and you come from a certain environment, that's a different level of a conversation.
Yeah.
So has there been anything created to educate the parents?
I can take this. I don't think so. I mean, quite frankly, I don't think so. It's on a case-by-case basis. Every athlete has different surroundings from them. I mean, a little cousin of mine just committed to Akron. He has a good community around him, so he knows exactly what he's going to be paid, how to pay taxes. However, as you said, there's going to be kids who come from lower income and are going to be exploited, unfortunately, by people who are like, hey, you're a 5-star athlete, we're going to get you $600,000, handing us $600,000, and that's a lot. Maybe it's $200,000, maybe it's $150,000. Regardless, it's money that's going to impact their lives long term. I think the best solution is educating some of these kids at the earliest point. When you recognize, okay, he's doing some unnatural things on the football field or on the basketball court, then it's like, okay, this is how we're going to set this up. This is how we're going to do this. Now, how do you do that? I'll leave it to you two, because I don't know. Go ahead.
If I could just add, I do think that it's a program by program approach, and I do think that we're probably referring to football. There are some programs that have invested in the resources to surround that athlete, right? To make sure that they have an awareness of the resources around them. Someone that's really making sure that they're looking out for those bad actors, as I mentioned earlier. And so I do think that the programs are getting more sophisticated around the resources surrounding the athletes now that there's more dollars flowing into them. And they're also staffing it in such a way, right? And so I do think that this is new for college athletics. I think we will continue to evolve. You will see more support and resources surrounding the athlete. But I still think that, unfortunately, that's going to happen, right? It's going to still occur, but the more that programs and the leadership of the programs truly care about that athlete and their well-being, the best, yeah. And I think for a parent on a recruiting visit is asking about those resources. Like, how are you going to help him navigate and manage this money that he has coming in? What education are you providing, right? Some of those key questions I think parents need to ask during the recruiting trail, and you can really have a really good understanding of the leadership of the program and truly where some of their value is in caring for the athletes. Yeah.
We got time for one more.
Real quick. Well, first and foremost, Blake, I'm going to need one of those black books you got.
Yeah. They're on sale. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Prior to me being an investor, I worked in basketball operations for an NBA team. And at that time, we were allowed to draft high school players. And then they got rid of that because it got a little bit messy on the AAU circuit. I guess my question is, with respect to how things trickle down, where do you see the impact on letters of intent? Because I would imagine at certain points that would have to be more of a valid contract than it is now, because essentially you have 24-hour free agency.
Yeah, certainly. Right now I was on a Power 4 campus on Tuesday this week, and their very first class, 2025, when they show up to campus next year, they'll be getting payments from the school. And so right now we're getting a general counsel review on this campus. If the athletes can sign a agreement to compensation terms in November of this year, that would begin next year, if they're allowed to sign that. And then within that, what are they actually committing to stay in that market? Are there certain buyout terms? We do know that within inter-conference transfers, certain conferences are contemplating having agreements that say if you transfer from one whatever school to this school, then that school has to buy out what is remaining on your agreement here, similar to a coach payment. So it's there's infrastructure for restricting movement of coaches that all these athletic directors are familiar with. They're looking to apply that same logic to the student athletes, but it's going to be, again, a challenge from a collective bargaining agreement to enforce those things. Athletes will need support in reviewing the agreements in which they're signing. We go back to some of the challenges of parents and whatnot, there's no certification to be an NIL agent. Agents, the most predatory behavior in this space is some agents are taking 20% of a collective check, which
And in professional sports, it's normally 1 to 5.
yeah. So if there's a year from now, there will be each school in the Power Four spending $22 million. That's going to be 70 times 22 million. That's 1.5 billion. If you take another group of 5 spending 10 million each, you're going to have $2.2 billion spent on college athletes starting next July. If there's a market out there for predatory behavior, it will be in representation of that 2.2 billion and taking 10 to 20%, which will be approximately 200 to 400 million dollars to individuals which have no certification to represent athletes in any which way. So, yeah, I don't know. Somewhere in there is an opportunity and also a problem.
We'll leave it there. Thank you, Brittany. Thank you, Blake. Thank you, Invesco QQQ. Continue to chat. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back on 7.
pretty down.
He looks pretty down. Yeah, well, maybe we should cheer him up then.
What do you suppose we should do?
Well, does he like butter tarts?
I was lying on the grass of Sunday morning of last week, indulging in my self-defeat. My mind was thugged, all laced and bugged, all twisted, wrong and beat. Uncomfortable, 3 feet deep. Now the fuzzy stare from not being there on a confusing morning week. Impair my tribal lunar speak. And of course you can't become if you only say what you would have done. So I missed a million miles of fun. I know it's up for me. If you steal my sunshine, making sure I'm not in too deep. If you steal my sunshine, keep me versed and on my feet. If you steal my sunshine.
Jack, come here.
Wow, look at her.
I know.
Man, I've never seen Sharon look so bad before.
I did once before, but this is pretty bad.
Yeah, what do you think she got up to last night? Sharon! I love you!
I was flying on the bench, sliding in the park across the street. Later that week. My sticky palms were in the making straws at a big fat slurpy treats. Incredibly food heat. Now the funny glare of pale gleaming tear and staring under heat. Involved in unusual feet. And I'm not only among, but I invite who will wanna come. So I missed a million miles of fun. I know it's up for me. If you steal my sunshine, making sure I'm not in too deep. If you steal my sunshine, keep me bursting on my feet. If you steal my sunshine, I know it's done for me. If you steal my sunshine, not something hard to see. If you steal my sunshine, keep me dumb and built to beat. If you steal my sunshine, my sunshine. If you steal my sunshine, if you steal my sunshine, if you steal my sunshine.
Please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes.
I wish you would step back from that ledge, my friend. You could cut ties with all the lies that you've been living in. And if you do not want to see me again, I would
Please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
I'm halfway there. I have a competition with myself.
Look out for it. And thank you guys.
Please welcome back to the stage Bloomberg's Jason Kelly.
I feel like you cheered more for Cal Ripken. I'm just saying. Anyway, welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch. Just a few reminders before we get on with the rest of the program. Information for Wi-Fi can be found at the back of your badges, and we hope that you're engaging with us on social media. #PowerPlayers at Bloomberg Live is our handle. And as we did this morning, we want you to be a part of the discussions. We're going to have this available to you to submit questions. You guys, I have to say, had some very good questions earlier. Really helped drive the conversation, so thank you for that. And we'll also be doing some polling, and we want to have you as part of that as well. Also, we mentioned this earlier, unlock your complimentary 3-month Bloomberg.com subscription. This QR code, we got a lot of QR codes for you, but you know, you guys are all very tech savvy folks. You can figure it out. All right. Lots of great stuff to get to this afternoon. We talked a lot of hoop in the morning. We're talking a little hoop at the end of the day with Steph Curry, but in between now and then, we've got a lot of exciting stuff to do. We're going to be hearing from some legendary NASCAR driver, a basketball star who I mentioned, some innovative investors. We have, continuing our champions theme, Steve Paliuka of the Boston Celtics, who will join us for a live taping of my show with Alex Rodriguez, The Deal. We have shifted the schedule slightly, so when the next group comes up, you're going to be like, that doesn't match up. So you will find the latest info at our event website. And so with that, let's get started. Let's take a quick look at NASCAR.
After the 26-week grind, 16 gather. Heroes, hopefuls, hot shots, hotheads. Their demeanor may vary, their determination does not. Fortune brought them to this moment. Now, it's up to them. The NASCAR playoffs begin in Atlanta on USA.
Please welcome to the stage Ryan Blaney, number 12 Team Penske Ford Mustang driver and 2023 NASCAR Cup Series champion, and Steve Phelps, president of NASCAR, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Scarlett Fu.
Hi, everyone. Thank
Thank you for sticking around for the afternoon session. We're talking motorsports right now. It is beloved around the world because fast cars, right? Here in the U.S., NASCAR is the country's most popular racing series. So I want to start with the intersection, Steve and Ryan, of NASCAR and pop culture, because stock car racing has been popular in certain parts of the U.S., the southeastern part of the U.S., for a long time. You've got a diehard fan base in places like Florida and North Carolina. And thanks to Hollywood and TV executives, it's really broadened out. 20 years ago, it was Talladega Nights. More recently, it's Netflix series like Full Speed or even Formula One, Drive to Survive. So, Steve, let me start with you. What is distinctive about the way in which NASCAR taps into the cultural moment and larger trends beyond just sports?
Yeah, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here. You bring up the NASCAR Full Speed, which was the Netflix show that we did, which was a 5-episode series that debuted in February, and it detailed our playoffs, our 10-race playoffs, which we start again this weekend in Atlanta. And I think for us, it was really important because it opened things up to a new audience. So content and content creation is huge for us. So we just opened up a new productions facility in January, and it's going to be a game changer for us. And so, Ryan was the star of the show last year because he got to hoist the big trophy.
He's the 2023 champion. Ryan, congratulations.
Oh, thanks.
You are a third-generation driver, right? So
Yeah.
your father, your grandfather, they all raced.
Yeah.
How has NASCAR changed during that time? Obviously, you weren't racing before them, but I'm curious to get from your take since this is part of your lineage.
Yeah, well, like Steve said, thanks everyone for coming out. It's a pleasure to be here, get to tell you a little bit about our world. And Talladega Nights is 100% true, by the way. I grew up around the sport, of really just motorsports in general. And, when I was born, my dad was already racing. My dad was a dirt track racer in Ohio from the 80s and 90s. And before him, his dad, he was a dirt track racer from the 60s all the way to the 2000s. So I kind of saw all this progression and growing up, as a young kid, admiring the sport just because it's what my dad did at the time and it's all I wanted to do. And I feel like me being young and now being a part of it, I've seen that transition of, like Steve said, we have grown this sport leaps and bounds for what I ever thought it would be. Whether it's, going to new places, going to new countries, finding different audiences, you have to grow. If you don't grow, you're going to dissolve, and even my dad said to me, I never thought you guys would be going where you are, and whether it's racing on the streets of Chicago, going to Mexico to race, just as all these new avenues of fans, and I think that was the biggest thing is how do you appeal to somebody who doesn't know anything about your sport? I feel like that's the hardest thing, and it's the hardest thing for me, like even as a driver, trying to get new people to come to the sport to watch it. You have to get there. You have to see it in person because you cannot relate to it on TV.
So
and
I want to
think
pick
that's
up
big.
on that point because one thing NASCAR is very proud of is the fan experience. It's very different from attending a basketball game or a baseball game. You're not at the game, you're kind of in it, right? Walk us through the different things that fans can do at an actual NASCAR race. Has anyone, by the way, attended a NASCAR race in person here? Okay, I see a couple of hands, but that means
we gotta
not
change
everyone. Okay, Ryan's going to work on that. But
I'll be guests of Ryan Blaney.
walk us through what fans get to do that they can't at a regular professional sports game.
Yeah, well, I feel like, the difference is, you said it perfectly. I feel like the experience for the fan is really, really important. Obviously the on track or on court, on field, that's what people come to see, but what is your experience outside of that? So I feel like for the longest time, and maybe Steve, you can correct me, but the access wasn't like it is now, right? What it used to be. And, 10 minutes before we start the race, fans can walk on the racetrack, You're seeing the actual surface we're on. You can be in the garages and see these teams work on what they're doing, how these cars are prepared. You're meeting us. You're meeting the drivers right before I strap into the race car. Last week, I took a picture with a fan right before I strapped my helmet on. Like, I'm about to do my job, and I'm signing an autograph and taking a picture with you. So I feel like those are the special moments that fans put in their core memory and kind of in their hearts, like, hey, that was a unique experience. And I feel like we've done a great job as a sport in welcoming the diehard fan and also welcoming the new fans as well.
No, and I think, moreover, I think to Ryan's point, access is a big differentiator of our sport relative to what I'll call stick and ball sports. I would even say even other motorsports, like F1's fairly exclusive. What happens if you're in the paddock and no one's on the grid? It is just a different animal. I think the other thing that separates our sport is if you think about going to an NFL game, you're going to, potentially tailgate. You get there in the morning and you make some things. Our fans are there like 4 days before, right? And they're camping. And camping is a huge thing for our sport. And you meet, folks that come year after year after year, and it's very welcoming. It's very, everyone's having a good time. It's like a big party, right? And then there's a race that breaks out, right, on Sunday. And it's just, I think that experience, you'll have, like at a Talladega or a Daytona, you'll have, 15,000 people camping for 4 days, and they'll have concerts and different things that they can do that really are different. And to Ryan's point, on race day, fans have opportunity to be on the field of play. They can go to the garage and see the cars being worked on. It's just the experience thing, and the opportunity to think differently about that experience is great. There's another thing that we will call, we call the midway, which lots of, games and, folks that are doing different things where you can race in simulators, and just a really cool family-friendly opportunity.
It goes beyond the race, right? It's a whole package.
It is.
So, Ryan, you are one of the faces of the sport. Clearly, for 2023, you were the champion. You just raced in the Southern 500 this past weekend, right?
Yeah, well, I'm not really.
Why do you say that?
I ran like 2 laps and got wrecked, but it's, those things happen.
This was meant to be like a 4-hour-long race with more than 350 laps?
Yeah, I saved some time. Yeah, I got home early, but yeah, that's really just, that's how our sport goes sometimes, unfortunately.
You got home and you were able to watch the rest of the race.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, but yeah, yeah.
Can you take us through what happened? Because it looked like another guy took you out, and I know that one of the things NASCAR does is kind of give access to fans, but we have you here. I wanted to hear from you what happened and how that just kind of unfolded.
Yeah, wrecks happen all the time. That's just part of the sport. Essentially what happened is a guy pretty much spun out in front of me, and he kind of just crashed into me. Unavoidable contact, I guess you can call it. But yeah, those days happen and they stink, right? You prepare all week for this thing and you're getting ready to go and you're mentally prepared for running 500 miles, and I ran 3. So it's like, all right, you've prepared all this stuff. Everybody at your race team has blood, sweat, and tears into this car like they do every week, and it's over like that. So how do you forget it? How do you move on and accept it and then go prepare for the next week? So I've always said race car drivers have good short-term memory, because it's just, you're going to have those days that are unexpected. And just, it kind of, some similarities to other sports, but I think other sports, unless you get hurt, like you're not going home early and watching the rest of the race, like we are when there's no car to be driven. I have no use at the racetrack anymore.
There are cameras and mics linked to you where they can hear you talking to your crew. Did you want to say anything that maybe the cameras didn't pick up?
No.
Well, that's the beauty. The camera, the mics will pick up anything, right?
Yeah.
So if he's he can talk to his crew chief. He obviously is talking to his spotter who's above watching the action to try to tell him what is happening on the racetrack around him. And then different things that he can talk to way better than I can, which is, hey, this line seems to be working better than another line. But I think that's the really cool thing about NASCAR, as well as all the telemetry or the data that's coming off the car that fans have access to.
Yeah.
You can understand what's happening, where they're braking, they're accelerating, different data models that they put together. And then just every car has a camera in it. So the all the fans have access to Ryan's camera or someone else's camera, right? So they can see that Martin Truex was spinning out, and then Ryan gets collected in it.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of a neat thing that draws the fans closer. What we try to do is create something that is unique and different for whatever turns you on. Like, so if you just want to watch the linear television, you can do that. If you want to do something, you want to watch something digitally and get more into the data and what's happening or different camera angles, et cetera, you can do that too.
Right,
So it's,
right.
we're trying to appeal to a wide audience and what it is, because some of them geek out on the, on kind of the data and whatnot. Great, we can do that for you.
Let me pick up on that idea that you're trying to widen things out here, because your fan base, traditionally at least, kind of leans towards traditional Americana. Some would even say Republican men, specifically. There's a tension there, a natural tension of how do you retain that fan base, which is very devoted, while at the same time building it out and welcoming other people who may not know anything about it and don't fit into that mold. How do you think about doing that, especially as you look to expand to, you guys mentioned races in Mexico or in a city like Chicago?
Yeah. So I think, what we're trying to do is we're trying to be bold and innovative in everything we do. And I think people think about, hey, you either serve one audience, which is a traditional audience, right, your traditional fan, or you serve a new fan. In our sport, I truly believe it's an and, right? So you can serve this fan. What do they want? They want great racing. They want great storylines. They want to hate one guy and love another guy. That's just kind of what the deal is, right? And so we can do that, right, and serve a new fan. So for example, Ryan talked about going to Mexico City. So for the first time, NASCAR will go outside of our borders to race a cup race in Mexico. And we're really excited about what that means to advance the audience. We race in the streets of Chicago. 80% of the people last year when we went to Chicago to race that street race had never been to a NASCAR race. The LA Coliseum, which we ran for 3 years, we had an exhibition race there. We built a quarter-mile track inside the LA Coliseum, and 75% of the people who went to that race had never been to a NASCAR race. So it's broadening.
Yeah.
Did our regular fans or our traditional fans watch both those races? You bet they did. But we had other people come experience it, and it's important for us to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So we try to look at serving all audiences. So this year, the exhibition race called the Clash, which was in the LA Coliseum the last 3 years, will go to a small track in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, called Bowman Gray Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And we will race there. So it's kind of a throwback, right? And then you go to Mexico City, and the variation, schedule variation we have is important. And so what we want people to think about the brand of NASCAR is that the brand of NASCAR is changing. It's not what you think it's going to be.
Okay, gotcha.
And it's interesting I think the perception of the sport, right, is that it's older, white, male, Republican. 52% of our fan base is Republican, 48% is Democrat. So we have to break the stereotype of how people think about who our fan is, and that's what we're trying to do. But it's hard. Breaking stereotypes is difficult, right?
Yeah,
in 2020, which is going to sound strange to a lot of people, we banned the Confederate flag from all of our facilities, right? A lot of folks said, why did it take so long? That's a good question. The timing needed to be right, and it was right. And so the stance that NASCAR took in 2020 on issues that were facing the country, and as we're having kind of a social reckoning at that time, we evolved to that. And we've evolved since that, right? So as we have more and more people that are coming to the sport that look different than I do, I think it's important to be able to serve that fan where they are.
So more and more people coming to the sport, we're talking motorsports in general, and a lot of them are coming to the sport because of F1. I mentioned the Netflix series. That Drive to Survive has been super effective in building out a fan base in the US. F1 obviously very popular overseas. Is this a good thing or a bad thing for NASCAR? Ryan, what do you think?
The Drive to Survive F1?
Yeah, and it being like making such a splash.
I think I personally, I am a fan of all motorsports, right? As a racer, like I watch every motorsport out there just because I enjoy what that is, right? And I can relate to some of it, and I want to know the differences of it. I did think Drive to Survive was really big in getting a lot of motorsports fans, even though it might have been F1 in the Americas. I think our show, you know, that we did last year with Netflix, I think that was another step in kind of getting even more, because I think people kind of saw that show on Netflix for F1, and then we came out with ours, and they're like, oh, this is another racing show. It's a different series, but it showed a great inside look of how this operates. And I love watching things, you know, as an athlete myself, like the quarterback show, the receiver show. Like, I want to see what behind the scenes, how does your daily life operate as an athlete? And what are all the behind the scenes? Because the normal person just sees the on-field or on-track product on TV. They don't realize how much work goes into it behind the scenes, how many people are involved, all the prep work. And I feel like those shows on Netflix, they have shown hundreds of people that work in our race shops that never get to see the light of day from a camera perspective, all the hard work that they put in, all the prep work the drivers put in, the ups and downs of emotions that go through the season and the year and the playoffs especially. I think people like seeing that raw emotion, and I feel like it makes people connect better with that person. Maybe they're not just an athlete to you anymore, they're more of a person to you. And I feel like that's really grown our sport a lot. And I think that's a positive thing, no matter what it is. I mean, F1's great if you want to see cars riding a single file line the whole time. NASCAR, you're going to get way better racing, and maybe I'm biased, but I do feel like both of those shows have really helped show the behind the scenes and the raw kind of people that are involved in it, and the ups and downs and the trials and tribulations. People love drama, and those shows definitely showed it.
So no problems riding the coattails of the success of Drive to Survive?
I think for us, we look at it slightly differently. I think, to Ryan's point, in 2018, really all motorsports in this country were challenged, right? Starting in 2019, our growth started to come back, attendance, ratings, and we've seen that growth continue. We celebrate their success, right? And, you know, they did a television deal a couple years ago. It was $85 million domestically. We did a deal last year that was $1.1 billion. So we are the king of motorsports in this country. There's room for us and them in IndyCar and other forms of motorsports. And I think it lifts, you know, kind of tide lifting all boats.
So Ryan mentioned the scale of emotions that you see from these shows, also the scale of the teams involved in supporting a driver like Ryan. I want to talk a little bit about the teams, because when you look at NASCAR's business model, it runs kind of a franchise model, Steve. There are 36 charters handed out, so the same teams year after year are guaranteed entry to the races. And then you've got, I think, 4 independent teams that don't have charters and have to then qualify for the races, right? But the teams don't make money, and that's been one of the rubs. What are you doing to change that?
Sure. So we're in the midst of charters. We have charters as franchise light, guaranteed entry into a race, guaranteed revenue, a portion of it, and then they race for the other portion of the revenue. And the opportunity to create enterprise value, which is what the charters have brought to the race team. So we are in what I will consider to be the final throes of an extension of these charters for another 7 years. And really 2 things is driving more revenue or providing more revenue to the race teams, which is what we have offered to the teams. And then some form of cost containment. If you're able to do that and they're cash flow positive, which they should be collectively next year with this new deal financially, then it will continue to drive enterprise value for them. And so I won't get into what the values are today, but they are tens of multiples more than what they were even 5 years ago.
You mentioned extensions for another 7 to 8 years. I know some of the teams want the charters to become permanent so they can plan more effectively. They've got to pay for mechanics, sales staff, storage to house the cars, tires, fees, credentials, hospitality suites. What's the likelihood of permanent charters?
There won't be permanent charters. So Like if you look at F1, they have something called a Concord Agreement. It's 5 years. So we want to make sure that we have the opportunity with our race teams at the end of this current agreement, or whatever the future agreement's going to look like, to make sure that we can evaluate for all stakeholders what this is going to look. So NASCAR has provided the teams with significantly more, or offered the teams significantly more money from a revenue perspective. We need to make sure that all stakeholders are getting what they need as part of this. So whether that's drivers, racetracks, teams, but the most important thing is, and this is a true thing, which is we need to make sure that race teams are healthy. And I know there are a lot of fans who don't think that having, they don't really care about charters, they don't care about healthy teams, but they should. And they should, because it provides better racing for them, right?
Yeah.
They are the beneficiary of profitable teams. And so we want to work hand in hand with our race teams to make sure they are profitable, and that the race teams and NASCAR and the tracks and our drivers are all helping to grow this sport collectively.
Thank you for answering that. Ryan, you're in the playoffs. I know that the last weekend's race was not great. You got 2 laps in, but how are you preparing for it? And how are you thinking ahead to the 2025 season when you guys have new distributors like Amazon, for instance, and Warner Brothers Discovery through TNT?
Yeah, I mean, from my standpoint, right, next year is next year, and it's great that we have these new partners coming on, like you said, with Amazon and others. That's more growth for the sport, I feel like. But yeah, this year we start our playoffs this week, and it's 10 weeks to the end, and all that's on my mind is how do we go back to back and try to win another championship, and how do you stay as hungry as what you did last year to try to win your first. And it's really weird, and it's funny that I feel hungrier to win my second than I did my first. And I don't know why that is. Maybe you taste the forbidden fruit and you want another bite of it or something. But like once you kind of get a feeling of how that is and what that all, feels like when you all have one collective goal and you achieve it, now you want it even more when you've done it. So hopefully we can do that again. But no, next year is going to be amazing from the schedules changes, where we're going to our different broadcast partners. I think that's amazing.
What's the race you're most looking forward to in 2025? Just very quickly.
Oh, gosh. I'm excited to go to Mexico City. I really am. The audience is going to be fantastic. They're obviously huge motorsports fans. And I'm just excited to see, as an athlete and a driver, like, that fuels us. Even though we don't necessarily feed off their energy like other sporting events, right? We don't hear the crowd.
There's other things going on.
Loud things going on. But that atmosphere before the race, like we talked about the fan access and things like that, you can feel that before the race, and you know if the energy's high or not. And I think that one might top all the races that we've had, or at least the ones that I've run in my 30 years of racing.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yep. Ryan Blaney, he is the 2023 NASCAR Cup Series champion, and Steve Phelps, president of NASCAR.
Thanks for having us. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Deja Kelly, point guard for the University of Oregon Ducks women's basketball, Tim Pernetti, commissioner of the American Athletic Conference, and Brittany Whiteside, vice president of ASB College at Altice Sports Partners, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Randall Williams.
Hey everyone, we're here to talk about college sports today, which has been called the Wild Wild West. Why? Because of name, image, and likeness, as we all know. The first question I want to ask you all, and really I love this panel because you all come from 3 different perspectives: business, conference, player. How has NIL impacted each of you? Deja?
It's impacted me in a number of ways. I think obviously financially is the very general way that people see, but just as a person, I think just NIL coming into play while I'm still in school, being able to grow and build that generational wealth and continue to grow in the business world and continue to build my portfolio, I think is huge. So being able to have that opportunity before I, get my degree and just continuing to build those opportunities, I think has truly been a blessing. And NIL is definitely something that college athletes definitely deserve.
You're being a little modest. Deja has a lot of deals. You have a lot of deals. Tell us about some of those.
Yes, so NIL, like I said, I have had some really great partnerships, and I'm really strategic with the partnerships that I have.
Sure.
I always want it to align with things that I believe in, my values, and who I am as a person. But when I first started NIL, I had deals with, brands like Dunkin', Outback, and now I have a whole list.
Tommy Hilfiger, Bazooka.
Tommy, Beats, Bazooka. Yes, I have equity in Bazooka. I'm an investor, so just building on those brands, having those partnerships are really special.
Tim, how's NIL changed your world?
I think it's changed the entire industry. In fact, it's probably something. I always go back to the same story, which is when I was in college and playing football at Rutgers, there was a buddy of mine who lived next door that had the most popular band on campus. And they advertised all over the place, and they made money hand over fist. And if you look at that, why haven't student athletes been afforded the same opportunity? So it's really changed. It's probably overdue. It's changed things. I think it's forced athletic departments to think differently about how they raise money and what they do. Because you'd be saying, oh, we got to raise $100 million this year. Well, now you're focused on bringing some of that revenue into collectives to try to support student athletes in NIL deals, or just attract and retain student athletes in these deals. But I think it's never been a better time to be a student athlete. The way I look at it from a commissioner's perspective is everybody's lamenting oh God, how is this happening? What are we going to do? And I'm sitting there saying, we have failed to modernize the business over the last 20 years. So this is overdue. We need to look at student athletes as our partners now on the business side in everything we do. What Deja's doing is not common, though. I think a lot of student athletes are not spending the time to focus on brands that are consistent with who they are or consistent with their own DNA or what their beliefs are. Sometimes my concern as a commissioner is student athletes are getting distracted by dollar signs and not spending a lot of time really getting into the details of who they're getting into business with.
Brittany, you stand in between the students, the schools, and the conferences. How has your world been?
Yeah. In touching every aspect of this, right, we really help leaders across the country think differently, strategize, and how to operationalize and really help support the athletes like Deja on campus, right? How are you leveraging your collectives? How can we help you as a leader think through how to generate more revenue to support your athletes? And so for us as a business, it's really been a time of constant growth and change, and we're in an industry that has been ever evolving. And so just working really closely with the leaders across the country and essentially shaping and forming what that looks like so that athletes have the opportunity to continue to monetize and maximize opportunities on campus.
Tim, I want to go back to something you said about there's never been a better time to be an athlete. But are there any downsides to name, image, and likeness?
There's so many downsides, and that's the thing. I've seen it from all sides. When I was an athletic director at Rutgers, I knew what my job was. It was to look out for the best interest of the institution and our student athletes. As a commissioner, now you're responsible for thousands of student athletes. The downside of NIL is I think it's great that student athletes have this opportunity, but it's a distraction. And I also think if you apply social media into the equation, which one missed shot or one missed field goal doesn't turn into anything other than ugliness and threats. And you have to remember, the bottom line is now we're looking at student athletes and saying, well, it's a different game. They're making money. They're more professional. They're kids, and it's just a game. That's the reality. But I think student athletes have it harder than they ever have, too, because of all these pressures. And don't think those addictive things like social media don't contribute to the mental health crisis we're having with student athletes. So it's not all moonlight and canoes here. There are a lot of things that are more challenging than they've ever been. And, I, for one, I think it's much harder to be a student athlete now than it was 30 years ago when I played. And since being in this job 90 days, I have a different admiration for student athletes than I ever had.
Brittany, what are the best schools doing to manage all of this? Because the rules are changing so much, and especially on a state-by-state basis where some things may be true in one state, other things you can't do. What are the best schools doing?
Yeah, it's two things. Schools are being proactive in developing their strategy. They're looking at the landscape, they're looking at the upcoming challenges and some of the rule changes, and they're being proactive in terms of planning for those challenges, forecasting out budgets, also investing in resources on campus, right? Individuals, positions that are supporting athletes as they are entering into this space. And so those two things, really strategy and infrastructure, schools that are really doing a good job at it are proactive, and they're investing in the resources and this infrastructure to really help support the entire ecosystem. Collectives, athletic directors, everyone that's involved in NIL, those schools are really being proactive in their approach.
Deja, take us through your NIL journey, because you were there when it started. You just transferred to Oregon. What has this whole journey been like in navigating it?
It's kind of been surreal, honestly, just as a 22-year-old who came to college, seeing the ins and outs of not being able to capitalize off of your name, image, and likeness, and having that switch my sophomore year as a 20-year-old, seeing the shift in the conversations, the way you network. I think for me, the way I've grown in terms of trying to build relationships, I think really that's what NIL is about. I think it's people only see the dollar signs and think that that's what it's about, but it's about way more than that. It's about building your brand, building those connections, networking, building that financial stability, of course, but it comes with so much more. So I think even for me now, being a grad at Oregon, I've seen so much and have been through so much throughout the NIL process. So being able to continue to grow and seeing where I'm at now in terms of now I'm investing. I just bought my first home. So being able to,
congratulations.
Thank you. So being able, thank you. But being able to, again, capitalize in ways like that honestly have nothing to do with basketball. I'm building a foundation for me to continue to be financially stable in the future. And again, while I'm still in school, I'm getting my master's. So continuing to build off of that is something that NIL, I think, has really paved the way for college athletes.
This one's for all of you, but I want you to answer this first. The transfer portal. If it's not NIL that coaches and athletic directors are complaining about, it's the transfer portal. How did you make your decision to go from UNC Chapel Hill to Oregon?
Just thinking about my future. I think I had a great 4 years, great career at UNC. I got my degree. So it was a great experience. But for me, and just continuing to think long-term and going into that, Oregon, like I said, I'm getting my master's. I have a sought-out career in broadcasting, so wanting to get into that. They have a great master's program.
Don't take my job. Take my job.
Watch out. Maybe soon. But yeah, I can get my master's in a year, so that was obviously very appealing with Oregon. And then from a basketball standpoint, I think the coach is great. Kelly's been great. He really has developed pros in his past years of coaching, so being able to play under him and learn from someone like him, I'm super excited about.
Tim, tell me your experience in the transfer portal. I imagine it's so much fun.
It's different. I think what everybody has to remember is student athletes transferring from school to school. That's not new. There just used to be more restrictions on what you could do, and there was the year in waiting. I actually think all that stuff forced student athletes to really think about their decision. Now it's a little bit of a freer market. And what's changed is, the reality is student athletes make a decision and make an investment in that school. That school is making an investment in that student athlete the first day. So when a transfer happens after 1 year, what happens on the campuses is they're sitting there thinking about what really happened to my investment. And some of us are talking about this at the commissioner level, like leadership needs to help guide the future in this. And I do think to protect every institution, like the transfer portal is what it's going to be. Yeah. Student athletes should have the right to transfer. But for an institution that maybe put $500,000 into a student athlete in NIL relationships that transfers after a year, I think there should be a system where the school that they're going to is required to make that school whole on that investment. Otherwise, they've made that investment and it walks out the door, and you have no way to get return on that investment. The second part is commissioners are talking about how do we guide the future in establishing contractual relationships with student athletes. Like, these are commitments to each other, and I actually think, and our ADs think, commitment still matters. But it's hard. I mean, we have a quarterback at Memphis who is the only 4-year starter at quarterback at the same school in the country right now.
Wow.
Like, think about that. So it's gotten to a place where it's very hard to understand where it's headed, but there do need to be some measures put in place, not to govern student athletes, but to protect everybody that's in the value proposition.
Brittany, talk to me about how when an athlete transfers to a new school and they're a big-time athlete, How does that impact the school when they've just put the same money that Tim is talking about into it, and then they go from Memphis to a USC? How does that change Memphis if that happens?
Yeah, you know, from a coach's perspective, you now lose your starting quarterback, right? The player that you had planned and invested in terms of resources, player development, all of those things. So there's an impact in terms of on the team level, right? And then as a whole, you know, for an athlete, it gives them the opportunity to make that decision, right? I think we also need to be aware of the transfer portal. Sometimes athletes make that decision, enter the portal, and it doesn't always go as planned, right? And so there's a percentage of athletes that aren't landing anywhere. And so you can think about the star quarterback. I think that's the ideal, you know, situation where that star quarterback will likely land somewhere else. But there's a host of other athletes that are making that decision, entering in that space, and maybe not landing in the most ideal scenario where they're in positions to complete their degree. And so for that quarterback, they're probably going into another starting position. We talk about some of the challenges with the portal and tampering and some of the rules around, you know, reaching out to that athlete and having those conversations before they're in the portal. And so those are some of the things that we'll have to figure out as an industry as well.
So now, one of the underlying themes that we've been here, everyone has said these two words, private equity. They're considering investing in college sports, the Big 10, the Big 12, SEC schools. How could this impact college sports? Tim?
I think it can impact it in a lot of ways. And by the way, it's not, you know, at my opening press conference, I talked about how we need to get creative on the commercial side of the business to support the structure that is now changing around us. You know, the reality of all this is what Deja has the opportunity to do, 9 out of 10 other student athletes don't have the opportunity to do. So what we have to be really careful of as we look at building the future of collegiate athletics is not just to build it for the top 1%. Okay? But how this all works with whether it's private capital, private equity, whatever you want to call it, is the beauty of it, everybody's saying college sports is broken. And I'm sitting over here saying, explain that to me. Explain why private capital is at the door wanting to invest in this asset. Because you know what they invest in? Assets that have huge affinity, that are growing enterprises, that maybe at times need to be run a little bit better than they are. I think we have all of those traits. So where the opportunity I think is interesting is to enable institutions to accelerate investment to acquire and retain talent, accelerate investment in revenue generating opportunities, to grow their business to support everything that's happening around us. There's more cost and expense in the litigation and everything that's coming down the pike. But PE sees something that's valuable, and they also see every 10 years when the media rights contract comes up, it doubles, it triples. They see the value exponentially growing. I think it's an exploration right now. We've been very aggressive in that space. I'm excited about a lot of these
aggressive, so that means you're having conversations.
We've had a million conversations. But what I always tell people is our conference is juiced up about this because I've gotten them excited. But what I say to them is, if you're not all committed to be in this conference for the next period of years, no private capital group's going to sit here and invest in you. They want to know that that asset that they bought, at worst, looks like that asset at the end of the relationship, if not better. So I think that's the hill to climb, because conference realignment is sort of that plane circle in the airport all the time that can't be controlled.
Brittany, how could this impact the schools, and what do you think they'll be spending on? Because there's the athletes, as you know, the antitrust lawsuit with some of these athletes that are going to be paid $20 million over the next couple of years as a salary cap. But some of this money won't just be spent on athletes. It could be spent on facilities and other things. Where do you think these schools will be spending the money, and how it's going to impact them? For a school like Alabama, who is coming off of 6 national championships in a decade, how could this impact them?
Yeah, you just talked about the pending House settlement, right? Yes. That's an important part of it. Many schools now have to share $22 million directly with their athletes. They'll have the opportunity to do that, right? And so the financial model is strained. Some institutions do not have that $22 million right now to really share. So you talk about Alabama, some of the schools that may be able to find those resources a little bit easier than others. And so where private equity comes in is that influx of cash that can help them fill that gap, right? Because schools still want to compete at the highest level and want to be competitive. And they know that part of that revenue sharing is going to be part of it, right? It's going to be part of recruiting conversations and how coaches, field teams retain talent. And so as you're thinking about that, some of the schools, they don't have as much of a financial strain to find that $22 million, but others do.
Right.
And so that's where the private equity, that's where the revenue generation, being innovative in terms of creating opportunities to generate more revenue. And that's what PE sees in college athletics, is the opportunity to optimize those revenue buckets.
If it's not the Wild Wild West in a couple of years, what are you going to call it, Tim?
You know, I'm more of an optimist about this. Like, I've never used a moniker like Power Five and Wild West, because I think the media just literally makes this stuff up. Like, all this stuff they say, well, what conference are you? Are you here? Are you? Like, the media's making it up. Like, I know what we're doing, but it's different than everything else.
Yeah.
What would I call it? I mean, I think it's the land of opportunity. College sports has never had greater opportunity for young people. Like, selfishly, I wish I could get in the time machine and be part of this as a student athlete, because
all your eligibility's gone?
I mean, unfortunately, yes. It wasn't worth that much to begin with, by the way. But now more than ever, I think the opportunities and the benefits that student athletes will have in exchange for the investment of themselves in colleges and universities will continue to grow. And I think that's a good thing, because remember this: collegiate athletics is the single strongest marketing arm that any university has. And if they embrace that and they actually make it part of the fabric of who they are and don't just say it, what they have to remember is Deja Kelly, Tom Herman at FAU, coaches and student athletes are the brand ambassadors of building that brand. It's no mistake that applications, enrollment, donations, all these things go up with athletic success. So I think it's going to be a great land of opportunity, even far more than people are seeing today.
This conversation is so wide-ranging. Deja, when you're giving advice to your brother or people that are under you, people who look up to you, what are you saying when it literally feels like there's predators after them? Like, hey, you can do this, you can do that, I'll get you this cash, I'll get you that cash. What are you telling them to help navigate this industry?
I think really just to focus on what matters to you the most. I think that's the biggest thing, because so many people now, with everything going on with NIL, with the transfer portal, with people throwing money around, I think you can lose sight of what your values are, what this process really means to you, what you're looking to get out of your process. And I think that that is something that younger kids, people coming into college, need to just continue to focus on. And if it's just for the money or if it's for other things, I think you see a lot. I've seen some recruits try to choose schools for the very wrong reasons. And
like what?
Well, I think monetary, it's contractual. I think just seeing conversations like that instead of, and kind of the brand, what the brand of a school can do for them, things like that, which it matters, it does, but again, it's just about what you want out of your experience. And I think, and especially in the transfer portal too, it's about what you want out of your next experience. And I think just really focusing on that and focusing on your values and how you're gonna use every avenue of the NIL space and in the college space, seeing how that works for you and just really prioritizing that.
What are you all telling both the schools and the students how to navigate this? Because the schools want to keep the students. Sometimes the students want to stay. Sometimes the students are like, didn't get enough playing time. This isn't what I thought it was going to be. It's time for a change. And maybe they have bad influences in their ear. Maybe they have good influences in their ear. What are you all telling both the schools and the players?
I think we're telling them to get educated. The NIL space is vibrant. It's never been more competitive. There's not an unlimited amount of money out there or opportunities out there. Like, brands have been paying for audience since the beginning of time. Like, that equation hasn't changed. So naturally you see the bigger NIL deals gravitating more towards student athletes that have reach and have an audience. What we're telling them is, you've missed a step, which is get educated on the impact of all this over your life, not over the next year or the next 3 years. And you mentioned the laws, like the state laws, everything's different. I don't think we need federal intervention in collegiate athletics, but one thing we could use their help on is unifying how NIL works across all the states. So, like, Missouri has a legislation that says you can start monetizing your NIL so long as you're committed to a school in the state of Missouri. That's a recruiting advantage.
Yeah.
So if it's unified and the patchwork of state laws is gone, that's important. But we've told student athletes is, you've missed the education step. And what I see out there is there's a lot of groups and organizations focused on transactions, but there's a much smaller number out there that's focused on education. And that's really where I hope student athletes listen and set forth, like Deja said something that will stick with me probably for the next week and I'll use over and over again. She is getting into business with people to set a foundation for her future. It's not about basketball, it's not about Oregon, it's about her life. But I don't think a lot of student athletes are thinking that way. They have to learn how to get smart about this so they don't end up doing business with the wrong people in the wrong deals that end up paying a long-term consequence.
Let the dollars teach you and not distract you.
Correct.
Brittany, what's your take?
Yeah, you know, as we talk to leaders across the country, we're telling them to make sure that they're investing in the resources so that athletes know who they can go to talk to about this contract that they have in front of them, right? Making sure that they're making the right decisions as they're entering into this space because it is a space of great opportunity, right? Gaining equity in a company, that's awesome. That's an opportunity you did not have pre-NIL. And so athletes now have the opportunity to gain some of these skill sets. And as leaders across the country, as coaches, we need to make sure that we're pouring into them and creating the ecosystem where they can thrive, right? And providing them with the education and the resources so that they can navigate it in a responsible way. And many of our schools are doing that, and you'll see the evolution of college athletics and the business model, and you're seeing more and more schools really start to hone in on NIL and resources in that space like they would with strength and conditioning, nutrition, any other path, academics that they're helping to support the athlete in.
One of, if not the single most impactful and influential part of college sports right now are collectives. The way that they can pay an athlete, the way that they can influence an athlete to, hey, come transfer here, we'll be able to get you paid. Tim, what does a good collective do? And what does a collective who doesn't have everything together do? And what's the difference between how they operate and how they help a school and help athletes?
After 3 months on the job, back in college sports, I have a point of view on this. I think the good collectives are aligned with the athletic departments in the universities in trying to achieve broader goals versus their own individual goals. And I think you see other collectives that see this as an opportunity to get closer to student athletes. And I think that could be dangerous at times. But the term collective is new, but the theory of people donating money to support student athletes, like this has been going on since the beginning of time.
Right.
But as you look at it going forward, it's just they just call it a different name. But the good ones are aligned more with what the universities are trying to do as a whole. There are administrators out there that think post-house settlement, if it gets settled, there's actually a public hearing today, if it gets settled, that the collectives should go away. And I think the collectives are going to have something to say about that because that is the ability to put more value on top of what the cap may be. So I don't see the collectives going away, and I certainly don't see them going away without a legal fight. And the one thing I know about the industry is we are not interested in any more litigation right now. Like the more litigation, the less time we have to build the future and build the structure in the future. Otherwise, just playing defense on everything. So I think where people get a little tepid is like, let's not invite more litigation. But the reality is like collectives have run the right way, they have brought value to universities. Run the wrong way, they have brought challenges to universities. And I don't think there's any way to unify their approach because they're all run by different people with different agendas.
Interesting. We've talked NIL, transfer portal, private equity, and now collectives. We've covered everything. This is College Sports and Money. Thank you, Deja. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Brittany. And we're on to the next session.
Thank you.
You've actually seen the introduction of institutional capital liquidity, and that's been a major difference. So you've got the ability to buy a minority stake and get out because there's a real market for it.
There is a lack of liquidity still in certain areas that needs to improve.
But I really like it as part of my own portfolio because it's acorrelated. It doesn't really go up and down with the economy. A lot of it's driven by, the growth in the streaming content.
There is an opportunity here, at least in our investment thesis, to professionalize the way these things are run.
I can only say in our pipelines, we're seeing a meaningful acceleration in deal flow.
And the way I think about it is we're investing, and when we have, a collection of players, and really those players continue to hold their value.
Please welcome to the stage Don Cornwell, co-founder and CEO of Dynasty Equity, Colin Neville, partner at Rain, and Jasmine Robinson, managing partner at Monarch Collective, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Shonali Bassick.
maybe I'm biased, but I think the best conversations about sports do intersect with finance. And I feel lucky to have what I think is the best panel of the day. So we're going to talk about all the forms of investment that are coming into the industry. But first I want to start with a poll, actually, for all of you, which is private equity investment a net positive for sports? I'll let you vote if you think yes or no, and then we'll talk to the rest of our panel about it. I think. That's not good. You didn't sign up for this? Well, we're excited to see what you think. But while we answer this as well, I'm sure all of you have seen the news that the last major U.S. sports league in the United States has opened up to the idea of private equity investment. And actually, Don's company is one of the firms that have been approved in that process. Can you give us a little color on what that's like?
Yeah, it's super exciting. From a personal perspective, I got my career in sports started at the NFL. So 30 years ago, I worked at the league office. So it's sort of a full circle moment. More importantly, the NFL is the best content in the world, right? Not best sports content, literally the best content in the world. Tonight, probably 25 million people in the United States will watch the opening night of the season. And when you just think about how much the NFL is in people's zeitgeist, the opportunity is real. For us, as a firm, we're a year and a half old. To be able to partner with that league office in particular, which is fantastically run. You know, the way I think about it is we're partnering with a great set of assets with great management teams, right? That's traditional private equity, and so we're super, super excited.
Now, before we move on from the NFL conversation, I know, and I have to admit, I stole this from our colleague Randall Williams. You guys are called the Avengers, apparently, in the background. The nickname Avengers is what they call the consortium that is investing in this. How did the Avengers come together?
That's just, I don't know where that came from.
I love Marvel, so I love it.
That is not a real name, because obviously we can't get that trademark. I think people saw us walking through an office, it's a bunch of larger guys, and they just decided to call us the Avengers. Curtis Martin is a pretty athletic looking guy, so.
Don had a cape on when he walked
a mask.
We could see it.
A hammer.
So lucky for you, most of the audience agrees. Private equity is a good thing.
Yay.
Colin, you can kind of open up to where private equity is making the biggest difference in all the teams you've worked across, all the leagues you've worked across.
Sure. I think it's a little bit of a misnomer because private equity has invested in sports assets for a long time. There are a lot of good examples. Following COVID, or really in the beginning of COVID, a lot of the leagues changed their rules, and so there was a huge rush of capital into the space, and Don probably remembers this as well from his earlier days. We used to have, maybe 4 or 5 traditional funds that would be interested in the sector. There's now 50, and I'm probably understating it, and that's really just U.S. So globally, there's a tremendous amount of interest. It's changed the way that we work with teams when we're raising capital or taking them to market for a sale, because your buyer universe is significantly expanded, in addition to just the way that you finance these deals. When we've sold a few of the big European football clubs the last couple of years, the access to financing, relatively cheap financing, I would say, enables other buyers, whether it's a high net worth or a sovereign or another institution, to pay higher prices. So generally been pretty good for the ecosystem.
We'll ask you about types of buyers in a minute. One kind of newer area for investors across the universe here has been in women's sports. And Jasmine, you're really at the forefront of that. How much interest is being drawn in now, and how has that changed the way you guys invest?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, when Kara and I co-founded Monarch, it was really because I was sort of in the inside conversations when some of the men's leagues were starting to open up to private equity. And I was kind of watching that. And then I was watching what was happening around media rights and brand engagement and just fans showing up around women's sports. And I was like, why is no one putting these two things together? And it just felt like, to me, like if I'm going to go and invest in teams and want to see kind of like appreciation that could look like venture-like growth, it feels like that's really possible in women's sports. But in a space where there's still a lot of the same characteristics of downside protection that I think you see on the men's sports side of things. So, I think when we launched Monarch, people were kind of like, is women's sports big enough? Is it interesting enough? And I think now women's sports has really become so mainstream in the last 2 years since that happened. And I think just when we look across the ecosystem, sort of when companies in our portfolio are raising capital or otherwise, there's just a lot more educated buyers on this topic and a lot of interest. It's exciting.
I think valuation is an interesting topic because, of course, as you've been saying, that getting in at a lower valuation presents that much bigger growth opportunity. How do you feel about this as well? When you're looking for a valuation play, do you look to women's sports more? Are there other areas that you're looking to as well lately?
So we do spend a lot of time on women's sports. Jasmine and I have spent a lot of time comparing notes, and we have gotten close in a few situations and continue to look hard for something great. So valuation is a topic that you guys always want to talk about, and I get it. I was actually doing some thinking. About 10 years ago, I was on a Bloomberg panel. It's this teeny little place in Chelsea. I think, Colin, you were on the panel with me.
I remember.
It was right after Steve Ballmer bought the Clippers. And I actually found an article that has me quoted. And I said at the time, 2014, that the $2 billion price wasn't crazy. Now, at that moment in time, Steve Ballmer was worth $22 billion. Steve is now worth $120 billion. So if the Clippers were sold today, the question is, what would Steve Ballmer be able to afford? I'd say a lot, right? So it's very possible for him to come up with 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, $20 billion if he wanted to. So the ability to pay is not an issue. Then the question is, what's the go forward, right? And what gets us excited, and I think Colin and Jasmine would agree, is technology coming into sport, right? And if I think about, my 5-year-old son over there, the way he interacts with sport is very different than the way I did, right? As a child, I was a Mets fan. The Mets never knew who I was, right? There was no relationship. Now, my son, my wonderful wife, they come to Knicks games with me. I am getting fed things in my phone on a daily basis, youth jerseys that are in his favorite color, purple. I'm getting fashion-forward Knicks gear because they think that my wife might like it. I guess she likes fashion. And so the fact is, all of a sudden now, there's a one-to-one relationship between the team and the league and the consumer. That leads to monetization. So as I think about where this is going, we couldn't be more excited.
I want to talk more about monetization in just a second, especially with the two of you. But I do want you first to call and answer, what's the end game? You have these new investment firms that are investing in different teams. Do they IPO? How do you exit? How do you find value? These are such new investments.
Yeah, look, I think the value is a long-term play in terms of the appreciation. I don't think, and Don should comment on this, but I don't think any of the funds that are approved for the NFL or any other leagues, as an example, are doing it for any other reason than they think it's a good investment that will appreciate in value and deliver returns to their LPs, which is their business at the end of the day, right? They don't get paid to manage money and not make money. Otherwise, they're going to be in business for not too long.
But if they can't exit, how do they make money? Or return that money to investors?
There are all sorts of ways you can structure exits in sports teams. I don't see a flood of teams going public over time. Typically, the private valuations for teams have far exceeded public valuations. We saw that in the transaction that we worked on with Manchester United earlier this year. But there are other ways that you can finance out your stake in a team, whether it's selling to someone else, the full team gets sold, which, we have a fund as well. Our thesis is a little bit more active management with our companies. And when you're investing in teams, you're more or less along for the ride, as Don said, with really good management teams. So you're betting on, what do they want to do with the team long term to some certain extent.
I'm curious, Jasmine, as to how you find value in teams as well. I've seen, for example, a 6th Street analysis that looked at the universe of women's soccer, but not women's soccer, in professional sports, youth soccer, to see what the future audience potential would be, the future potential is for this sport. How do you think about the growth rate of the teams you're investing in?
Yeah, I think kind of the way I think about it is like the universe of women's sports fans today are like the people that are gonna go search across like 7 different channels and download 4 different apps to find this content because they're rabid about the content. And I feel like now we're sort of progressively making it much easier to be a women's sports fan as this content's distributed more broadly. And these things are just sort of like the natural, real-world, in-person network effects, where it's like you're going to bring your friend to the sports bar and go watch the game together, and now they're going to tune in when they're sitting at home. And so I feel like it's like we're kind of hitting this inflection point in terms of, the fan base isn't super penetrated today. And if we look at the history of what happened in the men's leagues, I think there are going to be a handful of leagues on the women's side that really grow exponentially because of these sort of real person network effects. And so I think there's a ton of headroom.
And to the technology also, because now you have the technology companies that can go find the fan, right? If they know that you are somebody that is likely to want to watch an NWSL game, they will market it to you, right? If anybody here signed up for Apple or Amazon or whatever it is, they're shooting notifications when the match is on, and you hit a button, next thing you know, you're watching it. That didn't exist 20 years ago, and I think that's where women's sports in particular are going to benefit, because they can find the fans and actually convert those fans to eyeballs.
And just to piggyback quickly on what Don said earlier about technology, you know, if you rewind 3 or 4 years, people will remember the NFT craze. I didn't know what an NFT was in 2020, but that's come and gone. But there will be another version of another way to monetize this IP, which at the end of the day, it is the most powerful IP in the world. But I can't imagine what the next technological change that's going to drive revenue for the teams.
I want to talk more about this because this is perhaps one of the most fascinating, kind of eye-popping moments with changes in relationships with Amazon really creating a greater closeness to the NBA, maybe the WNBA. And then also, when you think about the deal they just struck with the Kelsey brothers, the $100 million podcast deal, just absolutely eye-popping. How do you see new media really changing the game, so to speak? Do you see the benefits immediately in terms of what Don and Colin are talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, media coverage, sort of dimensionalizing the story, I think is really important, especially as you're onboarding fans into the ecosystem of women's sports, which I think is really like the position that we're in today. That being said, I think all content investment isn't good content investment, and so it can also be a place that you can dump a lot of cash and actually not have it be high ROI. And so I think it's kind of like everything. It's like finding the really exceptional operators who can take this content, these stories, these athletes, and really spin that into the narratives, distribute it in the right spaces to actually make it pay off. And I think that's really so important.
How do you monetize this opportunity, Colin?
Which opportunity specifically?
Around the technology, if there's new media flocking to the sports opportunity and a wider array of them, how does that translate into dollars when you're investing in a team?
I mean, just more ways to distribute content and charge for it. There was, if I remember, the CEO of Manchester City, or City Football Group, it's a group that we worked with for many years, used to say, if I can get £1 per fan, and they've got probably 750 million fans around the world, my business is going to take off. So that quite hasn't happened yet, but to Don's point, knowing who your customer is, which other industries have been far ahead of sports on doing, will lead to that eventually.
I also want to talk about some of the upcoming moments for sports. This summer, a lot of people have been paying a lot of attention to Caitlin Clark, but also, what about the World Cup and the LA Olympics? What does that provide for not basketball, but for soccer in the future?
Yeah, I think in soccer we have some really interesting moments coming up. So obviously you have the 2026 World Cup, the 2028 Olympics, and then hopefully in 2031 the U.S. Will host the Women's World Cup. And so all three are great sort of activation moments for soccer in the U.S. I mean, I remember looking at MLS teams back when I was at the 49ers and being like, I don't know, $100 million, can you pay this for an MLS team? And like just thinking about the fan base for soccer in the U.S., it's just matured so dramatically. And I think you're seeing that both in terms of demand for North American soccer content and global football content. And so I think that's one of the really interesting things about the space is we're going to really build this depth of fan base in North America where it still, I think, has tons of room for growth. But this is also, soccer's a global property. And so we've invested in 3 NWSL clubs because we feel really confident in the opportunity in global soccer and the structure of the league there.
So when I came into this conversation, I was thinking about it a lot in terms of what's the next wave. Where are the next types of leagues and teams to be investing in? And one thing that keeps on coming up in my travels is youth sports. And wondering how the two of you in particular see this opportunity, because I know that you're looking at it.
Well, Colin, why don't you start, because I know you've got an investment.
Yeah, we have an investment in a company called RCX Sports, which essentially works with all the major U.S. leagues with their youth programs, notably NFL Flag. And so they help operate and run that program. It's a little bit of a, we had another business that was around youth recruiting, and so we sold that to IMG. And out of that, we sort of created our RCX, the business is growing at a rapid pace. And if you think about why the leagues want to develop that next generation of fan, it's a little bit what Don said earlier with his son, with my kids. Like, they're not watching sports the way that we did. So you have to get a fan earlier in their lifetime. And whether it's flag football or MLS or NBA, what they're doing with their youth leagues, you're grabbing someone early on. And if you get someone early on, especially for a sports team, I can speak at least for myself, you're a fan forever. And so we're pretty bullish on it. Growth rates are phenomenal. And I think you're going to see a lot more investment. And you're already seeing it right now.
I mean, to be fair, also, that is for the fans. But what about the players? There are a lot of parents who worry about the impact that this could have, the ripple down effect this could have across ages.
Yeah, I think private equity is looking for return we're at Bloomberg conference, right? So people need to make money. So yeah, there are ways. I don't think you're going to be gouging parents for fees. I would argue that you're sort of maybe there already, but I don't see it increasing significantly more because you'll lose parents.
How do you feel about this?
Yeah, so a couple things on that point. I would say private equity is coming in to provide and help provide a better experience for parents, right? And I think this, just taking a step back, we've talked a lot about technology, and I think anybody who's a parent gets it that what we're trying to do is keep our kids away from the screen. And I'll tell a quick story. Again, I keep talking about my son because he's here. This past weekend, he was at a basketball camp. Spent an hour playing basketball. Then after that, he sat with the guys he was playing with. They're all 5, 6 years old, and they spent 30 minutes trading Pokemon cards, right? And I was looking at this and saying to myself, this is what I did when I was a kid, right? I think human beings still want to be with other human beings, right? It's not all about the screen. And so parents seeing this are willing to invest in it. Where we come in is, can we make sure it's happening in what I consider to be a value-add way? Right now, it's very mom and pop. Some experiences are good, some aren't bad. The coach doesn't show up, they're late, the coach doesn't know what they're doing. Private equity comes in and brings discipline and makes sure that the money that is being spent well.
At the end of the day, and with our last 5 minutes, I'd love to talk to each of you about what you think is the next best opportunity, where each of you are looking for your next investment, your next team to work with, your next set of owners. How do you define your next place to go, Jasmine?
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe going back to something I said earlier, like, I do feel like there are going to be a handful of things in women's sports that really work, and then kind of the same thing that will happen on the men's side, which is that, like, there are a lot of sports leagues that are never going to hit that sort of escape velocity. And so we think a lot about how do you play in those spaces that you can feel really confident are going to take off in a world where we feel, well positioned to do that as the only fund focused on women's sports. And so, we're spending a lot of time on just like global football. So, we spend a lot of time in the US around the NWSL, but thinking about what's possible in England and Europe more broadly is a big topic. Basketball is obviously like super interesting and something we've been working on for a number of years to find the right opportunity there. So I think we try to not sort of get excited about all of these sports, which I think will like grow and scale, but try to find those opportunities that really, can be the next major league or can continue to scale in that way.
To that end, do you feel like you're facing more competition in some of these asset classes?
Yeah, but candidly, I think that's a good thing. Like when we were writing our pitch deck for Monarch, like one of the things that we talked about is the success criteria was bringing more capital into the ecosystem. I think whenever you get into a space like this and it's so early, it's sort of like the more people that want to come play here, the better. And I think it'll sort of, there's plenty of room and I think returns to have. And I think it's just about making sure the people around the table are excited to make money, but are also excited to build this ecosystem, but really build it in the right way and show up and do the hard work to get there.
Colin, next best opportunity.
Next best. Whatever I'm working on next is what I would say is the next best. We have a couple different theses that we're exploring. Women's sports, like Jasmine, is a big focus for us. We've had a couple advisory transactions, but we're looking to deploy our fund into something. I would say we've had a lot of success with emerging leagues. We were early investors in the PLL, which is the Professional Lacrosse League. They're thinking about expanding into women's as well, so that's something we're pretty excited about. And then I would say just globally, the U.S. market is not every sport, but is pretty mature in terms of what you can do. And so when we're underwriting to 3x cash-on-cash returns, we have to find things that are a little bit under the radar that have a longer runway. So we're looking overseas where there is a lot of commercialization yet to come. especially in Europe. I think what the NBA is thinking about doing in Europe is probably the most exciting thing I've heard in a long time.
I mean, it'd be hard for me not to say the NFL, and we will be spending a lot of time around the NFL in the near term. But I'd also say as this ecosystem of teams and leagues gets larger and larger, and there's more capital coming in, and there's better business models and more profitability, the operating companies that enable sport are super exciting to us, and we're spending a lot of time around that.
Very nice. It's great to have spoken to each of you today, of course, on the precipice of a lot of new investment. Thank you so much for joining us today, and thank you all for being here.
Now, coming to the stage from the WWE, please welcome Paul Heyman.
You can cut the music now. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul Heyman. If I were to be asked to describe the credit for the enormous business boom in WWE, if you read this morning on John Wall Street, WWE's net profits have doubled since 2019. If you ask me why, I'll give you three answers. One, the business leadership of our president, Nick Khan. Two, the creative leadership of our chief content officer, Paul Levesque. And number three, the fact that we are blessed to have the single biggest box office attraction in sports entertainment history. And that can be documented by the fact that our top star has been, since 2019, this man, the tribal chief, Roman Reigns. Where am I at? Okay, you take the inside.
Okay, all the other guests backstage were saying, how come I didn't get an introduction like that? Thank you, everyone, for staying around. We're talking WWE, which in 2024 means we're going to talk about Netflix as well. So I wanted to throw out a poll question. We're going to post it on the big screen here, but take out your phones so you can scan the QR code. And it's a fill-in-the-blank question. Live sports and sports entertainment on Netflix is blank. Great, I'll be watching. Nah, I'll stick to the true crime docs, or I don't have a Netflix account. Not sure if there is anyone who doesn't have a Netflix account.
These days, I feel like it's
Exactly, but please scan the QR code, please respond, and we'll be showing the results in real time. But of course, WWE and Netflix, it's the new modern marriage, right?
Absolutely, and like, so you're primarily on WWE SmackDown, like on Fridays, right? Raw is moving to Netflix in January. Can you take us through, like, how big a deal is this for WWE?
I think this is the biggest deal of all time, to be honest. But the thing that changes the whole landscape for us is that we've been on linear television for decades now, and we've been the leader of that episodically. So to take our program and to put it on a streaming network like Netflix, it's just unheard of. I mean, to go all the way back through our history, to see where we are now and the growth that we've had, really since 2020, you know, when the world was upside down, has just really been amazing. So it's a big opportunity for us to not only showcase our product, but just what we've mastered with live television.
And WWE's been a little more like edgier lately, a little more blood, a little more swearing than in previous years, I would say, right? Netflix seems to be particularly well equipped to allow that sort of thing. So, like, do you expect to lean more into that direction after the move?
If we allow Paul to do Hall of Fame speeches nonstop, we'll definitely push that envelope. But for me, I don't know. I've always enjoyed the challenges of being PG. And no offense to our predecessors and the people who came before us and the ratings that they revolved around. But to me, it's more challenging to be able to tell these stories, and then it also allows you a broader audience to connect to, which I just really feel like is always the goal. We want to reach as many people as possible, and I think there's a fine limit to when you can kind of cross that threshold to where you push people off from the product. So I think there's a nice, there's going to be a nice little range there that we can play with and push the envelope in certain senses, but I think we need to stick to our values and kind of the morals that we've set in place and the culture that we have now.
It's all storyline dependent also.
Yeah.
What does the story call for? There are stories on our show that call for a kiss at the end. There are stories on our show that calls for a punch at the end. There are stories on our show that calls for a level of aggression that transcends into violence. So it really is storyline dependent. What is the intensity? What is the purpose? What is the theme of the story that we're trying to tell?
I realize that we didn't introduce ourselves. Kim Basine covers celebrities and athletes for Bloomberg, so this is kind of the perfect nexus of everything you cover, WWE.
Absolutely, yeah.
I cover markets and companies, so I'm gonna ask a nerdy company type question to both of you. As a tech first platform, Netflix has access to more granular data on viewers and their habits than the conventional broadcasters. So I'm curious, what kind of data or analytics do you hope to get, do you expect to maybe get from this partnership that might be able to feed into storylines or how you craft moments in the matches that we're going to hopefully see? Why don't you start, Roman?
I want all that data. I'd like to be able to look at all of this stuff and go through these algorithms and analytics that way, because we're scripted. We can make this whatever's not only right for us, but what's right for the audience. And if we can keep our thumb on that pulse, it just makes the job so much easier.
I actually think the biggest beneficiary of that is going to be Netflix. And just so that I back up what I'm saying, they just released, and I apologize to the author of the article that released it, because I don't remember where it was published, but they just released who has the most social impact in WWE. And Roman Reigns has been off social media since WrestleMania, which was in early April. Off social media since April. Who has the biggest impact on social media in WWE? Roman Reigns. And the nearest competitor was 15 to 18% behind Roman Reigns, and he hasn't posted one thing since April. The enormity of the social media impact, of the digital impact that WWE offers and its top star can offer on a global basis, can even take a streaming service, and the world's biggest streaming service like Netflix, and make it humble.
It's a good perspective.
And now WWE and UFC are together as TKO Holdings. Where have you seen the benefits of that merger, and what do you want to see WWE leveraging more of in the future from its companion brand, let's say?
I think, as far as the synergy is concerned, it just makes perfect sense. But then to be able to gain the experience of Endeavor, to be able to have an Ari Emanuel at the helm, these type of resources are second to none. So, just being in the first year, I think we're coming up on the first year anniversary. We've had amazing growth, and I just think it's going to continue.
I think the chart speaks for itself, right there. Right.
Share price? Is that what that is? Yeah.
Up, 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 up. And that's where the stock's at 120 today. And it hasn't been forever. And why has it been? And then, okay, it's tremendous business by UFC and tremendous business by WWE. And it's a star and story-driven industry And the top star is Roman Reigns. So I will give all the credit in the world to Nick Khan, because that is a business leader, the likes of which I've never experienced. And Paul Levesque has been trained to do this job his entire life. But I'll also say Mount Rushmore only needs 3 heads, and the third one, it's Roman Reigns.
And like on that note, your business has become more global than ever at this point, right? You're having events in Berlin and in Saudi Arabia and so on.
And selling out, by the way.
And selling them out.
Selling them out in stadiums.
And are you thinking a lot about those international audiences like all the time, or just like when you go there? How do you cope with that new reality that you're being blasted out to the appearing all over the world these days?
It's all I've ever known, to be honest. I mean, I think we're just now getting, in the past 2 to 3 years now, getting into a groove of where we're maximizing, the fact that we're global. But since the day I got on the road, I've been traveling internationally, throughout the year for over a decade now. And that's what just makes us so just strong in the market, is that we can connect anywhere. I've vacationed, I've been fortunate enough to vacation some more remote places, and they still recognize me because we have that international product that the world just seems to be invested in, and it's never shown greater than now.
What's the most remote place where someone was like, oh my God, it's Roman Reigns?
Well, somewhere like in this, I wouldn't even say this is remote, but somewhere down like in the bottom of the Caribbean, like St. Lucia, somewhere I never thought would ever, know who I was. And as soon as I stepped foot in the airport, they know WWE, they know Roman Reigns. So it's just an immediate brand recognition. And it's not just our big W. They can see it through, through each performer. And it's getting to the point now where not only just through the performers, but through our storylines, they're recognizable in their own right.
I had to get caught up by Kim on the whole storyline with Roman Reigns and Paul Heyman, and he explained the whole thing about Paul being the wise man to Roman Reigns, the tribal leader. Did I get that right? Chief. Tribal chief. Okay. Oh, yeah. See?
We'll let that slide just this one time. Just this once.
Well, and I guess that's my point, because the barrier to entry to getting into wrestling and to really understanding it is not low. It's kind of high. It's hard to kind of tune in occasionally and pick up on these different story threads and understand it and be part of it right away. You have to catch up on a lot of stuff. Kim knows, because he's been watching this since he was a kid. The fact is that scripted content like this might be kind of hard for some adults to get over before they really join in the fandom. So I'm curious about what have you guys learned about how to make your sport more accessible to newcomers, yet specifically relevant to the diehard fans like Kim, so that you serve both audiences?
Well, we have to do exactly that. We have to serve both audiences, the casual fan and then the fan that we believe is completely tuned in with what we're doing every single week. And as a talent, this is where it can get, a little bit tricky on, Paul will tell you, I don't like to recap. I don't like to talk about last week's program because I'm focused on what we're pushing forward this week. But a lot of times you have to do that. You have to remind your audience of, just like before you watch a Game of Thrones, they give you a bit of a recap before you go into this new episode.
Last week on Game of Thrones.
Exactly. So there are times where we will give you that package and give you some of that B-roll, but there's other times where we can creatively fit it into our in real-time script, today's script about things that happened last week. So it's a constant battle creatively to continue to keep everybody informed, and then also, be cognizant enough to know that there might be a new viewer coming. Hopefully there's a new viewer coming in this week, and we need to speed them up and then also entice them to keep them on the ride,
I go by the sitcom theory. If you ever, what's the most successful sitcom of all time is Friends. And if you watch the later episodes, it's hi, how you doing, great, what's going on, this and that. But if you watch the first 2 seasons, every single time the characters addressed each other, they called each other by their names. Hi, Ross. Hi, Rachel. How you doing, Ross? I'm good, Rachel. What'd you eat for lunch today, Ross? I don't know, Rachel. What'd you eat? And they just keep on saying their names, so that when you watch it, you go, oh, that's Ross, oh, that's Rachel, and you know all the characters' names. I've been doing this for almost 40 years. My shtick is, the first thing I say is, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul Heyman. because I always presume that the person watching has never seen me before. And anytime I address Roman on television, the first thing I say is, yes, my tribal chief. Because they go, oh, okay, I've never watched this before. I don't know who this guy is. God damn, he looks good. But you know what? That's the tribal chief. So if you don't know who we are within a minute of us presenting ourselves, you at least know, okay, that guy's Paul Heyman. That's his tribal chief.
And he serves his tribal chief.
Yes, yes. So it's always the understanding that there are going to be more first-time viewers every time we're on television, or we're not growing our audience.
So I'm curious about how you try to reach out to a female audience as well, because according to...
Well, take a look at Roman Reigns.
Next question.
I'm told that women make up anywhere from 1/3 to 40% of WWE's audience, depending on who you ask. And Stephanie McMahon, the chief brand officer, has said that storytelling is the key. Of course, Roman Reigns doesn't hurt either, to capturing female fans. So beyond, there's a very competitive female division, as Kim has informed me. I'm curious how the two of you advance this effort in the ring. How do you ensure that you capture female audiences and keep them through what you do in the ring and how you present what's happening in the ring? Paul, why don't you go first?
I let the product speak for itself. We have so many we have in WWE right now what is the equivalent to when the Williams sisters came onto the tennis court. We have the greatest female roster in the history of this industry, and they're not just there for sex and appeal. They are there because the women in WWE right now, number one, are the best. I mean, Ronda Rousey came to WWE to display her athletic skills. And while doing it, she got a chance to also display her own persona as a character. But when Ronda Rousey, who is to MMA what the Williams sisters were to tennis, comes to WWE to do that, it speaks volumes of what we're doing. So the women here are not only magnificent athletes, they have acting chops as well. And you won't find it anywhere else. You'll either find great actresses or you'll find great athletes. And here you find the marriage of them both.
Roman, you've been essentially the central character of WWE for years now, right? And I'm going to read this quote from John Cena recently, who just gave you a big shout out. I don't think there is a better breathing example of the best the business has ever been than Roman Reigns. Even when fans didn't like him, he was still in a main event spot. He's been in a main event lens for over a decade. In 2012, the stock was trading at $11. WWE TKO stock is now at $117. That's on his shoulders. Do you agree? Have you put the team on your back?
Well, numbers don't lie. Look, I wish I could just say I'm I'm Taylor Swift out there. But, we have a big team. I have a wise man, you know what I mean? But, business has been really good. It's one of those weird situations. This is probably normally where I'd be like, Paul, brag about me. But at the end of the day, it's subjective. There are some objective metrics that are involved that we can measure, but, we can be like, there's 60 people over here that, no, Roman Reigns is the GOAT. And then there's like 2 people that, no way, The Undertaker's the greatest of all time. How do you argue with those 2 people who believe in their soul that The Undertaker is so that's the weird part of our job, and that's the beauty of it, is it's like where objective and subjective meet. And it can really be whatever you feel it is. And as long as you are connected to whoever product in WWE you're connected to, I think you have a rightful claim over that superstar being the greatest to you of all time. As far as what John said, look, I kind of witnessed and observed his early, reign, if you will, as being WWE's top guy, the face of the company. So nobody knows better than everything that it takes to get to that point and to even be in the conversation. So I guess I'm just going to agree with him.
So what does it take to keep that up as the central person that everyone relies upon for these big main event matches and everything? Like, what does it take from you to retain that position?
Systems. It's no different than any business. I built a bunch of systems over the years to where it's either become instinct or I've done it so I don't even think about it because it just is what it is. It's almost discipline. It's just set like that because we've timed it out, we've looked at everything, we've calculated it all. It's more efficient this way. So we need to do it this way. So you build a bunch of these systems and then all of a sudden you have something in place to where you can go on autopilot if you need to. You can get to that point to where when it's time to go through the curtain, all of you is there. So for me, that's kind of what it's all about, is to be able to do all the processes that it takes to get to the point to go out there and be the very best.
Part of that includes bringing your real life family on a weekly basis as well, right? Your cousins Jimmy and Jay are on the show, or in several matches, correct me? What's language? Everything, okay. And there's a lot of people you grew up with who you now appear on TV with regularly. I'm curious about blurred lines. Are there moments where, how often do the dynamics of Joe, which is your government name, how often does that worm its way into Roman's storylines versus Roman's storylines, seeping into the real life dynamics of Joe? I mean, how do you keep those separate? How do you manage it as well, Paul? Roman, is it just something that you train yourself to think along parallel tracks?
Well, it's kind of, you have to have this little perfect threshold of mixing both, because you want to be able to tap, like I need to be, when I'm talking to Jay, who in real life, his name is Josh, who grew up with Joe, we grew up together. So we have all this chemistry, we have so much, our relationship is a lifetime full of stuff. So to be able to tap into that, I have to still be present within who I am, but then I have to also sway it towards the performance and what the story is. So I can connect into very real emotions that I've had with Josh and then deliver them as Roman to Jay, if that makes sense. I think I confused the whole room. But that's the craziness of taking real life, taking the motivations of, your emotions and why you experience these things, and then transferring them over to screen to connect to them.
So in the Venn diagram, you take that part that overlaps and then you just kind of bring it over as needed.
Absolutely.
Paul, how do you keep track of all this?
I have the easiest job in the world. I get to hype someone I actually believe in. You don't need to, they never hand me a script. I don't need a script. For 20 years, I worked with a gentleman named Brock Lesnar. He's the only person in the world that's ever held the UFC, the NCAA, and the WWE heavyweight championships. For 20 years, I hyped up Brock Lesnar. Never needed help in doing it. When Brock's run was done, there was only one person I was ever willing to work with. I never thought they'd let us work together. It was Roman Reigns, because I believe in him. I believe he's the best athlete in WWE. If I fell down on my way to the ring and I got a concussion, and you handed me Mike and said, just talk, I don't need to think or memorize anything. I can always hype Roman Reigns because I authentically, genuinely, truly believe in him as the best athlete and the single best performer in the history of WWE.
So there are no blurred lines for you. It's all one, the Venn diagram is almost just one circle.
The only blurred lines are how do we fit my belief in Roman Reigns into the story that we're trying to tell. That's it. And in doing so, I just have to hype up Roman Reigns.
All right, I think we're done. I have just one final question. Is it better to be babyface or is it better to be a heel?
Well, the business was its most successful with me as a heel, but the future looks bright, so we'll see. We'll see. It's much easier. I think babyface is an easier side to actually perform in, but it's so much more fun as a bad guy. Yeah.
Heel is a bad guy, babyface is a good guy. Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks you so
Al.
much. Roman Reigns and Paul Heyman.
Ryan McCormick, Senior Factor and Core Equity Strategist at Invesco, for a conversation with Christine Cook, Global Chief Revenue Officer at Bloomberg Media.
So we're going from WWE to QQQ. Hello, everybody. I'm happy to be here for our sponsor spotlight with Ryan McCormick. And I think let's just start. Could you give us all a quick reminder? What are the Qs?
Yeah, so Invesco QQQ, it's the 5th largest ETF in the world. We just celebrated our 25th anniversary this year. And it's an ETF that tracks the NASDAQ 100 index, which is the 100 largest companies listed on the NASDAQ exchange, ex-financials.
And Invesco QQQ has a significant relationship with the NCAA and collegiate athletics. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, it's been like the best work perk I could have ever imagined. But Invesco QQQ is the official ETF of the NCAA. And I think we've utilized that platform on both the men's and women's side, not only to run commercials every 2 to 3 minutes, give or take, if you're watching the tournament, but really amplify our brand and what we're doing in the world of asset management. Additionally, we're the official financial education program partner of the NCAA. We developed a financial literacy program called How Not to Suck at Money. It's geared towards, college student athletes, college students, but I mean, it's application to high school students, to those that are out of college, those in their 30s and 40s and beyond, and just as a very, very approachable way to kind of, take a greater ownership in your own personal finance. So we've really geared that towards our partnership with the NCAA, and it's enabled us to go and talk to student athletes and help empower them.
That was a thematic that we heard earlier around NIL and how a lot of those athletes are focused on generational wealth and building out. Another thematic that we've heard a lot is around innovation. And earlier this afternoon, you guys sponsored a breakout session, Innovation and Investing in College Sports. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the role that innovation is playing, empowering a fund like Invesco QQQ and the future of college athletics.
Sure. I think when you look at and Invesco QQQ on the whole, being 25 years old, back then there weren't a lot of ETFs, right? So that was sort of like the early stages of the technology kind of coming out into the forefront. And since then we've seen exponential growth across the ETF ecosystem for the past 25 years or so. I think beyond that, when you look under the hood of the ETF, like what makes up this fund? It's a lot of these very large, well-known, technologically oriented companies, like dare I say, innovative companies, that make up and drive the performance of the fund. Companies that have created products and services that we use on a day-to-day basis. And we've sort of seen that jump into sports, whether that be at the professional, the college level, right? They've changed the way that we consume sports as fans, as somebody watching on their couch, like I intend to do later this evening. I think beyond that, you look at sports themselves, like tablets on the sideline, big data becoming a larger and larger part of game plan and situational breakdowns. This sort of confluence of sports and technology, if we've learned anything today, it's only poised to continue to grow. And you look at a lot of the companies that make up Invesco QQQ, they're the ones that are driving a lot of this forward.
Yeah, there was some conversation about that also a little bit earlier, and like how we better understand the fans and the way people are consuming. So that definitely resonates. Okay, so we have just 1 minute left, and I want to do a little rapid fire for you. So, favorite college football rivalry?
There's so many good ones. Iron Bowl, big game, the game. I'm going to go Army-Navy.
Oh, nice. There was a bunch of Army folks here earlier. Did you see that? Tickets to the game or at-home fan cave?
Tickets to the game.
No fan cave?
I mean, a fan cave's great, but I always like to be there in person.
Early season favorite to win the CFP?
My head says Georgia. My heart will always say Notre Dame.
Bucket list stadium and/or game day atmosphere.
All right, so I have to caveat this. We were talking about where each of us went to college, and I learned we have an LSU alumni here. And go Tigers. So I said I had to change my answer, but no, I'm going to keep it honest. I wanted to go to a night game down at Death Valley. So I want to get to Baton Rouge.
And he went to college, and Mr. Bloomberg was the president of his fraternity. So I had Mike the Tiger, and he had Mike the Man. So there's that. So Mount Rushmore of college football players, who are the 4 best?
Yeah. I mean, you can do this for just running backs. I mean, like, do you do championship? Do you do Heisman? So I'm going to go with the gut. Herschel Walker, Bo Jackson, Vince Young, Cam Newton.
Nice. Well, thank you so much for this, and thank you to Invesco QQQ for being our sponsor for Power Players New York.
Thanks so much.
Thanks so much,
This is
Brad.
awesome.
All right, so now I'm back for something a little bit different. To welcome you to something that's not what you've seen before. I'm welcoming you to The Deal, which is a show that I host with Alex Rodriguez. We explore the world of sports, the intersection of business, sports, and culture. Today, we're going to be joined by a very special guest. We've had a lot of champions on the stage today. This guy's a double champion because he is the owner of both the Boston Celtics and Atalanta, which was a champion soccer football club in Europe this year. So we're going to get to that conversation. But before we do, we want to remind you a little bit about our humble show.
So Serena, as I hear you speaking, I can't help but think about like when I transitioned from baseball to business, and it's quite daunting. And I know for me, there was some imposter syndrome, but we're both former athletes. I'm a man of color. You're a woman of color. As you enter the world of capital raising, which is very difficult, especially when you haven't had the track record early on, how did that make you feel when you went to LPs, potential LPs, to raise capital?
It's a competition. I loved it. It's what it gave me energy. It gives me life. In telling my story. And also, this isn't about me, and it's not about me raising capital. We are investing in women. We are investing in people of color. Like that 2% is women. People of color, women of color is less than a fraction.
Right.
Like if I want to start a business and my name isn't Serena Williams, I'm going to have to take something out on my house. I'm going to have to go to the bank. Like I'm just going to not be able to get VC money. But we're changing that. And we don't only invest in women. We don't only invest in people of color, but we're putting that on a platform. Our portfolio right now, as it stands, is 68% women or person of color. And that is unheard of in the VC world. And so for me, it's all about diversity and bringing everyone together. We invest in literally everyone. We don't care what you look like, but we hear your story if you're a woman. We hear your story if you're a person of color. And a lot of people that look like me don't even get their story heard. And so when you do go to these LPs and you genuinely tell them a story, if they pass, they pass. But at least you get them thinking. You get them hearing. And maybe they'll invest in another fund that is doing the same thing. Maybe that has been around a little bit longer with a track record, a little bit longer. But they'll come around to us at some point. And that's kind of how I feel, but I love talking to LPs and just getting that story told on a platform that a lot of people don't have. And so it's super amazing for us.
Please welcome to the stage, Steve Pagliuca, Managing General Partner and co-owner of the Boston Celtics and Senior Advisor, Bain Capital Private Equity, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Jason Kelly and Alex Rodriguez, Chairman and CEO of A-Rod Corp.
I love that we have our fancy microphones now. It's really good. It's like we're a real grown-up show. We're talking to Serena Williams. We're talking to Steve Pagliuca. All right, let's jump right into this because one of the reasons we wanted to talk to you, Steve, is I think the technical term, Alex, is you've had a hell of a year. This has been a really good year for you.
Yeah, I'm still pinching myself.
So 2 championships. As you look back, 24 is not over, so maybe you still got some winning in you. But like, what's the most memorable moment?
Oh man, it's really hard. I mean, probably two of them were, the seventh game, the championship game with the Celtics. We came so close for so many years. I was very happy for Jason and Jalen specifically getting over the hump. So that was very emotional. And then for Atalanta, they had not won the European Championship for 100 years. So that kind of revolutionized, Bergamo and the players. And we had a parade there. The Celtics parade was amazing, millions of people, but the parade in Milan took 5 hours because there were so many people on the streets. They had to have 100 policemen moving people out of the way as this double-decker bus went down the hill to only go 3 miles. 5 hours. It became dark. They're lighting off flares. It looked like Apocalypse Now. So those were just memorable moments.
Remember parades?
I do. New York, not Boston, but similar. But Steve, you've had such an iconic career, and I've admired you for so long. You've been so kind to me. But thinking about your career in Bain and all the great deals you've done in private equity, but take us back to 2002, because the Boston Celtics is a little different and a lot more special in many ways. Take us back to that, and what did that mean to you at that time?
It seems like yesterday. It's interesting because I'd been at Bain Capital and we had done $1 billion deals and $5 billion deals, and the Celtics was a $360 million deal. And we do a $1 billion deal, there might be 1 or 2 reporters. And the odd thing about the Celtics back then is there were no leaks. This was a very private deal from a private seller to a private seller, so there were 0 leaks. It's almost unheard of.
Wow.
And so it was a very hot day in September or August, whatever that day was, and we drove over to the Celtics facility, and the previous owner hadn't even told the coach that the team had been sold.
Whoa.
Wow.
And he was up in the balcony staring down at us, and it was incredible. It was so hot. I drove over with Wick Grosbeck, who's our CEO and lead partner, and it was incredibly hot. He bounded out of the car, and then I was nervous and I couldn't open the door of the car, and I was locked in the car. It was 90 degrees. I'm sweating, and we're going to the press conference. I thought there'd be a couple of reporters there, so thank God, I kind of etched on the window, help. And he came back, got me, got out of the car. I'm so glad we go and sit at a place like this, and I look up, and there's reporters, the same number about in the room today. I mean, there are 100 reporters there to report on this, and I said, okay, this is really different. The intersection of sports and business. When you put the entertainment into it, it's really different.
And so, before we get to, because I know you've got some owner-to-owner questions. I do not own a professional team. I'm a humble journalist here. But I did get to know you, Steve, pre-Celtics, covering private equity. I mean, tell us a little bit about translating that work to ownership. And you stayed in private equity during all of this time, and you're still an active investor, but what was it about Bain? Because Bain was, many people in this room are very familiar with that story, a very special and different sort of partnership. What did you bring from that experience to your partnership with Wick and your other partners at the Celtics?
Both Wick and I had been in venture capital and I'd been in buyouts. And actually the concepts are very similar. So the first thing we did was do kind of a Bain study on what were kind of the key objectives that we would have going forward. And consulting.
By the way, there are so many people in this audience like, oh boy, Bain study, here we go.
Really exciting stuff. But the good news is in consulting, we always boil it down to 3 things. I told Alex 15 years ago, it's always about 3 things. Not 2, not 1, it's 3 things. And the first was, you want to win a championship, so build the championship team. The second thing we needed to do was make it a more fan-friendly environment. Back in those days in Boston, back in those days, the Celtics were the only team of the 30 teams that didn't have a dance squad or a cheerleading squad. It was really old school, and not a lot of connectivity with the fans. It was kind of like they wanted to keep the fans away from the players. So that was the second objective is really make it a better fan experience. And the third was use it as a community asset, because you don't really, as you know, Alex, you don't really own these teams. They're kind of owned by the city, and they can do an enormous amount of good. So we set up, the first day we set up something called the Boston Celtics Shamrock Foundation. And you can't win a championship every year, but you can do a lot, for the people of Boston and New England off the court. And so those were the 3 pillars that we found on. And we did that study and executed on that. And the Globe came out with an article, which we just got under the wire. They said if they analyzed every team that won a championship, and I guess at that time, no new owners that came in, if they didn't win within the first 5 years, they never won.
Oh boy.
So we won in the 5th year.
Oh.
We had a 5-year plan, and we won in 2008.
Well, yeah, that's good Bain work.
So Steve, every time, whether it was when we were trying to buy the Mets, you were always so gracious, so was Bain, and you always wanted to offer advice. You didn't have a pony in the race, but you're always such a great mentor to so many people. Every time we went to Boston, when the Timberwolves went to play you guys, you and Wick were so gracious. You made me feel so, you were very hospitable and made me feel at home. You're probably the first person ever that made me feel at home in Boston, so thank you for that.
I'm a little weird.
But in all seriousness, when we entered the NBA family, you start asking the heads of the NBA, other owners, who are some people we should be talking to emulate and have as role models? And Mickey Arison in the Miami Heat and you and Wick just kept coming up in every conversation. If there was one thing that you would say with over 20 years of experience in the NBA now with 2 championships, what's one thing Mark, Lori, my partner, and I have to do, and what's one thing we have to avoid from doing?
Well, I think the number one thing you have to do is be a fan. You played pro sports. I never played pro sports. I played in college, but I realized I played a lot of basketball. But in getting involved with the team, the team shows up every day. There's 100 games if you count the playoffs. It's amazing strain on the body. You've got back-to-backs. The fans don't understand that. They don't know that this might be a guy who's played 40 minutes the last 5 games, and that guy's got to go out there like it's the first time he went out there. It's a show every night. So I think be passionate about your players, the team, the community. That'd be number one thing to do. And then what not to do, I think the biggest problem new owners have is they want to come in and win too quickly. And we studied all the teams and drafts. We did another Bain study on drafting and all the we're very, very analytic based. We started something called the BIA, the Basketball Intelligence Agency. There's a little sign. It's like the FBI, CIA sign, but it says BIA on it. We have a PhD from Duke. We have MIT. We have the whole crew in there. We're on our 20th kind of regression model now in terms of how do you pick players, strategy, and the rest. But I would say you need to take a long-term venture capital-like approach to it rather than turn it overnight. So you've seen many situations where you buy the team, they trade all the draft picks, bring in 1 or 2 old players that probably have something left, but maybe 1 year or 2 years left. And then if they get hurt and they don't win, you're out of draft picks, and then you're starting over again. So we always took this kind of 5-year plan approach of building by the draft, doing trades where they made sense. We didn't try to turn it around overnight.
And one of the fascinating things, especially if you think about sort of the intervening years between the championships from 08, right, to 24. I mean, it's a long time, especially in the NBA. The league has utterly transformed. What do you think is the most meaningful thing that's happened in those intervening years, other than new owners coming in? How has the business of basketball changed?
Well, if you look back 20 years ago, you would count fans in the hundreds of thousands. The Celtics didn't really have even emails with the fans. There was no Instagram. There was no Facebook. So it was very traditional. It was radio and broadcast television. And even before that, it was broadcast television on tape delay, believe it or not, back in the day. So what's happened in that 20 years is media and technology has changed dramatically. And now a place like Manchester United, Manchester City, Liverpool, they can count fans in the billions. And that's happening in the NBA, especially the global sports, soccer and basketball. You can now count fans in the billions. And the Celtics reach and the NBA reach is global. Adam Silver and David Stern did an incredible job getting out ahead of the curve. I mean, people used to criticize them for having an office in China, putting up early infrastructure in Europe. But now that's paid off big time. 30% of our players are from overseas, and they've done a phenomenal job just broadening the appeal and the product of the game. So technology and media have changed dramatically, and that has led to more abilities to monetize, players to create their own brands, more engagement on websites, and now you have a big battle between what I'll call old media and new media for those eyeballs, and that's why sports properties are so valuable.
So Steve, you have a great passion for the game of basketball. You played at Duke for 1 year. 2 years.
Yeah, I was the worst player on the worst Duke team
That's
ever.
okay. You still made it. You still made it. You still made it.
It's kind of like Bob Beeman's long jump. No one will ever exceed that.
2 of your kids played at Duke.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 of your boys. Okay. So you went
and
to
one
Duke.
at Amherst. Can't leave out Amherst.
Okay. And you went to Duke.
Yep.
You went to Harvard Business School.
Yep.
You were thinking about getting your PhD. Okay. I applied to both those schools. I got rejected very quickly. At what point did you know that you were just built a little different?
Well, the funny story was I wasn't that strategic. The reason I didn't get the PhD is my grandfather was a shoemaker and made $8 an hour. I had lots of student debt. I was going to be a professor at Harvard, so I went to get the doctorate, and I didn't have enough money. So I looked down the list, and what was the highest paying jobs? It was investment banking and consulting, and for summer jobs.
Yeah.
So I had an offer down here and an offer in Boston. I wasn't that strategic, so I said, well, I don't have to get a new apartment. I already have my lease in Boston. So I took consulting.
Wow.
And then that turns out to be very transformational for me because Bill Bain had created a new kind of consulting firm that really was results focused. So it wasn't about writing reports. It was about, we'd only work for, he left BCG, founded a company that would only work for one client per industry at that time. And they'd sign on for 5 years. And if their stock price didn't go up, you kind of didn't have to pay for us.
Wow.
So that really was an action group. And so after the summer, I was going to go back and get the doctorate. And they said, we'd love you to join, this small company, Bain and Company then. And if you stay here for 3 years, we'll pay for the doctorate. So I said, that's a great deal. I have no money. I have $100,000 in debt. I had nothing. So I took that job, and then that was about 40 years ago. And I've never really left the Bain system. And Bill Bain has unfortunately passed away, but because I thought maybe I'd get my doctorate again, he would pay for it, but they probably don't have that document anywhere.
Yeah, he's like, no, but seriously, Bill promised me I could get a doctorate. You know what's funny is I'm sitting here, they talk about all the New York, Boston stuff. It's like, so maybe if you had taken the job in New York, everyone in here is like, wait, could they own the Knicks instead? It's like, that's a sliding doors moment if I've ever seen one. I want to talk about Atalanta a little bit because the story there is fascinating in terms of like sort of how you get there. Tell us that story of like how you get into that business of football.
Well, that goes way back again when I got out of school. My grandfather and father said I had to major in accounting. I hated accounting, but sorry if there's any accountants out there, but I didn't really like accounting. But they said it was the only people employed during the Depression. They'd both lived through the Depression, and they thought every year another depression was coming. 1929 was coming. So I said fine. So I got the accounting degree at Duke, but then I didn't realize to get the CPA, which they wanted me to get, you had to work 3 years in accounting. So I had 6 or 7 offers, and I went to all those firms. I was 22, and I didn't tell them why. The reason why is I didn't really want to really do accounting, but I said, anybody who sends me overseas, I'll take that job. And in those days, they would never send a 22-year-old person with no experience overseas, but one firm wanted me bad enough, Pete, Mark, Mitchell, KPMG Today. They sent me to Holland. So I'd never been out of the country. I jumped on a plane, and I remember looking out of the plane, everything's green, and it's raining. It rains 300 days a year there. So I go to Holland, and in those days, this is incredible. In those days, the only sports scores you could get was International Herald Tribune 3 days later. So to figure out who won the World Series, you'd have to get a paper that's 3 days old. There's no communication back and forth. It's $12 a minute for a phone call. I lived in an apartment there for 3 years with no phone. Can you believe it or not? With cell phones today, no phone. I had to go to the office to make a call. But anyway, the only thing I could do is I was a sports guy, so soccer was huge. And the Dutch went to the finals in 1978. I became a big soccer fan. Fast forward 40 years later, one of my partners from Italy called and said, hey, there's a family that wants to meet you, the Percassi family in Italy, right outside of Milan. And they'd like some help. Maybe you buy a minority position in the team, help globalize it. So I went there, I got on a plane, I got off the plane, and I looked around, everybody looked like me, because my grandfather's from there. And I said, this is a great place. And so I really hit it off with the family, and we ended up putting a major investment in there, and they had the same goals we did. They wanted to make it bigger, they wanted to globalize. And it's been a great synergy between the Celtics and them, because we've used our stat guys. We have a stat guy there now. We share marketing ideas, we share training ideas, we share player development ideas. So it's been fantastic.
So I heard this Ted Lasso comparison, which I love. Tell us a little bit about that. I mean,
it was like Ted Lasso, Italian Ted Lasso.
Yeah. Ted Lasso.
But it really is like that. And the Italians have a fantastic culture. You know, I hadn't spent any time growing up there. My grandparents were both from Italy. I'd never really been to Italy before, and they welcomed me there. And it's just a great culture. The food is great. The soccer is just a huge passion. It's a lot. Atalanta is a lot like the Celtics. They have a kind of a national brand in Italy. It's everybody's second favorite team, except if you're from Bergamo.
Right.
People love Atalanta because it's been the little team that could. It's kind of overachieved for a number of years. The Crossis have done an amazing job building one of the best academies in Europe. The reason we invested is we wanted to compete, and with that academy, you compete every year because they crank out so many good players. At one time, when we bought the team, I think they had 5 players on the under 23 national team, and that means the other 19 clubs had the other 15 players, and we had 5, and they're all playing for us today.
So I do want to go back to that because you have such an embedded competitive advantage. Number one, 40 years at Bain, one of the best consultant private equity firms in the world, and then Boston Celtics, one of the most iconic franchises in the world, as well run as anyone. So when you take those 2 practices, what best practices do you take to your thesis investment and take it to Europe?
Well, I think what you take is we're trying to bring it to a more analytic approach.
Yeah.
And they're behind in soccer and that in general. And so the Percassis wanted that. They're very receptive to that. So we brought in a stats team. We just expanded that team. And Mike Zarin, who really kind of runs our whole stat operation, has come over many times. And he turns out to be a big soccer. Unfortunately, he's an Arsenal fan, but in Italy he's an Atalanta fan. But he's come over and helped us set that up. The second thing is more global brands. So we're doing some deals with some global brands right now that we'll announce soon that are going to be very transformational for Atalanta. And then looking at fan amenities, we expanded the stadium, built new ends on both ends, and built a new club like we have here for the Celtics. That's fantastic. And I'd have to say the food is great at the Celtics, but the chef at our restaurant is a chef from Da Vittorio, which is the #1 rated restaurant in all of Italy. It's right in Bergamo. And so that is an incredible experience.
Yeah.
People just come there. It takes 2 years to get a reservation at the restaurant, but you can come to our club and you get his food.
Invitation must have got lost in the
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking, it's like,
I'm getting hungry.
I love Bloomberg and I love this Power Players event, but why aren't we taping this? This is a
You guys are welcome
strategic error.
We open up the new stadium, actually. You're invited September 15th.
Okay, all right.
We asked for it.
Fuel it up. So it's interesting, and we only have a few minutes left, but we heard earlier today from Tony Ressler talking about this like $3 trillion opportunity in like global sports. I mean, are you a buyer in this market? Like do you buy into that thesis that it's that big?
Yeah, it's big and expanding. We started out talking in the beginning about the old media, new media war. That's only intensifying.
Yeah.
And I think if you look up television programs, the top 100 in the United States in the last year, 97 of them were sports events.
Right.
Either NFL or championships or whatever. So, number one. Number two, streaming has revolutionized everything. Streaming and kind of the distribution on internet, Instagram, TikTok, etc. And so that allows fans more connectivity and more time, on those screens and eyeballs outside of the game itself, and shoulder programming, shoulder internet shows, etc. Podcasts are booming. This incredible podcast, the #1 podcast in the world. Honored to be here, by the way. And so we're at the start of, I think, kind of a revolution where it's only going to get better and better with technology. You look at the stadium that Steve Ballmer's built out there. That's going to be an incredible thing and spur other stadium development. 3D is going to come in someday, where you can be immersed in the sports event even more with round screens or big screens or glasses. So yes, I think it's a incredible product, and it is now globalized.
Yeah.
And if you we played in Barcelona. Walk in that place, that half the people had Celtics jerseys on. We went to Rome. You go all over the world. You go to China. In the subway in the morning, the games are on in the morning. You see them watching NBA games, especially when Yao Ming was here. But they love basketball over there. So basketball, soccer, the global sports, the global competition. I think someday you'll see teams, NBA teams in Europe. You already have NBA Africa.
Right.
These will all rise up, and you'll now have global championships of these teams.
So go ahead, Jason.
Well, I was gonna say, like, we always, the show is called The Deal. Like, what are the deals on the horizon for you beyond basketball and football? I mean, I have to think, especially to your point, given all the success you've had in those two sports. I know you've looked at some other football clubs. Like, what strikes you as interesting out there?
Well, I think the whole business of sport is interesting. That's why this podcast is booming. There's such interest in it. And so we've looked at things as far ranging. Women's sports are going to be big. You look at the valuations out in LA, and Caitlin Clark coming into the league, getting all that interest out there. Women's soccer, that's always been a great Olympic sport. Now that's expanded, so people want to see that. They've changed those rules to bring better players in. So I think women's sports is a big category. Just emerging sports like cricket is huge in India, and they're starting to bring that out. So we're looking at all sorts of opportunities, and then there's ancillary opportunities in terms of support for that. So I'm invested in an AI company. The AI can help sports both from a fan perspective and also from a management perspective. So I think technology, slash sports, slash emerging sports, women's sports, those will all be very exciting areas that right now you're scratching the surface.
Right.
I mean, I have a closer, but if you want to give a closer.
Yeah, you do it.
One of the things about private equity, before private equity,
Got to get up in that mic.
Before private equity was called, the LBO business, as you said many times. But what has been synonymous with, PE or even leveraged buyouts, if you come in and you destroy, fire everybody, and you guys have done exact opposite with the Celtics. I mean, continuity has been a real competitive advantage and arbitrage for you. Talk a little bit about why it's so important for you guys.
That's a really great question. I should have mentioned that before. That's about that long-term approach. So Bain Capital, we believe in long-term value. It's always been a misnomer in private equity, by the way. I think because the industry started out maybe in the late 60s, early 70s, there were a lot of fat companies in the U.S. that had 6 planes and restaurants and golf courses, stuff that really not appropriate for corporate America. And so I think there were some early buyouts done where they would slash those things, and it got known for cost cutting. But the real successful firms, the Blackstones, the Bains, the Carlyles, they realized that if you're going to really make a profit, you've got to build businesses, and you don't build businesses by cutting. You have to grow. So Bain's always had a growth focus from day one, the consulting kind of growth focus. How can we bring these products overseas? How can we build new factories? How can we serve the customer better? And that's what's really driven our record. But part of that is long-term continuity. So back in 2007. Paul Pierce got hurt. He was our best player. We were on the rise. He got hurt. I think we lost 55 painful games. I went to all of them. It was bad. And there were people with signs. Fire Doc Rivers. Fire Danny Ainge. Fire the owners. And so we met, and we said, "Gee, Doc's done an amazing job developing this young talent we have, and no one's going to win with Paul Pierce." And we had, I think, another good two of our best players hurt for the whole season. We had a great draft choice coming up. We love what Doc was doing. We love what Danny was doing. And so we made no changes. So we and huge value to that continuity. When you bring in new people, they always have new ideas, and then a lot of new ideas don't work. But we want to stick with the guys that had good ideas that were going to work. So then the very next year, Danny made that trade, and we got Garnett, we got Ray Allen, and we won the championship after all the signs were out the whole season. Fire Doc, fire Danny, fired the owners. So that continuity for us has been huge, and most of the Celtics employees, we count their things in increments of 25 years. I mean, we've had the same. We've only had Danny, and then Brad Stevens as the GM.
Right.
In all those years, and Danny retired for he wanted to go back to Utah, his home, and so we promoted Brad from the coach, and then we took a coach that was a young coach for Brad and made him the coach. So I think we only had 3 coaches in the 23 years, and we've only had, and none of them fired. And we had the same Rich Gotham, the same president, Sully, the same head of marketing, Bill Reisfelder, the same CFO. So we have enormous history, trust, and that's, I think that pays, back to that point of, what you need to do is you need to build A players to build an A team, and then keep them in place. And don't worry about what the media says, or fire this guy, fire that guy, because they only have 10% of the data. So you've got to stick to your convictions.
Well, that's unfortunately, where we have to end, but a good place to end. Steve Paliuca, thank you so much for your championship wisdom. Appreciate it.
Great to be here.
Thank you, guys. I'm Jason Kelly, and this season on Power Players, we're taking you behind the scenes to see how the business of sports has gone global.
I want sports to grow. I want sports to be bigger because we have talent.
And how mammoth value is coming from the smallest of players. 3,184 hits, 431 home runs, and of course the most famous stat that everybody knows, 2,632 consecutive games played. Unmatched career. Why are you doing this?
What we have achieved in the NWSL from an investor perspective over 2 years is the equivalent of what it took other leagues 25 to 30 years to achieve.
You've got to have a business that's sustainable. The only way it's sustainable is got to make money.
There's only one word, winning. You win on the court, you win off the court. And as you do that, you bring people along.
Please welcome to the stage, Steph Curry, 10-time NBA All-Star and 4-time NBA champion for the Golden State Warriors, and CEO of 30 Inc., and Kevin Plank, founder, president, and CEO of Under Armour, for a conversation with Bloomberg's Vanessa Perdomo.
Guys, thanks so much for joining us here, Bloomberg.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us.
We're so
Great
excited
to be here.
Yeah?
He yelled Steph Curry when I walked out. I got his shoes on.
Yeah, they were yelling at you, for sure.
I know, yeah, for sure.
You know, Steph, we obviously have to talk, you know, gold medal game, you know, Team USA coming home with it. It was your first games. Walk me through that. I mean, I was there. I was in Paris.
Yeah.
I was covering the
Arena?
games. Yeah, I was
Okay.
there. I was covering the games. And I mean, the sounds, the cheers, I would have thought I was in the Bay Area. I mean, there's USA chants going on in France. Like, what was it like for you to ice that game and to win, you know, your first gold medal?
So it was my first Olympic experience, which was definitely worth the wait. It was, you know, crazy energy throughout the whole city. The build up to the gold medal game, playing against France in France. So they, you know, the home crowd was definitely on their side for a while. It's the best experience because, and obviously in the NBA, there's such a build-up in playoffs, a 7-game series, and after 82 games, this is a 6-game sprint, and it's basically like March Madness, one and done. And so that intensity, that anxiety, really, like to get it done, and for it to build up to that last 3 minutes for me was some storybook stuff, and it still hasn't sunk in. I ain't gonna lie, it's just one of those things that you know. You did what the moment called for. Thankfully, all those shots went in, and to silence the crowd was special. That last one, I don't even know how to explain it. And yeah, to celebrate with those 12 guys, and obviously I brought some hardware.
Brought us a little present.
Got that to remember it by. So yeah, it was definitely a great first and probably only experience.
Did you plan for it?
Huh?
Did you plan for it? Did you see it in your mind? You got that method actor kind of sit down as an athlete and visualize the win.
So if my joke has been, well, Anthony Edwards, he made a joke. He was like, I only showed up to Paris for the last 3 days because I saved all of my shots for the last 2 games. I didn't shoot the ball well the first 4. I think I only made like 5 threes and then ended up making 16 in a 2-game stretch. So yeah, I visualized that for sure. Yeah. You know, whenever the moment calls for it, I'm gonna shoot it. So. Yeah.
I mean, you're always in the clutch. I mean, I think we've all seen that enough to know that for sure. You know, we had Grant Hill here earlier in the morning, and he had talked about it. You know, he had talked about the experience there, and you know, he's obviously been in similar situations. But he said, you know, being the director of USA Basketball, and he said that was the most pressure he felt in his entire career. Do you feel that sentiment? I mean, Steve Kerr kind of alluded to the same kind of a moment too.
It's good for Grant to say that because he couldn't be out there on the court to do anything about it. Like his work was done once the team was selected. But as a player, yeah, there's a sense of relief because we're Team USA Basketball. Like we're supposed to win, but the competition has definitely gotten extremely tougher. There's from 1992, I think there was only 7 NBA players that they played against. No, obviously, they're a great team, but for us, we played against 67 or 69 NBA guys.
I mean, the stats. You're doing my job up here.
We knew what the challenge was going to be, and so for us to get it done, no matter how it looked, like we knew it was going to be tough. So the Serbia comeback was insane, and that was where the most thing, going into that fourth quarter, the first time I actually thought, like, we might not win if we don't figure this thing out. Like, and to respond the way we did was special.
Yeah.
You prefer favorite or you prefer underdog?
I've always been.
I mean, you've been a favorite for a long time now.
Even if I'm the favorite, I'm still going to trick myself into thinking you're the underdog. That's just part of my DNA. So
that's that underrated mentality, right?
On brand.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Kevin, I want to talk to you about it. Obviously, you're watching along with the rest of us. You're watching, hype for the U.S., but hype for Steph, and he has this amazing performance. And then Under Armour Curry brand drops the Curry 12s and the USA colorway.
He's got them on.
I mean, he's got them on right there. I mean, could you name a better time to drop a sneaker? Tell me about that and building on the success of the Olympics.
Well, I mean, you try to find the right, number one, Under Armour is all about innovation and product that, will give athletes those little edge. We say to provide you with a solution that you never knew you needed, and once you tried it, you couldn't imagine living without. So I can rattle this stuff off, but that means like the Curry outsole was giving him grip, because that's one thing that Steph wanted, is he could get his shot off a little bit faster. His team figured out he could score 2.3 more points per game and up that, and so we tried to put the innovation there. But when you can match a great innovation with great style and the athlete's moment, and so that's what Steph at the Olympics was one of those things which we couldn't have written or scripted it any better too. And then one thing is certain is that he's always going to come through. So we have that. So yes, and then the 12 leads to the 13, or the 12 leads to. We got other color drops and leads to a tour that we got coming up as well, with more shoes coming.
Mm-hmm. And when you're looking forward to future success and things like that, I mean, obviously, we talked about it. So Under Armour is now a partner with USA Football, and you're going to be bringing that to LA 2028 as flag football enters, the Olympics for the first time. Talk to me about how that fits into the Olympic strategy.
Well, I think authenticity. Under Armour as a whole, we had 72 athletes, 26 countries, ended with 28 medals. This is 28 right here. I think the last one that came home.
Kelsey Plum?
Kelsey Plum won another one as well. So, I mean, this is where we want to be there for sports. So Under Armour is meant to be, one of the very few global brands that can show up in any athletic endeavor, on every court, any pitch, any field, and be seen as credible. And that's something that we refer to as, we're a podium brand. We call ourselves a sports house. So we want to be in those moments, and we want to be outfitting athletes where it matters. And so, we were founded on field in the sport of football. And so football making a debut in LA is going to be super cool. It is going to be a really neat opportunity for us, especially as we look at in 28 of, that'll be the first year we'll be outfitting the flag football team there. So we'll see what kind of athletes, and we'll see who's going to be throwing the rock. But
we'll definitely see that.
Have you ever played flag football?
I have. I'm watching my 6-year-old play now, so I think
you could use another one.
There you go. 10-year-old flag football 2028, maybe. Steph, you both had talked about it there, the global outreach of the Olympics. And, you've obviously been on the winning train before in the NBA. Does this feel different in when you're talking about the way that this impacts global business?
For sure. There's no bigger international stage than what we just experienced. Starting with being on the barge and opening ceremonies with all 590 plus, Team USA athletes across all the different sports, events, skills. And, just being in that environment, for me, I felt it. Like, I was a kid in the candy store taking pictures with everybody. Everyone would take pictures with us. And I'm like, make sure you introduce who you are, because I want to know. I want to educate myself.
What sport they were and all that.
And you feel like, how much passion there was from fan bases everywhere. And, the amount of reaction I got from that gold medal game, and just what we were able to accomplish, how I played, that obviously is something I'll be talked about for a long time, but it drives exactly what Kevin was talking about, the things that kind of have to go right for it to happen, from, my product all the way to being able to celebrate it in different parts of the world. So it's definitely amazing, and I think we're going to capitalize off that momentum.
And that goes into the tour that you're talking about. Is it a global tour for the next few sneakers? Is that what you're talking about, Kevin?
It'll be the first time Steph will be over in Asia, doing a 4-cities tour there, starting in Chengdu, and we've got a colorway called the Pandu that's going to be dropping then as well, which is, Chengdu is where the pandas are in China. So it's going to be really exciting. The product will be terrific, but the way that Stefan's sort of received there is, it's like nothing I've ever seen before. It's been 5 years since we've been over to China as well. We've got a pretty big store base there, so it's something that the market's incredibly excited. I think the first day there, we had how many signups? I think, several million social media signups of people that are popping on Tencent, who's going to be one of our partners for the tour. But we'll be there. We'll meet you in Shanghai and see. And I mean, I remember we've done this before, and you got to remember, you're on a tour. It's like it's 24 hours a day. But what was that big mall we were in? We put you up against like some 6-year-old kid, and for whatever reason, Stephen woke up. And if you've ever seen Stephen Curry, I've never seen Stephen Curry not make basketball shots. It happens. So anyway, we'll make sure we get you sleep.
That part.
So you were a little jet lagged then?
Just a little bit. You're trying to obviously balance the work and the reason we're over there. Obviously, I'm still prepping for the next NBA season coming up at the end of the month. So, trying to do it all, obviously, and take advantage of this window of time to be, like you said, it's been 5 years since we've been over there, and this is international work we're trying to do, so I'm excited about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Kevin, one of the things, I want to talk to you about as we talk about strategy and moving forward is you took a seat back from being CEO, and now you're back. Why was it important for you to step back in this role?
I mean, that's something which, we say at Under Armour, there's 4 things that make up our brand. Is number 1, we're about athletes. Number 2, we're about sports. Number 3, we're about innovation. Number 4, passion. And hopefully we can wrap some smarts and some strategy around that. And that's one thing which we've got a really incredible team. And what I'm watching being built in Baltimore right now is really special with the people side of it, but also, in the physical infrastructure too. We've got a new headquarters that's opening, in a town like Baltimore this November. 300,000 square foot. It'll be a LEED certified building. It'll be a new house to sort of contain it. It feels like we're starting a brand new chapter at UA. So the ability to come back and lead that is something, what a gift. Gratitude is something I've learned is, turning 52, and I feel like I've lived several chapters at this point and got some dog years on me. So hopefully we can apply all that wisdom and smarts and again, some of the great relationships that we have too, when you have, talent like Stephen and someone who's inspirational that can speak to the living, physical, walking manifestation of what it means to be the underdog, to have that, they didn't pick me, they didn't give me that chance. Hey, Virginia Tech. I mean, so it's like, and this is the things where Stephen is that underdog. And to know that, you can apply that rule of 10,000 hours, it's something that's very Under Armour. It speaks to the kid and the consumer, which is a lane that we think, Under Armour is that chip on the shoulder. We represent grit. It's from our hometown of Baltimore to the attitude we have when Stephen plays. So that's something that makes us really proud, and we're happy to go tell that story and inspire young kids all over the world.
Yeah, absolutely. So that new headquarters and moving forward with athlete relationships, is that those things that you're really looking forward to stepping back into the role?
I mean, look, new headquarters don't sell shirts and shoes, so that takes people.
Right.
And that takes thoughtfulness, it takes strategy, it takes teamwork. So, culture is probably one of the most important things that we drive, and it's where I'm really focused right now, is building a culture at Under Armour, which, of course, it embodies the idea of winning, which is something Stephen brings, but it also embodies you're not going to win all the time. And so when you get kicked, let's make sure we teach them how to get back up again. And if we're going to stand for somebody, Under Armour's not old money. There's people who've been doing this longer than we have. But, we've put ourselves on the stage. We're in a position, and, we're in the fight.
Steph, when you come back together now, you've been partners in this business for a long time, and you're moving Curry brand forward. How do you envision this relationship going forward, especially, past your playing career and beyond?
Yeah, if you look at from 2013, when I had my first meeting in Charlotte with the Under Armour team, the vision was to build something unique and special to kind of reflect what I wanted in the basketball space. Under Armour basketball was babies at the time, and there's kind of just a white canvas of what do you want to build, and built off my signature journey over the course of the first 8 years, Curry brand launching in 2021, and then thinking about, okay, to your point, what is the legacy of this opportunity to, we call it change the game for good, and everything he just mentioned about, product and innovation being the driving force of that. I want to bring people along, the ride with me. And so, obviously signing De'Aaron Fox last year was a big deal, especially as an active athlete, to have somebody that sees the same vision I have as an underdog who's trying to prove himself and take that next step. And he wants his, a product to do exactly what he needs to do to be the greatest basketball player he can be, but also has a vision of what he wants to do in the community as well. For me, that's a huge, huge deal. So, that is the hopefully sustainable, place of like, how do we build this roster out? How do we expand in different sports? But go deeper into the innovation that we do best. Like, obviously I'm up here. You see, he's got the shoes on. Like, I'm in this thing. I'm a part of the design and the evolution of the line, and I'm excited that this is something that we can continue even after I'm done playing basketball.
I didn't get a pair, but
I don't know. We didn't have nothing to go with the rest of the outfit, so we'll figure it out.
On a scholarship.
Get that WNBA colorway going, you know what I'm saying?
That's it.
When you're looking at expanding the brand, you did talk about, going into other sports, and you obviously have the golf apparel, and you've gone into that a lot, and you have the underrated golf tournament. You were just, the Curry Cup just happened,
Just
right?
yesterday over at Ridgewood Country Club in Paramus. Yeah, we have the underrated golf tour where we bring equity access and opportunity through the game of golf. This is our third full season. We have all expense paid experiences for kids to drive diversity through the game of golf. And so, yeah, it's special. They're out there rocking the fire gear. They're unbelievably talented kids, both on the men's and women's side. So, yeah, my presence in the golf space, for me, that's a passion, and I know how much that can create opportunity and be a driving. The golf could be the vehicle for change for these kids. It's pretty special.
Yeah.
And that's our job, is to make sure, like, to give Stephen some of that outlet too. So, long after he's done making his last three, there's an opportunity for Stephen, number one, to keep inspiring young kids, opening up opportunities and inclusion, especially places like what it means for golf. But as that relates to the business side, from a product standpoint, we're thrilled to be able to have Steph's mind and thinking. And the latest deal that we did makes Stephen a long-term partner and shareholder of UA. And so I wouldn't bet against this guy. And so I'm always careful as a public company CEO of what guarantees you can make. But there's one thing I know, is that Stephen Curry's going to win. And so to have him leading on behalf of the UA brand, style, product, relationships, culture, understanding, in the sport of basketball, because that's one place where, we want to win. And we think that there is an opportunity, and that comes down to great product. But, Stephen mentions the personalities, but he's the one that's selecting De'Aaron. He's making sure, does it line up with my values? Does it line up with integrity? And this isn't saying, who wants to sign with us? It's very intentional and being really thoughtful about the athletes that sort of meet that Stephen Curry criteria.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to pick your brain a little bit more about that. When you're thinking of bringing De'Aaron in, and you're thinking of signing NIL players, how do you select them? What are those conversations that you have with them to see the vision, or make sure that they see your vision too?
Yeah, it happens. Well, first off, you see them in their talent. There's something you see about certain guys and girls where you're like, are you competitive? Are you focused on your craft to the level where you expect greatness from yourself? Do you put the time in? And is that an authentic thing that you kind of express on a daily basis, first and foremost? Family is important for me, and just the way that you see your place. I have a strong sense of purpose when it comes to why I feel like I'm on this stage, and why God's blessed me with these skills to go out here and play basketball at the highest level. And can you inspire the next generation to do the same thing, to find what's great about them, to speak life into them? And everything that we do is connected to that mission. So I'm excited that, one, people resonate with me when I say that, and two, that De'Aaron has a choice. Like, there's so many, not all shade, or is it money? It's not all the same shade of green. And when it comes to, like, we want to be competitive in that space, but there's also that alignment on, do you see a purpose of how you can leverage your career to do other great things, not just now but in the long term as well. So he's checked all those boxes, and I think the future is bright for him. AZ Fudd, Malaysia Full Wiley, high school, going into their college careers, finding ways to do the same thing on that stage. So
Tommy Yoga?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. So we're doing internationally as well. So to your question, like, just want to have those authentic expressions of exactly. I don't want you to be me. I don't want you to do things the exact same way I do. I want you to take the inspiration of what does it mean when somebody looks at you, and how you handle yourself, and do it in your own unique way. And I want to be able to pass the baton like that.
Absolutely. That was incredible, you know. And we were talking about Malaysia and signing her, South Carolina, and then they go win a national championship. Kevin, when you look at that space and you look at NIL and you look at women's basketball and the growth that's happening right there, right now, what's going on in that space, and what can you guys help build in that space?
Well, I think the position, what Stephen has created, you know, in basketball as a whole, but what it means and what you're seeing the rise, I think, in the women's game too. You know, we're thrilled. We've been, you know, we're 3 years with Kelsey Plum, amongst athletes we've had, some of the NIL deals we've done, our relationship with Dawn Staley and the South Carolina Gamecocks, the dominance that they've shown as well. So, you know, we're in this game, we're competing, we're winning championships, whether it's NBA championships or NCAA ones. So I think that we've got, you know, NIL is complicated, but it actually, I think it's beneficial to us too. The deals are shorter. The athletes are authentic, like they love it, they believe it, and frankly, every one of them doesn't say, yeah, I'll sign with you, but I want to have my own brand like Curry. Like, that's where it gets hard. It's like, we need to go sell some UA. Yeah. So those things, it gets really complicated quickly. So, you know, but it's a place that I think it's an evolving landscape, but one that, you know, we're lucky and happy to participate. I mean, it's such a privilege to be able to work in sports. It's something we tell our team is that, you know, who's got it better than us? Nobody.
I loved Kelsey Plum. You guys just dropped her birthday shoes, her plum colorway. You know, they're sick. And I want to know more about, you know, the women's basketball space and making shoes specifically for female athletes. Yeah. You know, and that's really important because female athletes, you know, we play differently, our bodies work differently. Talk to me about working with her and making sure that is authentic. Like we're talking about authenticity here. Yeah. So.
Well, back in 2019, I think it was the first year where we built a shoe called the Breakthrough, which is the first women's exclusive last, and it's something that Stephen had input on. You know, as we brought Kelsey on, she's just enhanced and made it even better. And there hadn't been a women's basketball shoe out there. They were wearing boy shoes and figuring out and wearing ankle braces or you know, to try to compensate for the differences in just the foot dimensions. But that's where the ability to lean on a Kelsey, like she is a, you know, she's plays for the Las Vegas Aces, back-to-back WNBA champs, and Kelsey is just as good as it gets. And talk about the grit, and she is like a field general out there on the court. She and she gets it, and she's a great partner too, because it's the game is so much more than just being able to compete. It's like whether it's basketball or golf, there's lots of people are good, but it typically comes down to the hardest 6 inches in any sport is between the ears. And so Kelsey is one of those very special, unique humans who's excellence on the court. She's a role model to young girls everywhere and young boys as well. I think as you've seen some of the dominance in the game. And we have one of the very best, and so we're going to make Kelsey, if you haven't heard of her yet, we're going to make her famous.
She's just the coolest.
She
really is.
Famous, yeah, but she's got that swag thing, she's got that too.
Yeah, absolutely. Steph, you know, I'd like to get your take on the women's game right now and the explosion that they're having. What do you see going forward for the next few years of the WNBA?
Just more exposure. I want obviously the conversations now around the league are totally different. Attendance is up. You know, they're on TV a lot more. You see just that, you know, the growth of the popularity of not just the individual players, but, you know, franchises becoming, you know, more dominant, more talked about, kind of like in the NBA. And so it's great to see. It's great when women's game is showcased the way it's supposed to be. It's great when they're put on stage to showcase their personalities, just like he talked about with Kelsey. And her being able to kind of influence, you know, like you said, young boys and girls to find swag in the game, to find confidence in the game, to be comfortable with who you are. You obviously know with Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark doing amazing things early in their careers. Cameron Brink, who's, you know, family to me. So yeah. It's awesome to know that the profiles of each of the individual players are growing, the platforms are growing, the hype around the game.
And the league's growing. Now we're going to have a Golden State team, right?
The Valkyries are coming. So, yeah, it's that expansion is huge. And, you know, you want to be continuing to support them in the way we can. Like, I'm going to the game on Sunday and excited to see, you know, that talent up close and personal. The more you can get out there and watch them, talk about them, see them, get to know them, it's for the better.
And I want to step back really quick when we're talking about the Olympics, and we're talking about Peacock, because you just had a show release at the same time. I watched it. It was so fascinating, you know, like the dynamic and the style that you guys went with. I mean, was that really intentional choosing Peacock as a partner while the Olympics were going on? And having the success of
Yeah, and obviously it all worked out for the launch.
Yeah.
We had the gold medal game on August 10th. The show launched August 8th. And yeah, just to know, for me, going into that world, just having fun with it, the mockumentary style was crazy. Adam Pally, Ego Wodum, who from SNL, they made the whole experience, you know, just one that I want to do more of. I got to play the satirical version of myself, which my family is still laughing at because it's like the opposite of everything that I do, but it was great. So yeah, it was perfect storm of everything to come together. They've been great partners, and hopefully there's more to come there.
The best part of it was when you just had no sense of being able to tell
I don't
no.
accept failure. Can't accept failure, can't accept a no, which may be a little something to
Yeah, that might be. It's always a little bit of truth in there, isn't there? Right?
that part.
So we're wrapping up here. We have a question from the audience. What can we expect from Under Armour and Steph for the All-Star Game in 2025?
Well, first and foremost, Under Armour and like the partnership, they've seen, you know, exactly how and supported me every way they can when it comes to like court refurbishments that we've done all throughout, you know, the Bay Area. It's a big part of me and my wife's foundation, and they've been so consistent in terms of, you know, backing it up and saying, yeah, we want to be, you know, right there with you. And so we're doing a huge project through the Oakland Unified School District that's going to be a big deal. But it's cool that, we're 6 months out from that. We just want to dominate the weekend. 'Cause it's the Bay Area, it's my home, it's my 16th year in the league, and be on stage that way. So outside of the court refurbishment, a lot of that stuff is going to be surprises for Austin. But I want to go big for sure.
Well, we got a lot to live up to. I mean, Indianapolis, we had Steph's Fun House. We did a big thing for last year's NBA All-Star Game. But just getting in that rhythm, making sure that people are ready to expect for us to show up on the court. I think that's one thing that matters, is that people I think today is a great message as well, is that like Under Armour, we're ready to play. I think that we've learned a lot. We've been a public company 19 years, in business nearly 29 at this point. You get to see a lot of things, you get to see a lot of experience, and the ability to apply that to this next chapter and be able to utilize, I think, this incredible stable of just great people, amazing talent, and inspirational stories. And by story, I mean, we haven't done a good enough job yet telling Stefan's story through Curry Brand. And I think it's one thing where, you know, we have 5 emphases of the categories of business we're going to get after. Basketball square in the middle of it, and the reason for that is our partnership with Stephen Curry. So we appreciate you, partner. You're a great man, and we got some good things coming.
We're expecting some big things then.
We're going to be in the fight.
Yeah.
We're going to be in the fight.
Steph, Kevin, thank you guys so much for being here.
Thank you very much.
Don't forget this.
I almost left it on the couch.
Almost left it. I mean, I think we could have kept it, you know, safe for you here.
Nah, thank you.
Oh, here we go.
Thanks a lot, Steph. Thanks, man. Great to see you. Appreciate it. All right. We did it. That brings us to the end of Power Players Summit New York. I'm sure you agree. That was pretty cool. We had a good day. Thank you so much for coming. I want to thank our speakers, our moderators, Invesco, QQQ, our presenting sponsor, and Tennis Channel, our media partner. As a reminder, your free and complimentary 3-month corporate subscription to Bloomberg News for your team. Scanning in the QR code on the screen. We're going to have some drinks and snacks outside. See you there in a minute. Thank you again for coming.